Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Deku gave up on his dream. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanf. I cannot simply say you can become a hero even without power. Midoriya Izuku morosely walked away from the building All Might had dropped him off on, the hero's words repeating in his head. Every now and then, the cruel suicide dare of his former friend turned bully Bakugo Katsuki joined with them. What was he supposed to do now? Did he have any purpose at all? All Might had suggested that he try out for the police, but to be honest, the way that the hero phrased his suggestion made it sound like a consolation prize at best, outright admitting that people didn't respect them. From what Izuku could tell, police nowadays simply cleaned up after heroes, and the idea didn't really appeal to Izuku at all. Without realizing it, Izuku was walking towards some explosions that he had heard from the top of the building earlier. Perhaps had he kept walking, following the crowd of people drawn by the chaos, he would have come across Bakugo struggling with the sludge villain that had attacked Izuku earlier, and run to save his bully, impressing the spectating All Might and changing the hero's mind. Here though, another cry got Izuku's attention. He turned his head and looked down an alleyway, where a fox was crying out. Izuku was concerned about approaching a wild animal, but he also couldn't ignore the animal's pain. He walked towards it cautiously. "Hey, it's all right, I'm not going to hurt you." The fox had gotten tangled in some kind of netting, and had gotten its neck tangled in it, which had in turn gotten tangled with other assorted junk it must have been scavenging in. Izuku took in the situation. The netting was tightening around the fox's neck, and it didn't seem as if anyone else was paying attention to the animal's distress in favor of whatever was causing the explosions. He couldn't just leave it here. Yes, it might bite him, but if he could take Bakugo's explosions, he could risk this to help someone, or at least something in need. Hold still. Izuku carefully held the back of the fox's head, trying to rub it in a reassuring way while he held it still to get his scissors. Thankfully, the fox calmed down and held still, letting Izuku clip the netting around the fox's neck. The instant it was free, the fox darted out of Izuku's grasp, making him jump. It stopped a distance away from Izuku, looking back at him, no worse for wear, fortunately, before darting down the alley out of sight. Izuku sighed and stood up, glad that he was able to help the fox. He heard explosions further down the street. Had he been wandering towards a villain attack subconsciously, even after what All Might had told him? His leg twitched again, wanting to head towards the explosions, only for Izuku to hear All Might's discouragement again. This time though, he thought about the fox. Had he kept on wandering towards the villain attack, he would have ignored the fox in pain. Again, Izuku reminded himself that there wasn't anything he could do about a situation like this, but this time though he realized that there were ways he could still help, even if it wasn't in heroism. It wasn't as if Izuku wasn't still sad. You don't chase a dream for 10 years under constant fire from bullies and have it finally killed by your idol and just get over it, but at least for once, he didn't feel useless. There wasn't a point in heading towards the explosions. Izuku turned around and headed the other way. Maybe he couldn't be a hero, but he knew he could at least do something, even if it was small. Izuku rescinded his application to UA's hero course, but reapplied for their general education department. For the next 10 months, he dedicated himself to his studies. Even if he wasn't sure about what he wanted to do with his life, UA was still one of the top schools in the world, and a degree there could be helpful in whatever he decided that he did want to do. Bakugo and the other students didn't stop bullying him when they found this out. Thanks to his homeroom teacher blurting it out to everyone again. Wasn't sharing personal information like that illegal? You'd think that giving up on his dream would have made Bakugo back off, but apparently having to be rescued by the new hero MT lady from a villain attack had hurt his ego again, which led to him taking his frustrations out on Izuku. Surprisingly, Izuku's mother Inko was the one most bothered when he told her that he didn't want to apply to the hero course anymore. She seemed to blame herself for not supporting Izuku. Perhaps that was still a little upsetting, but Izuku did his best to comfort his mother, and she promised to support him with whatever he tried to do with his life. 10 months passed. Izuku went to the entrance exams at UA. Bakugo shoved his way past Izuku, and Izuku found himself grateful that whatever happened, he wouldn't be in the same class with his bully anymore. He took a step and tripped, only to be saved by a brown-haired girl with a gravity quirk. She seemed nice, and Izuku hoped that she'd get into the hero course. Part of him couldn't help but to still feel jealous of her and Bakugo though. He shook his head and moved on. It would be better to focus on learning how to help how he could. A week later, Izuku got a letter from UA. "We'd like to congratulate you and offer you a position in our general education course." He did it. He got into UA. His mom sobbed in joy. He could move forward. On the last day of school, the principal called Bakugo and Izuku up to his office and congratulated the two. Izuku wondered if the man was being condescending, but he decided to just accept it. Soon, he was able to step out of Aldra and not look back. It was hard not to be scared going into UA. Years of bullying and prejudice don't simply vanish, and Izuku didn't know how the other students felt about quirkless people. He couldn't afford to let this bog him down. He tried to enter the school with his head held high. His homeroom was 1C, with Yamada Hizashi as his homeroom teacher, aka the pro-hero present mic. Izuku could barely restrain his inner fanboy and immediately ask for the hero's autograph on the first day. Would that be awkward? Would it be better to wait for later on in the year to ask, or would that just make it more awkward since he'd already been there and could have asked earlier? He ended up not asking. It eventually got out that he was quirkless after a few days. While Izuku could tell that it changed how the other students looked at him, it wasn't anywhere near the violent, caustic way that the Aldra students acted. At worst, he had to experience a few sneers, a few people who didn't want to talk to him. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't really know how to make friends in this environment. It wasn't exactly an option available for the past 10 years. It also didn't help that Izuku was still struggling to curb his creepier tendencies like his mumbling. However, there were a few nicer students, like Togai Chikuchi, who became 1CS class representative, who let Izuku sit at her table at lunch, and the girl who saved Izuku from tripping at the entrance exam, whom Izuku learned was named Uraraka Ochako. He felt bad that she of all people couldn't get into the hero course, but she was determined to try to get in through the upcoming sports festival, and Izuku wished her the best of luck. He even managed to have an actual conversation with her and learn her name. Quite a few of 1CS students wanted to get into the hero course as well, but none as much as Uraraka or another student named Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku thought his brainwashing quirk was really cool, but Shinso wasn't exactly the most sociable, making it pretty clear that he didn't want to be in 1C. After the first few days at UA, he felt happier than he ever had in school. He had pro-heroes for teachers. People were nice to him. Even his grades were doing well. He couldn't help but still feel uncomfortable though at the fact that he was the only student in his class without a quirk or a plan for the future. Uraraka and Shinso wanted to be heroes, Togai wanted to be a botanist, and others wanted to be doctors, teachers, or scientists. What was he supposed to do with his life though to show that he wasn't worthless? The press had hounded the students trying to get into UA about having All Might as a teacher, but as a Gen Ed student, Izuku had only seen him appear to give a brief greeting to UA at the orientation. Considering what their last conversation was like, Izuku had mixed feelings about the hero. He still admired All Might as the hero who had saved countless lives and ushered in an era of peace, but having his dream rejected, even if Izuku had himself given up on it, hurt. However, seeing the hero without his smile as he walked up to the podium for the memorial service of Azuitsuyu and Mongoose Habuko, Izuku felt nothing but pity for All Might. I was supposed to be there for young Azui and young Mongoose. However, I failed in my duty as a hero and as their teacher, and because of my absence, these two, who should have had bright futures inspiring others, have died because of my negligence. I cannot apologize for this enough to their family, their friends, and to this school, but I promise as the symbol of peace to bring those responsible to justice. All Might bowed to the students and staff seated in front of him. It pained Izuku though that the two girls' families were too distraught to properly register the hero's words. The remaining members of Class 1A, who had been caught up in the attack at the USJ, were likewise shaken, particularly the 4 remaining girls of the class, who despite only knowing Mongoose and Azui for less than a week, were weeping at the loss of their friends. Izuku remembered what All Might had said to him about the dangers of heroism. However, these were teenagers, kids his age. They shouldn't have had to have dealt with dangers like this yet. Izuku wished that there was something he could do. After the memorial had ended, Izuku happened to notice Sir Night Eye, All Might's former sidekick, talking to the hero along with a muscular blonde upperclassman. It wasn't Izuku's business though, and he left before All Might could notice him. Hey, was that kid at the sports festival? Izuku blinked, not sure if the man on the train was talking about him. I mean, that's a UA uniform, but I don't know if I recognize him. Maybe he was with one of the non-hero courses. Izuku tried to focus on the article he was reading on his phone. Several of his classmates had mentioned that they were worried about something like this. People dismissing their class in favor of the hero courses, especially 1A. Quite a few were still angry at Present Mike for how he had seemingly dismissed them when introducing the Gen Ed courses. Well, at least he didn't have to deal with that insane explosion kid. Izuku blinked again. Were they talking about Bakugo? I know, right? What the heck was Yue thinking, having a narcissist like that give the student pledge, let alone put him on the winner's podium? Yeah, I don't care what they said, he was going too far against that gravity girl. You'd think that they'd have known him well enough to not make him represent the entire school. They are supposed to be training heroes, right? That kid acted more like one of the villains attacking the USJ instead of one of the students. Well, that was uncomfortable. It wasn't like Izuku could refute their arguments though. It certainly made an interesting contrast with how people talked about Bakugo in Aldra, acting as if he was the ideal hero with his quirk and personality. Izuku put it out of his mind afterwards and headed to his homeroom. There, Yamada had Uraraka and Shinso stand in front of the class. Alright listeners, I've got some good news for ya. He put his hands on Uraraka and Shinso's shoulders, making Uraraka's blush even more prominent. These two made such a huge hit at the sports festival that they've been given permission to transfer to the hero course. The class applauded and cheered for the two, making even the stoic Shinso seem embarrassed. Way to go you two. Togata cheered. You totally rocked. I'll be right behind you next year. Uraraka and Shinso bowed to the class, Uraraka seeming a bit overwhelmed. Izuku couldn't blame her for crying a bit. Thank you guys. You've been such great friends. Let's be sure to stay in touch. That made Izuku smile. Uraraka was one of the people closest to what he could consider to be a friend. While he was fairly certain that she would be far busier than what she thought, likely too busy to hang out with the Gen Ed students, he hoped that she would spare him a kind word every now and then. Izuku was grateful for the good news, considering what he had read that morning. Apparently, the hero killer stain had struck again, attacking and crippling Ingenium. It was horrible to hear about. Ingenium was such a great hero and ran an incredible agency in Hosu. Come to think of it, Izuku thought that one of the 1A students was related to the hero. He hoped that he was doing alright. Mulling over this had led to Izuku writing out some analysis on some of Ingenium's most recently hired sidekicks, trying to imagine what the best strategy for dealing with Stain would be based off of his attack patterns and theories Izuku had about his quirk. He happened to be writing on the opposite page of some notes that he had on Present Mike when the real hero suddenly appeared in front of his desk. Hey little listener, how's it hanging? Izuku jumped, nearly slamming his notebook shut in instinct. Oh, sorry Midoriya, didn't mean to scare ya. Yamada held his hands up in a gesture of peace. It's alright Yamada-sensei. Did you need something? Well, I was just wondering how you were doing, kid. Uraraka was one of the people you hung out with the most. You all right with her gone? Izuku smiled, a touch sad, but sincere. I'm fine. I'm really happy for Uraraka and Shinso. Yamada flashed Izuku a smile, relaxing a bit. That's good to hear, Midoriya. His gaze went down to Izuku's notebook, where he happened to notice some of the analysis and drawing Izuku had on Present Mike, albeit upside down. Hey, what've you got here? Who's this handsome devil? Izuku chuckled some, which was helpful as his teacher seeing Izuku's analysis on him was beyond embarrassing. I sometimes like to write about heroes and their quirks. I'm sorry if it's a little creepy. Yamada stared at the book for a moment. Mind if I take a look? Your analysis, mind if I take a look? I could autograph it, he suggested. Izuku's inner fanboy finally overcame his awkwardness, and he handed Yamada his book. His teacher started reading through the analysis, snorting once, and making Izuku horrified as he realized he had included a note in there earlier suggesting that Yamada's hairstyle might help make him more aerodynamic. As Yamada read further though, his expressions changed from joking to contemplative. "Using my quirk to create lift, huh?" he asked, looking at Izuku over his glasses. "I never thought about that. I'll have to talk to Powerloader to see if he can upgrade my costume to act as a flight suit. This is pretty interesting stuff, Midoriya." Izuku blushed, embarrassed and proud. No one had asked to look at his analysis before, let alone compliment it. He was pretty sure that Yamada was just saying this to make him feel better, thinking that he might be lonely without Uraraka, but it was still a nice sentiment to hear. Yamada looked further into the notebook, his brow furrowed. When he looked up, for a brief moment he looked uneasy. "Say, Midoriya, do you have any idea of what you want to do with your life?" Izuku deflated at the question. "No, not really. I mean, I wanted to be a hero growing up, but I don't have a quirk. I started writing analysis like that to try to compensate, but last year, I met a hero who told me that I should try to keep my dreams realistic." Izuku was looking down at his desk as he spoke. If he had looked up though, he might have noticed the look of shock and offense on his teacher's face. Yamada chewed his lip for a moment before asking a question. "Would you mind if I showed this to someone?" Izuku went through the rest of his day not thinking much about his encounter with Yamada beyond the pleasure of getting his analysis autographed. However, as his homeroom was letting out for the day, Yamada stopped him again. "Say, listener, would you be interested at all in an internship?" For a week after the sports festival had concluded, most students would go on internships. This was primarily for the purpose of hero students, getting the chance to work with pro heroes and gain experience in the field or in running an agency. Support course and management students had their own internships, working with companies and learning how to handle their future trades. General education was slightly different though. Being a catch-all for high school education, there wasn't an easy way to arrange for internships for students with so many different possible interests, if said students even wanted to do an internship at all. Indeed, most of Izuku's classmates chose to simply take the internship week off. To be honest, Izuku had planned to do the same, albeit using that time to look up potential careers, and perhaps even see if he could visit the businesses of interest. However, the offer that Yamada had provided for him was one that he could never pass up. Am I a mouse, a dog, a bear? Who cares? What matters is, I'm the principal that you're doing your internship with. Izuku stood, flabbergasted at his fortunes. He was standing in the office of Principal Nezu, arguably one of the smartest beings on the planet, and he had offered Izuku an internship as a means of expanding his analysis abilities. "Thank you, sir," Izuku squeaked, bowing respectfully. "I promise I will do my best." "I'm sure you will." The white, rodent-like principal chuckled and gestured to the chair in front of his desk. Once Izuku had taken his seat, Nezu leaned forward, a slightly manic glint in his eyes. "Now then, I was quite impressed with the analysis President Mike showed me. Let's see what we can do to cultivate this talent of yours." Izuku still couldn't believe that someone like Nezu saw something in him, but for the next few days, he probably had more fun than he had ever had in his life. Nezu had Izuku go over footage of the various performances in the sports festivals and find ways to improve the various students' quirks, or to imagine different scenarios that their quirks or equipment could be applied to. Rather than tell him off for rambling, Nezu encouraged it, catching on to random details in Izuku's analysis and simply talking about it for hours. Besides that, Nezu had Izuku take higher lessons in computer science, teaching him how to better access, compile, and analyze information. He started to teach Izuku how to read the behaviors of different people and apply that to his analysis, how to read heroes and villains and analyze it in the same way that he analyzed their quirks and equipment. A lot of time though was spent simply talking about random subjects or playing chess. Izuku still lost, but he could feel himself improve. Nezu praised his skills, and it was simply fun to do. At some points, Izuku wondered if Nezu was doing this as much because he found it fun as he did to teach Izuku. The last time Izuku felt this way was when he helped that fox after All Might crushed his dream, but here, that feeling was magnified. Nezu was actually encouraging him in his talents and interests, showing him different ways that his mind could be used. For once in his life, Izuku didn't care that he didn't have a quirk. He was finding a way to help people all on his own. There was something very wrong with having 2 memorials in the span of the same month. Ida's memorial somehow felt grimmer though to Izuku, considering the whispering of his classmates, speaking in a manner that they wouldn't have dared from Mongoose and Azui. What the heck was he thinking? Stain crippled his brother, and he thought he could take him on? He just went to Hosu to try to commit murder himself? You can't say that he wasn't asking for it. It had been revealed the day after the Hosu attack that Ida Tenya, the younger brother of Ingenium, had abandoned his mentor during the attack to track down Stain, who inevitably killed him along with several heroes before being savagely burned by Endeavor. Izuku would have thought that Ida's death wouldn't have affected UA as badly as the USJ attack, considering how he had acted of his own initiative and outside the supervision of the teachers, but the conversations and media that Izuku had been hearing painted a different story. Ingenium's attack had been well known, and UA had been criticized harshly for allowing Ida to intern in Hosu in the first place, considering how obvious his plans were. Despite Yamada's attempts to maintain his usual exuberance in class, Izuku could notice the bags under his eyes when he came close, along with the other teachers in the school. Izuku hoped that this would be the worst thing to happen this year, if only to give everyone a break. About a week after Hosu, Yamada told Izuku that Nezu wanted to see him again, if he was available. He wants to see me? But the internships are over, aren't they? Yamada grinned. It was a nice expression for Izuku to see on his teacher's face after the past few weeks. What can I say, listener? You managed to impress the principal. I don't know whether I should be proud or terrified, but good on you anyway. Izuku would have understood if Nezu had decided to cancel their analysis sessions considering the stress that the school was being put under. The crowd of reporters had been joined by a small, but vocal crowd of protesters shouting about how unsafe and negligent UA had become, but he was certainly grateful for them. Strangely, as Izuku got to know Nezu better, he began to wonder if the principal saw these sessions as a way to relax as much as Izuku did. He always seemed cheerful whenever the two could meet, and took whatever time he could to do so unless something came up. As the end of the semester started to approach, Nezu gave Izuku an assignment. As a means of aiding the hero students, Izuku would be allowed to review footage of their practice and attempt to provide them with helpful analysis. 2 weeks before midterms, Izuku got to meet with the representatives of the hero classes, starting with Yaoyorozu Momo and Shoji Mizo, the black-haired heiress and the tall and broad heteromorph meeting him in the 1C classroom during a free period. Being expected to help out the hero course, Izuku was understandably flustered. Thank you for meeting with me. I'll try not to take up too much of your time and see what I can do to help you. Yaoyorozu raised her hand to interrupt Izuku. Midoriya, you are the one doing us a favor. Any help you can give us is appreciated. We need whatever advantage we can get. Izuku stopped stammering. Perhaps it was from Nezu's lessons on reading people, but both Yaoyorozu and Shoji, despite appearing calm and professional, seemed stressed, the slightest bit twitchy and needing some rest. With what their class had been through, it made sense, and Izuku resolved to do whatever he could for them. He cleared his throat and brought out the notebook he had been writing in to analyze the hero students, opening it to Yaoyorozu's page. All right, Yaoyorozu, your quirk, creation, allows you to create any non-living structure. I'm assuming as long as your body has enough fuel to form it, correct? It might be one of the most versatile and powerful quirks I've ever seen. Yaoyorozu smiled at the praise and nodded. However, I noticed from your fight against Tokoyami in the sports festival that your main weakness is that you need time to prepare your creations, which can be difficult if you are caught off guard. Yaoyorozu's head drooped, the weight of the defeat still weighing on her. Was Izuku being too insensitive? He had unfortunately heard some of his classmates criticizing the heiress after her bout in the festival, criticisms which had only gotten worse after her internship with Iwabami. I'm sorry if I'm being too critical. No, you're correct. Yaoyorozu lifted her head back up, getting a hold of herself. Please go on. I need to hear this. Izuku swallowed, trying to think of a way to better frame his analysis. If Yaoyorozu was dealing with confidence issues, then he would need to try to help her with them as well. Well, I was thinking that maybe you could start carrying more equipment pre-made for you. That way, you wouldn't need to worry about taking the time in the field when an emergency comes up. He handed Yaoyorozu a copy of his analysis on her, and pointed to a list of suggestions. I understand if you don't want to overload yourself, but if you carried just a few small items meant to handle general situations, it could help keep you from overthinking intense scenarios. Maybe carry around a flashlight, a Swiss Army knife, and a simple weapon like a baton or a collapsible bow staff. Or perhaps combine those items further. Have a flashlight that's big and sturdy enough to act as a club and bright enough to blind your opponents. Maybe consider talking to the support department about other equipment that could serve for other all-purpose scenarios. Yaoyorozu's eyes lit up. The flashlight would have been helpful against Tokoyami. These are some good ideas, Midoriya, thank you. Izuku grinned, happy that he was able to help, and turned to Shoji, one as vice representative. Now Shoji, your Quirk dupli arms gives you excellent sensory capabilities and makes you almost unbeatable in close quarters. I mean, most people are only ever prepared to fight against someone with 2 arms and 2 legs, so even experienced martial artists could have a hard time fighting you. Shoji rubbed the back of his head. Was he not used to this kind of praise? Izuku tried to rein it in a bit and coughed. Sorry, it's just a cool quirk? He shook his head and went on. Considering this, I think that your most challenging opponents would try to fight you from a distance, so you might want to consider improving your capacity for long-ranged combat. What do you mean? I can already use my arms for long range. Shoji asked. He stretched out one of his arms, showing how by continuously duplicating it, he could reach a stapler on the other side of the room, a demonstration that Izuku knew about, but was still fascinated by. True, Izuku agreed once he had snapped himself out of his reverie, but there are limits to this technique, such as if you were fighting against an opponent that would be risky for you to touch, or if it takes too long for you to reach them. Shoji retracted his arm and nodded. I suppose that makes sense. What did you have in mind? Are you suggesting that I learn how to use guns? That could be a good idea for you in the long term, but considering how little time you have before your finals, that might not be immediately practical. Izuku flipped his notebook to a page not devoted to the hero students, showing pictures of equipment created by Hatsumi for the sports festival. I was thinking that you might want to talk to Hatsumi from the sports festival. Her net guns seem like they could be simple enough for you to use, and I'm certain that the support department has a lot of other equipment you could try out. Perhaps throwable weapons like gas bombs, or even simple ranged weapons like slingshots. Both Shoji and Yaoyorozu's sweat dropped at the picture, perhaps remembering how the manic Hatsumi used Ida to advertise her equipment, making Izuku wonder if his suggestion to talk to her was insensitive. Wouldn't this be a bit much though? Do you really think I need this much equipment? Why not though? Since your quirk allows you grow multiple arms and eyes at the same time, you could use multiple pieces of equipment all at once. Izuku pointed out. This way, you could cover yourself from all angles even if your target is far away or if villains are trying to flank you. Shoji blinked, realizing the logic in Izuku's suggestion. That's actually a pretty good point. I hadn't considered that possibility before. Izuku went over a few other ideas that he had for the two before handing them copies of the analysis he had done on their classmates, agreeing for them to contact him if anyone needed more explanation. He'd rather avoid going into their class for fear of encountering Bakugo if possible. Later, he'd meet with 1BS representatives, Kendo Itsuka and Shota Nairenjiki. Izuku still had his own final exams to handle, but he wasn't too concerned. Even with Nezu's sessions, he had quickly found himself at the top of the class, and was even asked by some of his classmates to help with tutoring. It was incredible what being in a class that didn't constantly belittle or bully him did to his self-confidence and his grades. To his delight though, Nezu allowed Izuku to watch the hero course exams, giving him a chance to view how his suggestions were applied and possible improvements he could make. While the students were told what their exams entailed, pairing up against one of the teachers with the goal of capture or escape, Izuku was settled into a monitor room with Recovery Girl. Yaoyorozu did wonderfully despite drawing the short straw and having to do her exam without a partner, even if it felt anticlimactic for her to end it by blinding Aizawa and clubbing him over the head with a flashlight. Shoji and Hagakure were able to cooperate to overcome Snipe, Hagakure blinding him and Shoji actually managing to hold his own in a firefight. Sadly, there was only so much Izuku's analysis could do to help some of the students. While Mina and Kaminari had added gear to their costumes to allow them to spray acid over longer distances or to use their quirk more efficiently without overloading, that didn't give them the creativity or the strategic acumen that they needed to contend with the laughing mad principal. "He's going overboard again," Recovery Girl muttered next to Izuku. After Yamada had signed Izuku's notebook, he had gotten the nerve to ask the school nurse to do the same, making conversation a little bit easier. "Recovery Girl, could I ask you a question?" "Yes, dearie," she responded. "As a medical professional, you have a more unique perspective that could help me with my analysis, so I was wondering, what do you think is the biggest problem that the students and heroes are dealing with?" "As a medical professional?" Recovery Girl repeated, before jabbing her cane at Kirishima and Sato's test. "That?" Izuku saw the two struggling against Cementos, trying to smash their way past his concrete barriers, only for the hero to easily recreate them. He sighed, remembering that he had added warnings in their respective analysis to avoid getting into battles of attrition. "I know what you wrote in your analysis, so those two should know better, but they have the same problem that so many other heroes have nowadays. They run to face disasters headfirst without thinking about how they could get hurt, thinking that their quirks make them invincible, or that their foolish actions make them noble." Recovery Girl ranted, turning to Bakugo and Todoroki's test against All Might. "Even when it's clear that there are smarter ways to handle problems, everyone just tries to bulldoze through it with their quirks without heed to the dangers to themselves or the people around them." Izuku grimaced, seeing Bakugo screaming and attempting to blast All Might, while Todoroki attempted to bury the hero in ice, both to no effect, or worse, causing harm to each other. Though Izuku knew that the teachers were supposed to focus on giving the students a chance to work with the time that they had, it seemed that All Might realized that the two students he was assigned to were going to hurt each other if they kept going, and knocked them out by slamming their heads together. Recovery Girl sighed, grumbling before hobbling out of the room towards the med bay. "Blasted knuckleheads." Izuku looked at All Might, who was frowning in disappointment towards the two powerhouses. Again, he thought about what All Might had said to him. In a way, this exam put the hero's words in a new light. With how Recovery Girl described it, modern heroism really did require a powerful quirk, but as she pointed out, was that really a smart way of doing things? On the last day of the semester, Izuku was eating his lunch with some of the other members of 1C when he was approached by Uraraka and Shinso. "Hey Midoriya, were you really the one to write that analysis of us?" the bubbly girl asked. Izuku stammered, caught off guard by the statement and the fact that all of his classmates were now staring at him. "Yeah. Well, it was really helpful." Uraraka bowed in gratitude. "I never realized ginger could help me with my motion sickness. This is going to make using my quirks so much easier. I couldn't have passed the test without you." "Yeah," Shinso agreed. "The EMP grenades you got me to talk to the support department for were a huge help against Power Loader." "Oh, you're welcome." Izuku answered back, still a little flustered, made worse when Yaoyorozu and Shoji added their own thanks, followed by several other members of 1A and 1B. When they had finally finished, he felt like he was going to pass out from the rush of blood to his head, only to be tapped on the shoulder by one of his classmates from 1C, Kagaya Teo, a tan, blonde-haired boy with the quirk, Sunshine. "You doing all right, Midoriya?" I'm all right, Kagaya," Izuku answered, managing to get himself under control. "I'm just glad that I was able to help them." "What was that about anyway?" Togaik asked. "Oh, Principal Nezu had me do some analysis on the hero students to help them with their exams." Izuku explained, only to realize that this got even more attention from the rest of the table. "What is it? Analysis? Like what you write about in those notebooks of yours?" Togaik clarified. "Yes." Izuku replied, feeling awkward again. "Do you think you could do that for any of us?" Kagaya asked. "I'm trying to get into the hero course myself, but there's not much I can really do with my quirk right now." Maybe it was the confidence Nezu had been imbuing into him or the change in how people saw his analysis compared to Aldera, but Izuku's awkwardness immediately vanished as he started to break down Sunshine. Well, if you're interested, I was wondering if your quirk could power certain kinds of support equipment. Eventually, the whole table got involved in the conversation, though it went from quirks, to favorite heroes, to sciences or sports that the Gen Ed students were interested in, but still encouraging Izuku to share his take on the subjects. By the end, several of the students invited Izuku to hang out over summer break. What surprised Izuku the most out of all of this was that while his classmates seemed interested in how Izuku could help them improve their quirks, they were also just interested in him as a person, and seemed to appreciate his company. He had even been called a friend by some of them. Izuku's first semester at UA ended with him amazed at what had happened to him. He had made friends, and even students outside of his class seemed to like and respect him. The teachers were helpful and encouraging. He actually enjoyed being at school, and through Nezu, Izuku felt as if he was finally finding his purpose, something in himself to be proud of. When Inko asked Izuku later how his semester had gone and how his exams went, she cried a flood for how proud she was of her son, and was relieved at how happy he had become. The next day Izuku was invited to hang out at the newly cleaned Dagoba beach by Togata and the other 1C students. Later that night, Izuku got everyone's attention during a barbecue, seeing an article on his phone about All Might stopping a villain attack on Ai Island. What was notable here though was that All Might did not defeat the villain alone, having been joined up with the winner of the third-year sports festival, Togata Mirio. Izuku was most interested in how Togata's quirk had apparently evolved over the past year, somehow incorporating increased strength that allowed him to fight on par with All Might, though his mumbling was distracted and later forgotten by a few of his female classmates fantasizing over getting Togata's phone number once the term started up again. Further into the break, Izuku woke up late at night to the sound of his mother's frightened voice talking over the phone. "Mitsuki, it's going to be all right. The heroes will find him." Izuku went into the living room where his mother was pacing, a worried expression on her face as she talked. "Mitsuki, I'm coming over there, all right? I'll be there in a few minutes." Inko hung up, shuddered, and noticed Izuku watching her. "Mom?" he asked, seeing how scared she was. "Izuku." Inko put her hands on Izuku's shoulders. There was another villain attack at the summer camp that the hero students were training at, and Katsuki's been kidnapped. "I'll get dressed." Izuku's contact with Bakugo's parents had lessened over the years ever since he started bullying Izuku, but he still saw Mitsuki as his aunt, someone as tough, if not tougher than her son. Seeing her pale and shaking, clutching one of her son's old All Might onesies was one of the most unsettling things he had ever seen. For the only time in his life that he could remember, it was Mitsuki who was falling apart while Inko was trying to comfort her. Once they had arrived, Izuku immediately set about making some tea for Mitsuki, as his mother was too preoccupied trying to reassure her friend along with the police. Things didn't improve over the next few days. The morning after, when Izuku looked up the news to find out more about the attack, he realized that this was possibly worse than the USJ. Reports were still coming in by that point, but it had been confirmed that more than half of the students were injured, some seriously and still hospitalized. Vlad King, 1BS homeroom teacher, was in critical condition. The Wild Pussycats, who were helping to train the hero students at the summer camp, were all severely injured, with one of their members, Ragdoll, kidnapped as well. Izuku and his mother stayed over at the Bakugo's house to try to help them out. While Izuku knew now that Bakugo wasn't his friend or someone to admire, he still cared for his honorary aunt and uncle, and he was worried for them. He helped Masaru prepare the meals and handle some of the other chores that needed to be done, but Mitsuki could hardly ever tear herself away from Inko out of fear for the fate of her son. 3 hero students had died in the past year from 1A. As bad as Bakugo had been to Izuku, was he going to end up like that? The press conference did not inspire confidence or hope in Izuku. The reporters tore viciously into Nezu and Aizawa, the 1A hero course homeroom teacher, questioning them about the safety of the school considering how many students had died and UA's failures in protecting them from villains. Criticisms towards Bakugo were particularly uncomfortable with Mitsuki and Masaru in the room, as the reporters pointed out Bakugo's violent behavior at the sports festival and his internship, questioning whether the league had kidnapped him with the intention of swaying him to their side. Personally, Izuku knew that Bakugo would never join the league, if only for the fact that he would never join a group of people that he saw as losers. Despite Aizawa's attempts to defend Bakugo and his teaching methods though, Izuku wasn't encouraged. Aizawa's claim that Bakugo worked harder than anyone in his class to become the #1 hero did not sit well for Izuku. Besides being so similar to how the teachers at Aldera had talked about Bakugo, Izuku had seen how hard the other students worked, and had actually taken the time to apply Izuku's advice to try to improve themselves. He kept this to himself, but all the same he couldn't help but feel like UA was discounting the efforts of the other students and making excuses for Bakugo's behavior. Izuku didn't have long to stew over this though, as the news switched to a live report in Kamino, where the heroes were assaulting the League of Villains base. The Bakugas and Midoriyas were horrified to see that an entire warehouse district had been destroyed in a fight between All Might and some unknown villain, while Bakugo was trying to fend off attacks by a group of villains Izuku assumed to be the League. What terrified those watching though was the fact that All Might actually seemed to be struggling to fight against this masked villain, particularly as he was trying to get to Bakugo and bring him to safety. This villain attacked All Might and the surrounding area with massive shockwaves in one attack, only to grow spear-like protrusions and walk on air in the next. Is that villain using multiple quirks? Izuku asked out loud. He began to think back to his meeting with All Might, when the hero showed Izuku his weakened form as well as the injury that caused it. The power that this villain displayed, as well as the vicious ferocity that he and All Might displayed towards each other made Izuku wonder if this was the villain responsible for inflicting such damage. This left Izuku with a particularly frightening possibility. Could All Might lose here? Bakugo was not faring any better, as he continuously tried to dodge the attacks of several villains. Just when it looked like a masked villain in a top hat was going to touch Bakugo though, a familiar blonde-haired student wearing a hero costume seemingly popped out of nowhere and knocked the villain out with a single punch, only to blitz several times through the league and knocking them away. They saw Bakugo turn and shout at Togata, only for the student to grab Bakugo around the waist and leap away from the danger, eliciting a cry of relief from Mitsuki and Masaru. With Bakugo out of harm's way, All Might was able to unleash his full power on the mysterious villain. In a fight that would be remembered for decades later, All Might defeated the villain in a massive blow that created a tornado. However, though he was standing, the fight had taken too much out of him, and revealed the skinny form Izuku had seen a year ago. Though everyone was stunned at this revelation, it only took a second for Mitsuki to snap out of it as she and Masaru rushed out with the police to get to their son. Surprisingly though, Inko did not insist that she come with them, and chose to take Izuku back home. As they were driving, Izuku asked her about this, thinking that his mother would want to stick with her friend. "I came here to help my friend, Izuku. Now that we know that Katsuki is going to be alright, I don't think she needs my help anymore," she explained, but gripped the steering wheel a bit harder. "Also, I wouldn't want to make you be around Katsuki if you didn't want to." Izuku felt his stomach sink, but before he could try to make excuses, his mother interrupted him. "I know that you two haven't been friends for some time, even if you never told me everything that went between you, but I think that part of the reason you've been happier lately is that Katsuki's no longer in your life." Izuku didn't respond to this, and Inko didn't push him anymore, but he hoped that she knew he was grateful regardless. As they went home though, Izuku's mind drifted back to what had happened that night. The League had been defeated, but most had escaped, and All Might would soon announce his retirement. Perhaps it was because he already knew about All Might's limited time, but Izuku found it harder to celebrate All Might's victory with everyone else, as he couldn't help but think, what happens now? Midoriya Inko was not happy to hear about the dorm rooms. Izuku couldn't exactly blame her either. 3 students dead, 1 kidnapped, and multiple injured by villains did not paint UA in the same light the public once held it in. Thankfully, the fact that Izuku had been so much happier ever since he started high school and the wonderful things he had told his mother about Yamada eventually convinced her to agree with the teacher when he came by to ask that Izuku be allowed to live on the new campus dorms, part of UA's efforts to improve campus security. The 1C students attempted to make the most of their situation once they had all arrived, hosting a video game tournament and trying to keep spirits up. However, there was a clear undercurrent of nerves and resentment among many of the students. Grumbling Izuku had heard towards 1A ever since Bakugu's pledge at the sports festival had grown more noticeable, and Togata along with some of the more responsibly minded students were more stringent on following security measures and curfews, the unsaid reason being a fear that they would eventually be caught up in one of 1A's villain attacks. A few of their classmates hadn't even shown up, their parents deciding to pull them from UA altogether. Much to Izuku's relief, Nezu called him to the principal's office to continue their sessions before the semester could truly begin. Izuku could use the distraction, and the more time he spent with Nezu, the more he suspected that the principal could too. While he maintained his constantly cheery demeanor, Izuku noticed the principal's tics become more pronounced, namely the growing smell of tobacco coming from the chimera. Thankfully, Nezu seemed to enjoy their sessions as much as Izuku did, whether they were talking about quirks, playing chess, or sampling random cheeses. Izuku ended up developing a taste for Gouda. Nezu confided in Izuku that the first-year hero students were going to be taking their provisional license exams soon, earlier than what would be normal for them. As such, Nezu had Izuku analyzing the hero students in their resumed training camp at school, as well as meet with some of the students one-on-one. I failed my friends at the summer camp. I allowed my darker emotions to overwhelm me, and as such lost control of Dark Shadow. Tokoyami confessed, his eyes closed as if the memory pained him. I hurt Shoji. I almost killed him. I was hoping that you might be able to aid me to prevent this from happening again. Izuku nodded at the bird-headed boy, having some understanding of what had happened. Shoji was one of many of the Hero Corps students badly injured during the summer camp attack. Izuku could still see some ugly burns on Tokoyami's skin. Izuku had visited Shoji in the hospital after Bakugu had been rescued, and found that it was only because of Recovery Girl's aid that the dupli-armed student would be able to walk again, let alone continue to work to be a hero. When Izuku had visited, Shoji reluctantly told him about what had happened to him at the summer camp. During the attack, Shoji had been skewered by the villain Moonfish, who had torn off one of his arms. While his quirk allowed Shoji to regenerate them, the sight of him getting hurt, coupled with it being midnight in the middle of a forest, had empowered Tokoyami's Dark Shadow to the point that the quirk had overwhelmed Tokoyami, causing Dark Shadow to go berserk. The rampage nearly crushed both Moonfish and Shoji, who had only just managed to withstand the assault through virtue of his own sheer strength and resilience. Izuku looked through the notes that he had on Tokoyami. His quirk, Dark Shadow, allowed Tokoyami to manipulate his shadow into a physical form. Dark Shadow was made stronger when in darkness or when Tokoyami felt particularly strong emotions, though at the cost of a loss of control. Being strong and fast enough to defeat Yaoyorozu and ultimately win third place in the sports festival, it was quite impressive. What was most interesting to Izuku though was the fact that Dark Shadow was one of the few examples of a sentient, or possibly even sapient quirk, able to act independently from Tokoyami. Izuku would normally be too excited to sit still to be able to work with such a unique and powerful quirk, but he realized that this was not the time to be obsessing over something like this. Tokoyami had outright told Izuku that he was considering leaving the hero course if he couldn't handle this issue. Alright, I have a few possible ideas, Izuku explained. But there's something that I need to ask first. Would it be alright for me to talk to Dark Shadow? Tokoyami blinked, surprised at the request. You wish to speak to Dark Shadow? Izuku nodded. Tokoyami hesitated, seeming reluctant, but eventually acquiesced, and allowed Dark Shadow to form. The quirk was essentially just a shadow connected to Tokoyami's stomach, sharing the silhouette of Tokoyami's bird head, though currently the quirk had a softer outline, just peering over the table between Izuku and Tokoyami warily. Dark Shadow? It's nice to finally get to talk to you. Izuku greeted. Dark Shadow though didn't respond at first, curled up like a guilty dog. It was very different from the bombastic and energetic form Izuku usually saw the quirk in. Hey! The quirk eventually said. How would you like for me to refer to you? Are you male or female, or do you not identify as a specific gender? I'm a boy like Fumi. Dark Shadow answered. Izuku wrote a small note in his analysis. Okay, Dark Shadow, first question. Do you want to be a hero like Tokoyami does? Dark Shadow perked up just a bit. Yeah, I think heroes are cool and I want to be like them. Thank you. Izuku nodded. Talking to Dark Shadow in this state felt a lot like speaking to a frightened child, understandable considering what the two had been through. Tokoyami, you said that you want help better controlling Dark Shadow. Normally, I could give you some suggestions, but the problem is that Dark Shadow is his own, sapient being. I don't know if you should, or really can, think of him as something to outright control. Tokoyami frowned and bowed his head, giving Dark Shadow a guilty look, which the Quirk shared. Izuku went on, it's also impractical for you personally to view Dark Shadow this way. Izuku gestured towards the Quirk. He draws power from your emotions after all, and it's probably not healthy to repress them. If you're going to be a hero, you're going to be dealing with extreme situations after all. What would you suggest as an alternative then? Tokoyami asked. Well, Izuku flipped to another page. I've noticed that Dark Shadow sometimes comes out of his own volition, but you otherwise have the ability to repress him. Yes, Tokoyami answered, noting a disgruntled look from Dark Shadow. In contrast, you explained that Dark Shadow controls you when you are overwhelmed. Yes. Tokoyami again replied, with Dark Shadow this time looking guilty. Dark Shadow, when this happens, do you mean to control Tokoyami? Izuku asked the Quirk. No. Dark Shadow cried out. I didn't want to go berserk at the summer camp. I just wanted to stop that creepy teeth guy. Dark Shadow seemed to curl in on himself. I didn't want to hurt Shoji, he's nice to us. He's Fumi's best friend? Tokoyami closed his eyes and frowned in shame, but also patted Dark Shadow's head. Do you? Izuku hesitated, realizing that he was going to be stepping on some toes here. Do you ever feel upset if Tokoyami isn't letting you out? Tokoyami looked at Dark Shadow, who was avoiding Tokoyami's gaze and frowning. Shadow, he spoke, this time the one seeming guilty. I admit that I dislike it when you do things that embarrass me, and I'm scared by what we did at the camp. Tokoyami looked away, ashamed, but I'm sorry for how I've been treating you lately. Perhaps I should be more considerate. Well, I have a few ideas to help you with this. Izuku suggested. I know that there might be limits on what you can do with the limits on public quirk use, but maybe you could let Dark Shadow have a bit more autonomy when he wants to come out. Even if you two have different personalities, it could improve your relationship. Tokoyami looked at Izuku quizzically. I agree that I should probably change how I perceive and treat Dark Shadow, but how would this prevent an accident from happening again? We'd need to test this, but I have a theory that if you allow Dark Shadow more control when you are calm, it could translate to Dark Shadow not overwhelming you when he is in control. Izuku explained. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow looked at each other, impressed. You speak of this almost as if a yin-yang relationship, that I cannot force my own will on Dark Shadow, but need to balance his with his own. Tokoyami mused. I cannot treat Dark Shadow as some demon that I must chain, or he could see me as no better when his power overwhelms me. He turned to Dark Shadow and bowed his head. I will endeavor to be a better host to you, Dark Shadow. Ah, Fumi, Dark Shadow cackled. Stop being so dramatic. You're my bro. I want to be a hero with you. We can't let this keep us down. Izuku nodded in affirmation. That's the idea. I believe that you too, perhaps more than anyone else in your class, need to focus on your mental and emotional health to become the best heroes possible, considering how much of your power and stability is predicated on your relationship. Maybe you too could also talk to Hound Dog, or learn meditation. That would be particularly helpful for you, Dark Shadow, since it could help you to be more mindful if you ever overwhelm Tokoyami. By the end of their session, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow left Izuku far more encouraged, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, Ashido Mina and Kaminari Denki asked to see Izuku at the same time. When they sat at the table in front of Izuku, both did not look their best. Like Yaoyorozu and Shoji, the two had noticeable bags under their eyes. They sat tensed, as if ready to jump and run at a moment's notice. It was a far cry from the usually excitable demeanor that the blonde Kaminari and the pink-skinned Ashido usually exhibited. Ashido in particular seemed close to tears. Are you too? Before Izuku could get another word out, Ashido ran around the table and threw her arms around him, sobbing into his shoulder. Ashido? Izuku sputtered, flustered and alarmed at Ashido's sudden move. Not wanting to bother the poor girl when she was clearly in distress, Izuku didn't try to stop her. Kaminari looked barely able to keep it together for his part. You saved our lives, Ishido eventually mumbled into Izuku's shirt. Excuse me? He asked. She's right, man. Kaminari choked out, his eyes red from lack of sleep or stress. We'd have died at the summer camp if it wasn't for you. Izuku blinked, confused, waiting until the two were calm enough to explain. Eventually Ishido let go of him and sat back down, a bit calmer. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku asked. Kaminari and Ishido looked at each other. Kaminari sighed. Okay, so, you know how Ishido and I failed the final exam? Izuku nodded. I can't say I blame you for that. I don't think that there were many ways you, or really anyone in your class could have handled someone like Nezu. Kaminari shrugged. Yeah, well, we did. Everyone who failed the final had to take remedial classes during the camp, including Bakugo. Kaminari grimaced, either from the memory of the lessons themselves, or from being around a disgruntled Bakugo constantly irritated that he was expected to take those lessons in the first place. On the night of the attack, there was this test of courage thing. Ishido spoke up. We missed out on it because of the lessons. That was when the villains attacked. She winced, hugging herself. When we found out what was happening, Vlad King had us all stay in the cabin. We were supposed to be safe. Ishido shivered, her voice wavering. All of a sudden though, one of the villains, Muscular, showed up and tore the cabin apart. Izuku gasped. Muscular had been one of the villains apprehended after the summer camp attack, but the media hadn't been given a report of exactly how a villain so violent and dangerous had been apprehended. Vlad King told us to run and hide. Ishido scowled, shaking either from nerves or anger, but Bakugo ran at Muscular and got in the way. Bakugo fought Muscular? Izuku asked. He knew from his aunt and uncle that Bakugo had been hurt as a result of the attack, but he didn't have specific details. More like Bakugo jumped at him, and Muscular backhanded Bakugo through a tree. Kaminari grumbled, making Izuku wince. Vlad King tried to protect us, but Muscular just ugh. Ishido groaned and whimpered. There was blood everywhere and Muscular bent his arms out of their sockets. She grimaced and shook her head. He was going to come at the rest of us next, and Vlad King couldn't do anything to stop him, but Ishido blinked some tears out of her eyes and looked at Izuku. But I remembered one of the things you told me, that strong acids conduct electricity better, so I got Kaminari's attention. I threw some of the strongest acid I could at Muscular and made a trail towards Kaminari. It hurt Muscular, but it just made him angry. He would have killed us, but then Kaminari stuck a metal pipe into the acid and used his quirk. Hee. Kaminari laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. I might have overdone it, but it stopped him anyway. He said this, though his nose writhed as if from the memory of a bad smell and his face turned a little green. Izuku felt his own stomach turn at the thought. If Ishido had actually used her strongest acid and Kaminari had used his highest voltage, well, he knew Muscular didn't die at least. But Ishido curled up into herself again. When we tried to look for Bakugo, he was gone. One of the other villains got to him while we were distracted. We couldn't go after him with Vlad-sensei like that, and we just hid in the woods until the police came. Izuku frowned in sympathy. It hurt him to see the normally goofy students so shaken up. So, Kaminari shrugged. You really saved us, man. We wanted to thank you for that. Izuku smiled. I'm really glad to hear that you too. I'm glad you got out safely. That's the other reason why we wanted to talk to you. Ishido rubbed her eyes on her sleeve and smiled at Izuku. We want to know if there's any more advice you could give us. Izuku grinned. I think I've got some ideas. He answered, flipping open his notebook. The provisional exams came and went, and all of the Hero Corps students apart from Bakugo and Todoroki passed. This fact though ended up being leaked to the media, who were quick to jump on Bakugo's perceived failure, and how much UA had touted him as one of their top students, who worked harder than anyone else. It seemed as if the accolades that Bakugo had obtained were ultimately coming back to harm him and UA's reputation. This was however only one thing that was shouted by the ever-growing mass of reporters and protesters against UA gathered in front of the school. Kagaya joked that at least now with the dorms, They didn't have to fight their way through the crowds just to get to class on time. The semester started up again. 1C started taking calculus courses, European post-Quirk history, early 1900s literature, etc. In a much-needed win by Yu, Togata gained a name for himself, defeating a Yazuka boss named Overhaul. A lucky photographer got a shot of the provisional hero Lemillion knocking out the monstrously mutated villain with a single blow while protecting a little horned girl. Uraraka even gained some accolades while aiding Ryukyu at the incident. This got the girls in 1C chattering again, hoping to possibly drop their number to Togata. Togaik was only barely able to corral them and the rest of the class in their efforts to prepare for the upcoming cultural festival. The girls continued to gossip and fantasize about Togata though, some of the class even suggesting hopefully with his power that he could become the next symbol of peace. 1C had gathered in their dormitory, sad, scared, and angry. They had been working for weeks to perfect their presentation, seeing the cultural festival as their time to shine after being sidelined in the sports festival. Unfortunately, it had been cancelled before they got a chance, and it seemed as if half of Izuku's classmates were pointing fingers at 1A in blame, while the other half were terrified at the fact that another villain had broken into UA, as well as the circumstances of how that villain was defeated. UA had been trying to ride on the optimism of Togata's defeat of Overhaul, hoping that it could allow the students to enjoy their school festival, despite many of the negative feelings towards 1A. However, it all came crashing down when Gentle Criminal broke into the campus, interrupting 1A's performance before they could get a chance to start. The resulting panic from another villain breaking in resulted in several injuries from visitors stampeding, teachers trying to catch the villain and his assistant, only to be made fools of by his strange quirk. In the end though, what made the festival worse was how Gentle was eventually caught, as Togata's quirk somehow mutated into releasing massive black whips. The whips caught the two criminals, albeit nearly crushing them and requiring that they be sent to the hospital before going to jail, but Togata seemed unable to control this evolution to his quirk as his whips tore through the area, including several of the other class's stands. Aguemato Tsutsaka, a boy with a black pompadour and a large chin, was one of the loudest critics. "I can't believe it, one brought another villain here. Aguemato, that's not fair." Izuku tried to protect the reputation of his friends from the hero course, but was shouted down. "Oh, come on Midoriya," Aguemato argued. "This is the third time the school's been attacked, and it's always centered on them. They talked themselves up at the sports festival, but except for that bit with the Yakuza, where Uraraka was one of the people who actually did anything, they've failed every single time. I got to admit, Midoriya," Togaik added from her seat, scooping ice cream out of a tub, "I know that you said that Yaoyorozu and Shoji are nice people, but it's hard for us to believe that when they keep associating with that Bakugo jerk." There wasn't much of an argument Izuku could make, particularly not with morale this low. He had to admit he was upset too. As no one seemed to be able to lift their spirits, Izuku passed the time doing some research on Gentle Criminal, real name Tobita Danjuro. He was a former hero student who ended up being expelled after failing his provisional license exam too many times and accidentally injuring a hero and civilian in an act of vigilantism. From what Izuku had been able to tell from the villain's speech before everything broke into pandemonium, he wanted to make his mark in history through his crimes, but had prior to this point been satisfied with petty acts of vandalism. His actions were selfish and had led to people getting hurt, but in a twisted way, Izuku felt he could understand Tobita, thinking that he might have ended up like the villain had he not found pleasure in his new life. It was strange though, Gentle Criminal had such a powerful quirk and was skilled enough to evade many of UA's teachers. Despite the criticism towards UA, which Izuku knew was going to grow from this, Izuku knew that his teachers were powerful and skilled heroes. If he had that kind of power and skill though, how had Gentle Criminal failed in his efforts to become a hero? Were there others like him, people chasing the dream of heroism, only to fail and pushed into a life of obscurity or villainy? Endeavor's ascension as the replacement for All Might as the #1 hero wasn't met with the support that the fiery hero would have likely hoped for. The man was a legitimately talented hero, one who had solved more cases than All Might even, but he didn't have the same presence, the ability to make people feel safe simply because he was there. Some were wary of Endeavor gaining the title after what he had done to Stain, But most weren't too upset considering all of the heroes that Stain had previously killed, and it was easy to justify Endeavor's actions. That being said, Hosu certainly hadn't improved the hero's image. It had been on the minds of the public though how the new #1 hero was going to contend with the lingering threat of the League of Villains. The group had been spotted at the 8 Precepts raid, but had otherwise remained out of sight since Kamino. Eventually though, the League threw down a challenge to Endeavor in a big way. Izuku and the rest of 1C were glued to their dorm room's television, scarcely able to breathe at the fight that they were witnessing. The news had announced minutes ago that Endeavor was locked in combat with a Nomu, one of the monsters the League had been known for using, identified as Hood, just barely managing to hold his ground. With the aid of the #2 hero Hawks, Endeavor had blasted Hood into the air and released his ultimate move Prominence Burn, before crashing to the ground with the Nomu's corpse. The smoke from the attack cleared, revealing Endeavor in a crater. I see Endeavor, he's not getting up. But I think I see his chest moving, the reporter on the scene announced. Blood was pouring down Endeavor's face from the battering Hood had given him earlier. The normally stoic, implacable hero was reduced to a broken mess. In the midst of the wreckage of the battle, a tall, burnt man in a black trench coat walked up to the hero. Wait, someone is approaching Endeavor, oh god, I think that's Dabi from the League of Villains. Izuku's class all held their breath, realizing that Endeavor couldn't fight back. He had no support, and was at the mercy of a villain. From their view, the country could see Endeavor snarl at Dabi, who simply laughed at the downed hero before kicking him in the head. Dabi vanished in a mass of black sludge the next moment. 1C, along with the rest of the country, was silent. Endeavor had technically won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory at best, one that had reduced Endeavor to a state of powerlessness, while the League had shown that if they wanted to kill him, they could have. The veneer of peace was quickly evaporating across Japan. It was starting to hit everyone that without All Might, they were not safe from villains anymore. Hero patrols were increased, but the rate of crime was rising, as villains were becoming emboldened by the hero's recent show of weakness. People didn't go out alone. Inko was scared for her son, but from behind the walls of UA and under the continuous protection of heroes, Izuku felt more frightened for her, encouraging her to sleep over at the Bakuga's house more often, if only so that she wasn't at home alone. The hero students were on edge, not helped by how it seemed that anyone who had their provisional license was being sent out into work studies now. Something about this didn't feel right to Izuku. This felt too early to be sending hero students out with less than a year of training under their belts. He was scared for them. Most of 1A and 1B treated Izuku as if he was part of the family. Izuku did the only thing he could and stepped up his efforts to aid the students with his analysis. Trying to find ways to improve on the hero students' quirks as much as possible, Izuku found himself working much more closely with Hatsum Mei of the support department, giving her ideas from his analysis on how the quirks could be augmented. For Kaibara-sen, whose quirk gyrates allowed him to rotate any part of his body at high speeds, they added torsion motors to his costume that could store wound-up energy, to be later released in massive physical bursts like punches, leaps, or the slingshots also added to his costume. Kurwaro Shirhai's quirk Blacked allowed him to merge his body with anything dark-colored, so Izuku gave him the idea to learn to control liquids and gases, adding black smoke bombs and ink to Kurwaro's arsenal, granting him more mobility. Yanagi Reiko's quirk Poltergeist allowed her to control nearby objects telekinetically, but generally relied on objects that she encountered in her environment, so Izuku made the suggestion of incorporating metal ball bearings, wires, and nets to her loadout so that she would always have something on hand. Uraraka's quirk allowed her to negate weight requirements, so Hatsum added drones to her arsenal that could carry and drop objects such as tungsten weights and heavy nets, giving Uraraka a possible surprise ranged option in combat. Recognizing new possible applications for Jiro Kyoka's earphone-jacked quirk, Hatsum augmented her speakers to allow for resonance drilling and sonic-kinetic hovering. Izuku and Hatsum collaborated with Yaoyorozu on possible armor designs that could incorporate materials normally too expensive or impractical to create through conventional means such as carbon nanotubes or diamond-tipped weapons. Yaoyorozu spent the most time working with Izuku out of anyone, as they began to theorize possible ways her quirk could be used to mimic the quirks of others, creating hydraulically powered limbs for enhanced strength, small jets for enhanced speed, or otherwise mimicking the biological compounds the other students could create, such as Bakugu's nitroglycerin sweat or Sirohanta's tape. Despite the feelings of foreboding, the rest of the semester passed uneventfully for Izuku and the rest of UA. 1C continued with their classes, learning Mendelian genetics and how it related to quirks, Cold War histories, all three of them, and pre-quirk science fiction, at which point Izuku became a fan of Asimov's works, which in turn led to some fun debates with Nezu. As the weather turned cold, there were ongoing campus-wide snowball fights, meaning any time a student left their dorm they'd usually come back soaking wet later. Izuku got to participate in his first Christmas party and gift exchange, and ended up receiving a stuffed white elephant plushie. Agoyamato had different expectations for how the gift exchange would have gone and had meant it as a prank, but Izuku appreciated it regardless, even if he didn't get the joke. He almost fainted from shock as he got his first kiss from a girl, an equally blushing Togaike getting pushed into it when 1C noticed the two walk under a sprig of mistletoe. The last exam the first-year hero courses would go through that year was their joint training exercise, which Nezu again allowed Izuku to watch. It was quite satisfying for Izuku to see the hero students apply his ideas and improve as heroes because of them. Some standouts in the exercise for Izuku were Shoji's growing use of non-lethal firearms, with which he managed to shoot down the speedy Tsunotori pony, Kodai Yui's use of shrinkable equipment and armors, Tokage Setsuna's masterful strategizing, trumping over Bakugu, and an extremely close victory won by Yaoyorozu over Kendo, just managing to defeat the Big Fist student. Sadly, Izuku felt as if Bakugu and Todoroki were falling behind the other students, strange as that might have seemed considering their power. It was clear to Izuku though that, despite having obtained their provisional licenses by this point, the two still struggled with the same issues that they had from the start of the year, whether it was Bakugu's stubborn, or, if Izuku was honest with himself, arrogant, head-first mentality, Todoroki's refusal to use the fire side of his quirk, or their inability or outright refusal to work with others. Izuku could only hope that this wouldn't cause problems in the field. About a month before the end of Izuku's first year, he was sitting in one of the bathrooms, mumbling to himself. Normally, he'd be writing his thoughts down, but he had enough presence of mind not to do that in a bathroom, albeit not enough to realize that he had gotten lost in his thoughts so long it was getting close to the next period. I need to get a better idea of how strong Shiozaki's vines are. They're durable enough to restrain someone through their tensile strength, but they can also dig through cement. Maybe I could ask Cementos how dense the cement was that he used at the sports festival. As he was talking, he was vaguely aware of someone else coming into the bathroom. He lowered his voice out of reflex so as to not creep them out, but kept mumbling to himself. Actually, Cementos uses his quirk in a way that's kind of similar to Shiozaki. Maybe I could bring up some of his strategies to Shiozaki? The boy outside had turned on the sink. It sounded and smelled like he was applying some kind of product to his hair. I wonder, did Shiozaki actually fracture the cement or simply force her vines through existing cracks? She was able to consistently use that level of force in a matter of seconds, so she must either be able to exert a great deal of power or her vines are instinctively able to seek out those cracks. Please? Izuku stammered for a moment. He vaguely recognized that voice, but he had never heard it sound so tired, so distraught. Please, please just stop talking. Izuku shut up, realizing that he was bothering this boy. Just, what do you expect me to do? He opened the door, ready to slip out. He got a brief look, recognizing the muscular profile of Togata, hunched over the sink with his head down, grasping the sink's edges so hard they were coming apart in his hands, when suddenly, the upperclassman slammed his fists onto the sink. Just leave me alone. The sinks were immediately pulverized into dust, and the force of the blow shattered the mirror into glittering shards, cracking the wall, floor, and ceiling, as well as throwing Izuku back through the stall he had been trying to get out of. Somehow, Izuku had managed to maintain consciousness. The door of the stall had been slammed shut and off its hinges by the force of the blow, thankfully shielding Izuku from the shrapnel that had been launched by Togata's hit. Pushing it off him, Izuku saw Togata kneeling, clutching his sides, trembling while being sprayed with water from the busted pipes. "Are you, ow?" Izuku groaned, feeling a bruise on his back from hitting the bathroom wall. Hearing Izuku's voice, Togata's head snapped up as he realized someone was within range of his hit. His face was drenched from the sink. "Oh my god. Are you okay?" "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Togata scrambled to his feet, about to help Izuku up, when suddenly he fell back to his knees, clenching his arm in pain. To his horror, black tendrils were starting to surround Togata's arm, poking through his skin and writhing around him. Izuku recoiled, recognizing what was happening. He remembered these black whips from the cultural festival. Togata had completely lost control of his quirk when he was chasing after Gentle Criminal, the black whips bursting out of his skin, crushing and slicing through everything they touched in a chaotic disaster. And Izuku was right in front of Togata as he was starting to lose control of them again. "Go," Togata hissed, desperately trying to crawl away from Izuku. "You need to get out of here." But Izuku knew he couldn't do that. The black whips were acting up now, right in front of Izuku. If Togata couldn't stop them within the next few seconds, Izuku, along with everything in this section of the school, was likely to get crushed. But Izuku wasn't even thinking about that at the time. What he was thinking about was how scared Togata looked, and how much pain he was in. What do you know about this aspect of Togata's quirk? Izuku thought back to the brief moment he had seen of the black whips before he had been forced to flee with his class during the festival. "You're breaking into the school and ruining everyone's performances, so you can get attention? Do you have any idea how important this is? How much everyone has been looking forward to this? How could you ruin Aries' day, you selfish, idiotic?" Anger. "Togata? Senpai?" Izuku put his hands up in a placating gesture. "You need to calm down. Try to take a deep breath." Still cringing and clutching his arm, Togata tried to follow Izuku's advice, taking in a shaky breath, but the whips continued to writhe around, growing longer, moving faster. One lashed out above Izuku's head, carving a deep tear in the walls of the stall. The more the whips lashed out, the more scared Togata got. Get out, you need to get out." But Izuku couldn't get out, not without passing by Togata. He had one last chance. Izuku scooted just a step closer. "Senpai, it's going to be okay, I am here." Togata's eyes, clenched shut from pain, opened just enough to look at Izuku in the eye. "What? Why are you?" I said. Izuku scrunched his face up, and in a move he had spent his entire life perfecting, yelled out with a deep, familiarly heroic voice, "I am here." It was probably the dumbest thing Izuku had ever done. And yet, as soon as he said it, and Togata stared at Izuku in bewilderment, the black whips shriveled up and shrank back into Togata's arm. Togata stared at Izuku, who still had his all-might expression up. After a couple of seconds passed, the upperclassman snorted. Izuku took a relieved breath of air as Togata laughed out loud. I can't believe that worked. What even was that?" "Well," Izuku clutched the back of his neck in nervous relief, "I don't quite know how your permeation works, but those black whips seem to respond to extreme stress or anger, so I just did what I thought would help calm you down." Togata chuckled a bit before leaning against the wall of the destroyed sinks with a sigh. The two boys sat where they were, too exhausted to get up. "Hey, what's your name, Kohai?" Togata asked. "Midoriya Izuku." Izuku replied. "Togata Mirio?" Togata answered with a smile. "Though I guess you already knew that." He looked up at the ceiling, seemingly uncaring of his pants getting drenched by the spilled water from the busted sinks. Midoriya, he muttered to himself before snapping his fingers. "Oh, that's right. You're the Gen Ed student who's been helping my kuhais in first year. They've made a lot of improvements thanks to you." Izuku shrugged with embarrassment. "They're the ones who've put in the work, I just gave them suggestions." "I don't know," Togata answered with a chuckle. "I kicked their butts pretty hard at the start of the term, now they've been able to put up a decent fight. You should be proud of that, Kohai." Izuku smiled awkwardly. As the two calmed down though, Izuku remembered what he was originally concerned about. "Togata, are you alright? You sounded really upset earlier." Togata frowned, and then sighed. "Well, I guess you know my terrible secret. Togata pointed to a yellow bottle floating along the currents of the stream pouring out of the busted pipes. I'm not a natural blonde. Izuku blinked, and Togata chuckled. Hey, I'll make sure to tell the teachers that this is all my fault, but could you do me a favor and not tell anyone about my hair? It's kind of embarrassing for me. Wait, Izuku interrupted. That's not what I meant, you sounded He pointed at the destroyed sinks. What made you lose control like that? Togata grimaced, looking at the wreckage around him. Oh, stress. I guess I picked a bad time to let it out, huh? Togata chuckled, rubbing at the back of his head, revealing the torn sleeve of his blazer. It seemed that even his own clothes didn't survive damage from his hit. However, as Izuku looked closer, he saw crack-like scars on Togata's arm. You're hurt, Izuku shouted, pointing at Togata's arm. Wah. Togata looked at his arm and reflexively grabbed it. Yeah, just something that happens when I lose control like that. You don't need to worry. But Izuku was already getting up and tried to pull Togata upright, a hard task considering the difference in sheer bulk between the two of them. We need to get to Recovery Girl. Despite Togata's protests, he allowed Izuku to shepherd him to the nurse's office, though with Izuku's own bruises, it was more the inverse. Recovery Girl checked the two out, starting with Izuku. Thankfully, the worst Izuku had experienced was some bruising on his back, which she gave him some ice and painkillers for, advising him to avoid strenuous activity for a few days. When she was checking Togata though, she didn't seem that shocked by the cracks on Togata's arm, even if the two were quite somber about it. Izuku just assumed that this was something that Togata had already been seen for. Thinking about it, Izuku realized that him stressing out about this probably just upset Togata more. As Recovery Girl left, Izuku saw Togata staring at his arm, now covered with bandages to cover up the scarring. Midoriya, Togata suddenly spoke, getting Izuku's attention. I hope that I'm not bothering you with this at all. There was just something that I heard. Yes? What is it? Izuku asked. Is it true that you're quirkless? Suddenly anxious, Togata waved his arms around. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking as if I think it's a bad thing, or anything like that, I was just… Izuku wasn't sure what Togata's opinion on quirkless people were like, but he didn't want it to be something that people freaked out about. He had become less self-conscious about his quirklessness, and didn't want to hide it regardless. Yes, I'm quirkless. When Izuku saw how people reacted when they found out that he was quirkless in the past, they usually reacted in one of a few ways. Some people would react with discomfort, as if Izuku had said something embarrassing. Some would look at him with pity. Some would sneer at him. There were thankfully a few who simply didn't care. However, Izuku was certain that for the briefest moment, when Togata heard him say that he was quirkless, the upperclassman looked excited, maybe even hopeful. However, Izuku blinked and Togata looked mostly indifferent. I got to tell you, Midoriya, even people with powerful quirks were scared when they saw me lose control of Black Whip, but you actually came closer to me, Togata pointed out in respect. Thinking fast like that probably saved your life and kept a lot of people that might have been nearby from getting hurt, but why didn't you run away when I told you? Why did you come closer of all things? Izuku felt embarrassed at the question, reminding him of times when he had been judged for trying to get between bullies and their victims, but the way Togata was looking at him didn't feel judging. He looked as if he was legitimately curious. Well, Izuku shrugged. It's like you pointed out, with how quickly your quirk was acting up, I probably wouldn't have had enough time to get away. I get that, it's just… Togata looked conflicted, before speaking to Izuku again. When you were there, you looked like you were more concerned for me than you were for yourself. Izuku chuckled nervously. Yeah, I guess you just looked like you needed help and I fixated on that. Togata stared at Izuku for a moment, and then looked at his hand. Midoriya, do you want to be a hero? Izuku sighed. I used to. I've always admired heroes, how they make people smile and feel safe. I wanted to do that for most of my life. But, Izuku shrugged. I'm quirkless. No one ever really encouraged me to try to become a hero, and after a certain point, I just gave it up. But what about now? Togata asked. For some reason, Izuku thought he saw a look of urgency in Togata's eyes, but he blinked, and if his senpai was stressed out over something, he had hidden it within that minuscule moment. Is there any part of you that still wants to be a hero? Izuku was quiet, looking at the foot of his bed. He thought about the past year, and he smiled. Togata blinked, taken aback. You don't get me wrong, I still think heroes are great, Izuku explained, smiling brightly, but in the past year, I've found my own way of helping people, all based off of my own talent, rather than an ability that I wish that I had. I've found a way to be happy with my life, to be proud of myself. Izuku frowned, thinking about what had happened outside of his life, the villain attacks, and all of the injuries and deaths that other students had gone through. I mean, when I hear about all of the people who have gotten hurt, the students that were killed, I keep wishing that I was there, and that I could have done something to help them. Izuku's smile returned though as he thought about how grateful the hero students were to receive his help, but I have gotten to help people, even if I'm not a hero. I've finally found a way to be happy with who I am, without getting a quirk or becoming a hero. Izuku looked back at Togata, but was surprised to see that the upperclassman was looking away. After a moment, Togata sighed. You're a good guy, Midoriya. I'm glad you're happy with your life, Togata eventually said, turning and smiling at Izuku. Though for what it's worth, I think that you would have made a great hero. Izuku wasn't sure why Togata was saying this. He could tell that there was something bothering his senpai, but he didn't know how to help. Thanks, senpai. I would have liked working with you, he answered with his own encouraging smile. Togata looked back at his hands, thinking. After a moment though, he looked back at Izuku, his smile more genuine and hopeful. Actually, Midoriya, there might be something you could help me with? Later that day, after Izuku and Togata had left Recovery Girl's office and classes had ended, Togata asked Izuku to meet with him at a certain room. He went inside with Aizawa for a moment, and then gestured Izuku in. Inside the room, Togata was kneeling next to a little girl with red eyes, white hair, and a horn. Izuku recognized her from the picture taken at the 8 Precepts raid. Eri, this is Midoriya Izuku. I thought that he might be able to help you with your quirk. Eri was clearly nervous, clutching Togata close to her, watching Izuku warily. Not wanting to scare her, Izuku knelt down to her level, but kept his distance. Hi Eri, it's nice to meet you. Togata told me that you've been having trouble with your quirk, and I'd like to help you with that. Eri looked down away from Izuku with her arms still wrapped tightly around Togata. I don't like my quirk, it hurts people. Izuku hummed in understanding. Togata and Aizawa had briefed him about the dangers of Eri's quirk, Rewind. The quirk allowed Eri to rewind living things back to a previous state, possibly to the point of rewinding them out of existence. I understand. Quirks can be scary, and they can be dangerous when people lose control of them. I work with a lot of students who sometimes have accidentally hurt people with their quirks. However, quirks can also help people a lot, like how Togata and all the other heroes use their quirks to help save you from the 8 Precepts. Togata leaned in, grinning. You remember that nice Uraraka girl who helped Ms. Ryukyu, Eri? Midoriya helped her a lot with her quirk to make her really strong. He even helped me with Black Whip a bit. He gave me some advice that I think might help me to keep from losing control of it again. Eri's eyes widened in surprise, looking from Togata to this new stranger. She remembered how those tendrils had hurt Togata and had scared so many people at the festival. Could you help me keep my quirk from hurting people? I'd like to. Izuku responded, somehow smiling even more brightly than Togata. Despite not being as scared of Izuku as when he had first come in, Eri still seemed nervous, reluctant to step too far away from Togata. Think about it like this, Eri. Izuku slowly chopped his arm up and down as he explained, quirks are like knives. They can hurt people, but if you keep them nice and sharp, they can be used to help cook tasty food. I think that if you learn more about how to use your quirk and practice with it, you could help a lot of people. Eventually, Eri pulled away from Togata and gave a timid nod. Hey. Izuku spent the next hour talking with Eri and writing in his notebook, trying to get a better understanding of how Eri's quirk worked. He even brought in Monoma of Class 1B, whose quirk copy allowed him to copy Rewind, giving them another perspective on the quirk and letting them discover that it was a power stockpiling quirk. Eri had to store energy and release it to use Rewind. Izuku thanked Eri for talking to him, and left with Togata, sighing. Has been through a lot, hasn't she? He noted. Overhaul did terrible things to her. Togata replied grimly. I'm glad that I was able to save her, but I haven't managed to get her to smile. She's still so scared of everything. I had hoped that the cultural festival could have helped her. Togata frowned, eyes clenched shut in frustration. But that got ruined, and then I lost control and made everything worse? Izuku frowned and thought to himself. He needed to help Eri somehow. He couldn't just let things lie as they were when there might be something he could do about it. Besides simply her own well-being, Izuku theorized that Eri's control over Rewind was linked to her emotional state. Being depressed could make it harder for her to control her quirk. I need to call in some favors, he said, dialing a number and putting his phone to his ear. Togaike? Could I ask you to do something for me? Wait, you actually expect us to do this for one little girl? Agoyamoto repeated incredulously. You know, the way you say that makes it sound as if you think that this is a request instead of an announcement. It's going to happen. Togaike answered flatly. Look, Togaike, Midoriya, Kagaya stood up between the two and the rest of 1C to act as a mediator. I feel bad that we didn't get to do our performance for the cultural festival, but we have exams coming up, it's not like we have the time to. As Kagaya was speaking, Izuku held up a picture of Eri, immediately shutting the blonde boy up. Kagaya stared at the picture for a moment. Why is the unicorn child sad? Eri's been having a hard time. Izuku answered. I thought that this might be a good way to help cheer her up. Kagaya looked up at Izuku with a determined glare. It's time to earn my quirk's namesake, he announced, putting on a pair of cat ears. Eri didn't know why Togata had taken her outside with how cold it was, even with the thick and fluffy coat she was wearing. He seemed excited though, so she made no complaints. All right Eri, here we are. Togata had taken Eri to a building she had never been to before. She remembered though from when she was first brought to UA that these were the dormitories, the buildings where the students lived. A sign on the door said 1C. Togata opened the door, and several voices called out at once. Welcome to the 1C Cat Cafe, Naya. Eri gasped at the sight in front of her. The entire common room and kitchen of the dorm had been transformed into a pastel cat-themed restaurant. Half of the students, including Midoriya, Kagaya, and Togaike were wearing similarly bright pastel-colored outfits reminiscent of the style worn by the wild pussycats, complete with cat ears, tails, whiskers, oversized cat mittens, and boots, while the other half were working in the kitchen, still wearing cat ears. Even Yamada had come to the dorm room dressed like his students and operating a DJ table. But the students only had Eri's attention for a minute, before she realized that there were kittens everywhere, every color imaginable, all with fluffy fur and tiny paws, chasing each other, sleeping on tables, or playing with cat toys strewn throughout the room or otherwise being used by the students to tease them. Eri could hardly believe her eyes. She had seen cats before. Aizawa sometimes let her play with some of his, but there were so many here. And they were all so fluffy. Hi Eri. Eri's attention was torn away from the kittens to look up at Izuku, who was wearing a similar outfit to everyone else, albeit highlighted green. He looked completely silly but didn't seem to mind it here. What is this? Eri asked. It's a cat cafe. Izuku explained. It's like a restaurant where you can eat food like normal, but you can also play with cats. Togata grinned ear to ear, offering Eri his hand. Would you like to get a seat, Eri? Eri nodded and followed Togata and Midoriya to a low table where the three could sit on poofy beanbag chairs. The kittens frolicking around were all adorable, but she didn't want to be too far away from Togata. Thankfully, the 1C students had planned for this. A tanned boy with hair the same color as Togata's bounced towards the table as Izuku helped Eri put on her own pair of cat ears with Togata. Hi there, Naya. I'm Kaganya. I hope you have fun here, Naya. And I'm Nyamada. Yamada called from his DJ table. I'll be playing some tunes for all you cool cats, Naya. Contrary to his exuberant demeanor, Yamada's table started to play lo-fi music themed for cats, making it very relaxing for Eri. She noticed that it was also comfortably warm and light around the table. In fact, as soon as Eri had sat down, many of the kittens not otherwise distracted by the frolicking students started to crawl towards Eri onto her chair with her, tickling her with their little noses and paws and making adorable mewing noises. Izuku and Togata felt cautiously optimistic as they watched Eri's eyes light up as the kittens started to crowd around her. This was actually due to Kaguya, who had been given the usually impossible task of literally herding cats. Thanks to his sunshine quirk though, Kaguya was able to warm up the area around Eri in a way that drew the cats that the classmates had either brought from their homes or borrowed from an animal shelter, to her like a sunny spot through a window. Togata walked up to the table with a notepad. "Hi there, Naya. May I take your order? We just so happen to have a special on apple-flavored treats today, Naya. We've got apple muffins, apple cookies, apple pie, apple bread, sliced apples with caramel dip." Eri's eyes lit up as Togata went through the list of options. Togata and Izuku grinned at each other. Togata had told Izuku about Eri's favorite food, and once he had essentially cleared out the nearby supermarket of all of their apples, they probably went overboard, realizing that they were going to be having leftover apple treats until they were sick of them for a while. Maybe using the picture of Eri to guilt everyone into doing this might have not been the best idea. "How about we start with 3 apple juices? Eri can take some time to play with the kittens and figure out what she wants," Togata suggested. "Sounds good, Naya." Togata bounced towards the kitchen to get the drinks. Eri seemed much calmer and relaxed than Izuku had seen her earlier as she played and cuddled with the kittens. Both he and Togata could see the corners of her mouth start to vaguely twitch up of their own accord, but she still hadn't quite smiled yet. Eventually, Togata brought their orders, which Kaguya took as a hint to lead the kittens away from the table so they wouldn't try to steal Eri's food. However, Izuku began to realize that Kaguya hadn't led all of the kittens away. Quite a few were coming after him, to the point that they were climbing up his pant legs. Kaguya?" he asked. Kaguya continued to wander around the dorm room until Izuku sighed. "Kaganaya? Naya?" Kaguya turned to face Izuku. "Why are so many cats interested in me?" "Not sure, Naya. Cats go where they feel like, so there must be something about you that they like, Naya." Izuku spent the next few minutes carefully plucking kittens off of his clothes. All the while, Togata was chuckling. It certainly didn't help matters when Yamada switched the playlist to the Shadow of the Colossus theme as Izuku was trying to pull the kittens off. Finally, Izuku realized why the kittens were so interested in him, as one white kitten managed to jump up from his shoulders onto the top of his head, where it started to knead at his hair. "Ow, ow, ow," Izuku winced, not sure how to get the cat off without hurting it or himself. Eventually, the kitten curled up on his head and went to sleep. Several of Izuku's classmates started to giggle at his predicament, when a new voice they hadn't heard laughing spoke up. Izuku and Togata both turned to see Eri giggling at the silly sight of Izuku with a kitten on his head, a bright smile finally on her face. She even went as far as to take one of the kittens and plop it down on her head, where it also curled up. Togata chuckled with tears of joy in his eyes and followed suit. Izuku's classmates all grinned. Yamada even pumped his fist up and down in celebration, but no one said anything for fear of breaking the moment. Well, now Izuku had to let the kitten stay where it was. Smiling, he knelt next to Eri. "Eri, would you like a picture of us?" "Yeah. I bet we look funny," the girl answered. The 3 leaned in, and using his cell phone, Izuku took a selfie with the 3 leaning together, wearing cats and silly cat accessories. Eri was finally smiling with Izuku and Togata. After a few minutes, laughing and playing with the kittens, Togata brought out one final treat. "Hey Eri," Izuku said, getting Eri's attention. "Togata told me that you didn't get to try one of these at the cultural festival, so I asked a friend of mine from the hero course to show me how to make them." Izuku handed Eri what looked like an apple on a stick. However, the apple was covered with some kind of sparkling glaze. Carefully, Eri took the candy apple and gave it a bite. She gasped in joy, giving an even brighter smile than before. Finally exhausted from playing with the kittens and full from apple treats, Togata carried Eri on his shoulders back to her room with Izuku. "Midoriya," she spoke sleepily. "This was really fun, thank you so much." Izuku smiled back. "You're welcome, Eri." Once Eri had been settled down in her room, Togata and Izuku were able to give a sigh of delighted relief outside, ignoring the snickers of passing students as they noticed the Nico outfits they were wearing. The two started to walk through campus. though Togata didn't split up from Izuku as he was heading back to the 1C dorm. You did it, Midoriya. You got Eri to smile. Even I hadn't figured out how to do that, yet. I think a big part of it was because you were there and made her feel safe, senpai. Izuku answered with a smile. Togata continued to walk with a smile, though he was facing the ground in thought. I was actually thinking about that. He turned his head to Izuku. Midoriya, you've already done so much for Eri and me, so I'm not sure if I should be asking this. Hey, don't hesitate to ask me for anything, Togata. Izuku said brightly. I want to help you and Eri as much as I can. Togata nodded. Well, you see, I have to work as a provisional hero. All Might and Sir Night Eye rely on me a lot. Togata's expression seemed tired for just a moment before he looked back up to Izuku. So, I was just wondering if maybe you might be willing to keep seeing Eri? I'm not always going to be around for her. Of course, I will, Togata. I'd love to meet with Eri again. Togata grinned and nodded. Thanks, Midoriya. I want to be sure that Eri has someone there for her. 5 years later. Are you sure you're okay with this, Josei? Izuku asked. He was dressed in a black suit in a show of respect, his wife wearing a dress of the same color. The tall, blue-furred fox woman smiled down at him. I might not have known anyone who died at Jaku, but I know a lot of people who lost friends there, just like you, Izuku. I want to be there for my friends, especially Sakamata and Iwata. Besides, Inko and Eri seemed excited to spend the night taking care of Inori. It would be a shame to cut their time with their granddaughter and niece short. Izuku smiled back. All right. He took Josei's hand and walked with her into the bar. The establishment in question was one of the businesses built to accommodate people Josei's size, partly due to being built with heroes like their neighbor Sakamata in mind. The former killer whale hero, Gang Orca, dressed in a similar black suit to Izuku's and everyone else in the bar, welcomed the two at the entrance. Midoriya, thank you for coming, Sakamata Kugo said, bowing to the two, which Izuku and Josei returned. We wouldn't miss it, Sakamata. Josei answered. Right? Sakamata looked around the bar, doing a quick head count. Izuku recognized many of his co-workers and former classmates. I think that's everyone. Sakamata went to the head of the bar, waiting for Izuku and Josei to take a drink before he raised his voice. Everyone. The former heroes all turned to Sakamata, falling silent. I would like to thank you all for coming. I know that it can be difficult for all of us to make time for this sort of thing nowadays, but it's important for us to take time to remember our former comrades who couldn't be here with us. Sakamata raised his glass. To the fallen. The others somberly mimicked him. Not much happened the rest of the night. Most of the former heroes present were absorbed in their own conversations, and Izuku and Josei mostly just stepped in when one of their friends looked like they needed company. Izuku had finished a talk with Iwata Karakoko, formerly Bubble Girl, and Moshi Juzo, formerly Centipeder, which ended with Iwata quietly crying into Josei's arms. Izuku moved away to let her and Moshi have their space when he was suddenly pulled by the shoulder over towards his old homeroom teacher, who was talking with Fukukado Emi, formerly Ms. Joke. There he is. Yamada slurred drunkenly. There's my top student. Fukukado looked concerned, so to try to save Yamada's dignity, Izuku grinned in response. Hey Yamada-sensei. Are you doing alright? Me. Yamada put his hands on his chest. I'm doing fine. Hey Emi, Yamada spoke to his date, slumping over their table. Little Lise, little Midoriya here, he hiccuped, was my best student ever, hosted the last sports festival with me after show got canned. Izuku shuddered as Fukukado looked downcast at the memory of her old friend. Thankfully, Josei saw what was happening and stood next to Izuku for support. He was the last student Nezu ever took on, scared the hell out of me when he did, thought the two were going to take over the world, Yamada giggled. Fukukado put her hand on Yamada's shoulder to try to steady him. Hizashi, I think you've had a bit too much to drink? Hey Midoriya, you remember Nemuri? Yamada asked, seemingly not hearing Fukukado in his drunken state. Izuku and Fukukado frowned again at the reminder, as it looked like Yamada was spiraling further. Izuku nodded though, trying to smile and remember pleasanter times. Yeah, I remember Kiyama-sensei. He replied. She was pretty nice. She protected me from some kids who wanted to bully me when I was first starting out at UA. Yeah, she was great, Yamada slumped, a few tears dripping from his eyes. She was great. Suddenly though, he grinned. Do you know that we dated for a bit? No, I didn't. Izuku answered quizzically. Yeah, we used to get pissed at Sho for expelling his classes and dumping them on us. So anytime he did that, we'd have sex his sleeping bag. Izuku, Josei, and Fukukado all blushed, scandalized while Yamada giggled, though in Fukukado's case it looked like she was trying to keep herself from laughing as well. She hugged Yamada, allowing him to lean on her, smiling gratefully towards Izuku for his kindness. I think we're both probably good for the night. Thanks for talking, Midoriya. Any time, Fukukado. Izuku answered as the woman helped steer Yamada out of the bar. Izuku and Josei sat by themselves for a moment, blinking at the mental image that Yamada had put in their heads. Hey, lovebirds. Their silence was broken by the approach of Tsutsumi Kana, formerly known as Lady Nagant, followed by Yaoyorozu, her current student. Midoriya, may we sit here? Yaoyorozu asked politely. Hello, Yaoyorozu. Tsutsumi, please do. Izuku said. Is Yamada-sensei going to be alright? Yaoyorozu asked, looking in the direction of the swaying man as Fukukado helped to steer him away. I think he just needed someone to talk to. Josei answered. It's a tough day for him. She frowned. It's been a tough few years for him, really. He told me that he's thinking of retiring from teaching and sticking with his radio DJ work, but he wants to tough it out for a bit until things settle down. Yaoyorozu frowned. She hadn't been particularly close to Yamada, but she was still worried. You know, I sometimes worry what could happen with those two and their quirks mixing, but they seem happy enough. Tsutsumi observed. It's nice that they've still got each other. She smiled after the couple leaving the bar, but turned to Izuku and Josei. But that's not why I came over. Izuku and Josei frowned, leaning forward. Tsutsumi gestured towards the bar, where Sakamada was drinking alone. You two are next-door neighbors to Sakamada, right? Yes, Josei replied, smiling towards the man. He's the one who helped us find housing that fit my size, and he's been our best friend ever since we got married. Tsutsumi nodded and smiled. That's cute. He's a good guy. Thing is though, and maybe it's not my place to pry, but I couldn't help but notice he's been there a while. I'm pretty sure he's on his 7th scotch by this point. Izuku and Josei frowned in concern towards their friend at this. He wasn't making any noise or swaying, but when Josei smelled towards Sakamada's direction, her nose wrinkled some. Now, I hate to put a damper on your evening, Tsutsumi murmured towards Josei and Izuku, but if he does happen to have a problem walking, you're one of the few people who I think could help him home. Say no more, Josei answered, lifting her hand. We'll be sure he's okay. Izuku nodded. Sakamada's not the kind of man to get drunk, but we'll talk to him. Thanks for letting us know. Tsutsumi nodded and chatted with Yaoyorozu some more while Izuku and Josei walked over to the bar. Hey Sakamada, are you doing all right? Sakamada picked his head up from his glass, lifting it in a short greeting. Tsutsumi asked you to check on me? Izuku nodded. Sakamada had much better hearing than an average man, so it was usually useless to try to keep secrets from him. The man sighed. Just let me finish this one, and I'll be done for the night. Sakamada continued to sip from his drink, though Izuku and Josei weren't in a rush, and ordered some ginger alesh so Sakamada wouldn't feel pressured to leave before he was ready. Is there anything you want to talk about, Sakamada? Izuku asked. The man looked at Izuku, and then down to the bar table. Everyone here has some regret for what happened that day. Another hero taking a hit that was meant for them, running away and leaving others behind, maybe just on quitting heroics altogether. Izuku and Josei were silent, waiting for Sakamada to continue. Did you know that I was in charge of testing the students who failed their provisional license exam, to give them a second chance? Yes. Izuku nodded. My aunt mentioned you were teaching Bakugo. Sakamada groaned. Yeah. They were all difficult, but I realized pretty quickly that kid was a waste of my time. I wanted to outright tell UA to just drop him to Gen Ed, but Sakamada glowered, making Izuku shiver. The man was Izuku's best friend, but he could still be intimidating when he was angry. The HPSC wouldn't let me. By the time Jaku was approaching, they told me to pass him so he could be part of the battle. Him and Sakamata closed his eyes. Him and Todoroki. Sakamata was silent. Izuku let him have his space, realizing now what was bothering him. I knew they weren't ready. Bakugo proved why later on, but Todoroki, he was so set in his ways, refusing to put everything he had into being a hero, as long as it reminded him of his father. Sakamata sighed, putting his head in his hands. I thought at the time that he was just being a stubborn brat, spoiled by being the son of one of the top heroes. I said things to him that, knowing what I know now, probably just made him dig his heels in more. He needed a therapist, not a drill sergeant. Sakamata, Josei gently put her hand on the man's shoulder. There were a lot of people who didn't realize what was wrong with him. None of the teachers did either. But I was supposed to be the final word on whether or not he got his provisional license and whether he could participate in that battle. Sakamata growled. And I knew that he wasn't fit for duty. I told the HPSC as much. But they wanted heavy hitters. And they wanted to make a good impression for a fight that they weren't prepared for. The winner of the first year's sports festival that survived the USJ attack, that All Might sacrificed his health to rescue from villains, and the son of the current #1 hero. Just forget the fact that these were kids who hadn't even finished their first year of school and had clear personal issues. I tried telling them no, but in the end, it didn't matter. Those two got their provisionals and got sent into war. Sakamata stared into the amber puddle left in his glass, a bit of ice slowly melting away. And Todoroki? Present day / the start of Izuku's second year. 3 funerals in 1 year. This wasn't something that should have happened at a high school, Izuku thought to himself, though UA was hardly the only place holding a memorial ceremony. This one was by far the worst. 3 portraits were on display. The first, Kayama Namuri, known to most as the pro-hero Ms. Midnight, but known to Izuku and his classmates as their modern hero art history teacher, murdered by villains from the PLF while trying to stop the rampaging Gigantomachia. Next, Todoroki Shoto, silver medalist at the previous first-year sports festival, hero name Glacier, murdered by the villain Dabi in his reveal of himself as Todoroki Toya to Endeavor, along with scores of others that the lunatic prodigal son had incinerated. If the stories were anything to go by, Todoroki refused to use his fire even until the end, likely contributing to his death. Finally, Togata Mirio, hero name Lemillion. Togata had told Izuku that he had called himself that as a statement of his goal to save 1,000,000 lives. Perhaps in the end, in whatever suicide attack he pulled that managed to destroy Shigaraki, Gigantomachia, and most of the PLF's Nomus, he had done that. At least that's what Izuku agreed to tell himself when Sir Night Eye and All Might gave their eulogies to the young hero, the former symbol of peace looking absolutely broken. People had been unsettled when they saw what All Might truly looked like as a man, but he had still exuded a sense of confidence and hope in the future. That was gone now. This was what he had been trying to keep Izuku away from. Death at the hands of villains with enough power to destroy entire cities, leaving hardly anything to identify their victims with, leaving behind loved ones to despair. Even now though, Izuku couldn't help but wish he could have been there, that he could have done something to help someone, to dig through some rubble, to get civilians out of harm's way, anything. He hoped that his analysis had helped the other hero students at least. Eri had been quiet during the memorial, sitting next to Nijire, one of Togata's classmates and another of the big 3 who had helped during the 8 Precepts raid. Izuku had looked over at her a few times during the funeral, worried for the little girl. He had expected Eri to be barely able to keep it together, to spend the memorial crying, but her expression had seemed blank. Once the memorial ended, Izuku went to talk to her. "Eri, how are you doing?" Coming closer to Eri, Izuku could see that she wasn't as blank-faced as he had thought. Tears were collecting at the corners of Eri's eyes, and she seemed to be shivering. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Mirio wanted me to smile." Eri eventually whimpered out, sniffling. "He didn't want me to be sad. He told me that smiling makes you stronger." Izuku sighed, exhausted, and knelt down next to Eri. "It's okay to be sad, Eri." "But Mirio didn't want me to be sad. He was always smiling, Even when he was hurt, he was still smiling. Izuku grimaced and carefully put his hand on Eri's shoulder. Togata smiled so you wouldn't be afraid when things were scary. I think that was pretty brave of him. But I don't think that it's a good idea to keep yourself from being sad when sad things happen. I think that it could hurt us to hold that kind of thing in. Izuku thought back to his encounter with Togata, all of the times that he knew that Togata was hurting, but he would continue to smile even though Izuku knew it was fake. He understood it. All Might had told Izuku his smile had served the same purpose, but Izuku didn't think that was a good mentality for someone to have, let alone a scared little girl. Eri was sniffling more. She couldn't look at Izuku, but she put her head against his chest. I miss him. Eri cried into his shirt. Izuku hugged her, rubbing her back gently, letting her cry in private. It's all right, but why did Mirio have to die? Izuku hugged Eri closer. Bad people, Eri. Bad people like Overhaul, who were going to hurt others like you were hurt, unless Togata stopped them. He saved a lot of people, Eri. I wish he hadn't died. I wish he was still here too. Izuku let Eri stay and cry on him until Nijire tapped Izuku's shoulder, letting him know that they needed to go. Izuku sighed and carefully pulled away from Eri, his hands on her shoulders. Eri, I know that things are going to be hard for a while. But we're going to get through this. I want you to be happy too, but we don't need to rush that. We can take as much time as you need, okay? Eri didn't respond other than to whimper some more, but Izuku was pretty sure she had heard him. He hugged her one more time. If you ever need me, let me know, and I'll do whatever I can to be there for you, Eri. It's going to be okay. Nijire picked Eri up and carried her away in her arms, letting Izuku catch up with his classmates. 2C, along with every other student in the school, went back to their dorms. And as one, gathered around the television sets to listen to the Prime Minister's press conference. There had been rumors about what he was going to say. How could there not be with what had been happening ever since Jaku? On the same day that the heroes attempted to snuff out the League of Villains and the newly christened Paranormal Liberation Front, the PLF had launched an attack of their own, the main building of the HPSC being destroyed and the president of the HPSC nearly killed by the villain Redestro. As the heroes fought against the PLF, one of their other members, codenamed Skeptic, released evidence of the HPSC's corruption, including a video showing the number 2 hero Hawks assassinating a villain named Twice. Skeptic also released Dabi's statement showing himself as Todoroki Toya, explaining the number 1 hero's crimes in forcing his wife into a Quirk marriage in order to produce offspring powerful enough to supplant All Might, and the abuse Endeavor performed on his family. Most of the country saw Toya as nothing but a pathetic murderer, but that did not dismiss the truth of what had happened to him, of how he and other members of the League of Villains had been hurt by the hero system, or of the corruption of the system that the PLF had revealed. As the 2C students waited for the conference to start, Izuku thought to himself that had the PLF survived at all after the Battle of Jaku, ironically the HPSC might have come out looking better, or at the very least looking like the lesser of two evils, a necessity to maintain Japan's security in a time of crisis. Perhaps in another world, if the heroes had to fight against an organized threat long enough for the HPSC to pull itself together and bury some of its secrets deeper, it could have still salvaged its image. Unfortunately for them, the corruption that Skeptic had revealed, let alone the fact that the HPSC had essentially drafted children into a war with a terrorist organization, meant that soon after Jaku, both the United Nations and the World Heroes Association had launched an investigation into the organization. The bad publicity that Jaku had brought to the heroes, coupled with how Redestro and Skeptic's attack had punched a big hole in their cybersecurity, had allowed the international investigators to unearth far more devastating secrets. Prolific use of blackmail, bribery, institutionalized sexual harassment, undue influence over government figures. Endeavor was hardly the only hero involved in a Quirk marriage, familial abuse, or even the cover-up of the death of a family member. The most shocking revelation was of the fate of the former pro-hero Lady Nagant, whom the HPSC had used as an assassin of villains and corrupt heroes. When Tsutsumi Kana attempted to protest, she was threatened with death, leading to her killing the former HPSC president. Lady Nagant had been jailed in Tartarus without trial, her fate being used to threaten other reluctant agents. The Japanese government was being forced to review Tsutsumi's case, with the current rumor being that they would have to release her due to pressure from the UN to question her. Ironically, Hawk's killing of Twice, which was used as one of the inciting reasons for the investigation, was deemed justifiable, considering the massive damage that the villain would have caused had he not been stopped. The president of the HPSC had woken up from the damage she received from Redestro, only to find herself in handcuffs and being dragged off to Tartarus herself, along with almost all the HPSC's high-ranking members. It seemed as if every day a new revelation was made of the corruption of hero society, whether it be the reveal of an assassination that the HPSC had done, a hero resigning in disgrace, or of a new story of how the HPSC had been manipulating Japanese politics for their own ends. Most shocking to 2C though was when the WHA and UN came to investigate UA itself with the Ministry of Education. Izuku had been sure that nothing would happen, that UA was simply tangential to the ongoing investigations into the HPSC, though it was strange to hear a rumor of a focus on 3A of all things. The WHA finished their investigation first roughly a week ago. The Japanese Hero Public Safety Commission has been shown to have misused its influence, covering up deficiencies in hero society to exude the veneer of justice. This facade has been maintained through systematic corruption and intimidation, acts which it was its duty to fight against. This corruption furthermore has been subtly spread to almost all aspects of life within Japan, from its top government to its education systems, encouraging a systematic prejudice against heteromorphs, individuals with quirks deemed villainous, and individuals with weak or no quirks, all the while granting license to those with powerful quirks to act with impunity. The WHA has regretfully concluded that the Japanese HPSC is corrupt on a fundamental level and cannot justify supporting such a regime. It is the decision of the World Heroes Association that Japan's membership be suspended. On its own, this was as much as the WHA could act against the HPSC, not counting any actions made under the UN's authority, but it had devastating consequences for Japan's image to the rest of the world. Officially, losing WHA membership meant that Japanese heroes lost the authority to operate outside of their own country. However, the true damage from this action was from what was left unsaid. All UN member states had WHA membership. Losing it meant that the WHA saw the Japanese hero system akin to one run by a third-world dictatorship like North Korea. The main reason why membership was denied to these countries was from fear that the heroes would act as foreign assassins or kidnappers. Japan's reputation on the global stage was irrevocably besmirched. Izuku was horrified by this. The heroes that he had admired all his life were deemed as agents for a corrupt organization by the rest of the world, and were seen as corrupt by association. People who had helped others, who had inspired him for years, had their reputations ruined. It was a slight that Izuku and his classmates had not even begun to fully comprehend even as the Japanese government announced that it would address these findings. The Prime Minister was never a particularly impressive man, and even now his brow visibly glistened with sweat. It made sense considering how there was still an ongoing investigation from the UN as to the HPSC's influence over him and his government. The fact that the HPSC had soaked up so much of the government's funding that would have gone to the JSDF being cited as one of the reasons why Jaku went so badly. The man cleared his throat and spoke. Though the UN investigation is still ongoing, the findings it has brought to light so far have been deemed requiring immediate response. Due to the decision of the WHA to withdraw membership from Japan, and the reveal of how badly our hero system has failed to uphold justice and order, it is the decision of myself and of Parliament to dissolve the HPSC and to integrate our pro-heroes into Japan's police force and emergency services. And that was it. That was what everyone in Japan realized was the death of heroes. For some time, Izuku and the other students, though maybe it was just everyone in the country, walked around in a haze. Heroes, the basis of their society, were gone, and seen by many throughout the world as a disgrace. The dreams of many, their fantasies, their idols, their ability to live a normal life without fear, were no longer there. People would gradually realize the effect that this had on their security and their economy later on, but simply on a pure psychological level, one couldn't comprehend what that did to someone. For weeks, months, and even years afterwards, People would be working, walking, or just standing waiting for a train, when suddenly they would break down crying, feeling the loss of their safety, their stability, their dreams. But life had to go on, however hard it might be. People still had to work towards the future, to try to make something of themselves. In a bizarre way, Izuku and the other general education students had the easiest time out of everyone in UA. The hero courses were left trying to figure out what to do now that their career path was essentially non-existent, if there was anything they could do, if it was possible to integrate into emergency services like their government expected them to when they had been trained with completely different tactics. The support courses had lost their clientele, and had to figure out what to do with all of the tech and materials that they had on hand and how to apply it to whatever society was going to turn into. Maijima Higuri, formerly known as Power Loader, had to completely revamp his course to try to find some new way to reapply the work of his students. Even more so than the hero course, the management courses were left floundering. The hero students at the very least had training on how to use their quirks, even if the methods had to change. The support courses' work could be reapplied to different fields with a bit of tinkering. Management, however, was completely centered on the business of heroes themselves, marketing them to the public, creating merchandise, trying to make them popular. The course had become so specialized over the past few decades that the students had no other focus. Many management students dropped out or transferred into general education before the department could be remade into a more general focus on business. General education, though, didn't have any actual focus on heroics, so the curriculum didn't have to change at all. For Izuku and his classmates, they still had a definitive future ahead of them and the security to pursue it, security which was severely lacking outside the walls of UA. Eri? It's Izuku. May I come in? After a moment, Izuku heard Eri's quiet voice. Hey. Izuku opened the door, seeing Eri sitting on her bed. He wondered if she had moved from there the entire day. He hoped that she was at least eating. May I sit with you? Eri briefly looked up at Izuku before nodding. He sat next to her on the bed, and didn't say anything else. She didn't seem like she wanted to talk. Eri's circumstances had become much more difficult than anyone had originally anticipated. As the new school year began, Izuku realized that Eri had lost much more than Togata. Heido Nijire and Amajiki Tamaki, Togata's former fellows in the Big Three, had been helping to take care of Eri and still tried to visit her as often as they could. However, riots and villain attacks had sprung up on a near-constant basis after the breakdown of the HPSC, law enforcement was stretched thin, and the two were needed to assist whoever was trying to maintain order as soon as they had recovered from their injuries from Jaku, limiting what free time they had. Uraraka and Kirishima, who had also participated in the 8 Precepts raid, had visited Eri as well, but they had issues all their own. Both were still dealing with the trauma of being in battle and trying to handle a vast shift to their class curriculum brought by their new homeroom teacher. As such, Izuku had become Eri's main source of socialization. Togata had joked with Izuku that he had become something of a therapist for the students he had been working with, but Izuku oftentimes had no idea how to help Eri. When she was willing, he'd talk to her, help her learn how to improve her reading and writing, play games with her. He had been teaching her how to play chess, but most often she was quiet and still like this. Sometimes Izuku could get her to draw or practice writing or reading, but he sensed that she wasn't feeling up to that today. He felt scared, worried that Eri was regressing to a state she had been in when she was being tormented by Overhaul. As Izuku was stressing about this, though, he felt a small, warm presence on the fingers of his right hand. He looked down and saw that Eri had timidly taken hold of his right index finger. Smiling, he folded his hand around hers. The two didn't say anything else for the remaining time Izuku was there. He didn't press her to. For now, Izuku would just make sure that Eri knew he was there for her. Okay, Eri, show Mr. Nezu what you've been practicing. Izuku hoped that Eri wasn't nervous as she nodded to him and Nezu as they observed her from the other side of the room. She turned to a plate with a rotten apple on it and put her hands out. Her horns started to glow, enveloping the apple in a white light. The apple's brown spots started to turn red as the fruit was being restored to its fresh state. However, Eri began to cringe, and the energy from her horns started to fluctuate. The apple she was working with started to fade from red to green and shrink. Fortunately, This was something Izuku and Eri had planned for. Are you able to stop Eri? Eri winced, trying to get rewind under control. The apple stopped shrinking noticeably, but Eri's horn was still glowing. It can't, she admitted, still facing away from Izuku and Nezu as she was focusing on the apple in front of her. That's okay, Eri, Izuku said calmly. You know what to do. Eri nodded and pulled out a stress ball, shifting her focus away from the apple. As she glared and squeezed the ball, the apple she had been previously focusing on stopped shrinking entirely while the ball glowed. After a few seconds though, Eri's quirk stopped fluctuating and the glow subsided. How are you, Eri? Izuku asked. I'm okay. My horn isn't hurting me anymore, she answered. May I come over? Eri nodded, and Izuku walked over beside her, observing the apple. It was no longer red, but it was still in a distinguishable apple shape. Izuku pulled out a book on farming, and he and Eri looked at pictures showing the growth of a red delicious. Alright, it looks like this apple was rewound by 2 months. You're doing a lot better controlling your quirk, Eri. Eri frowned though as she looked at the apple. I made it green though. It's still a great improvement, though, Izuku pointed out, closing the book. And besides, that wasn't really the point of what we were doing here, anyway. I must agree with Midoriya, young Eri, Nezu declared, applauding her efforts. Your quirk will require more time before you can use it practically, but the fact that you were able to redirect Rewind's energy away from the apple before it could be damaged too much is quite the accomplishment. Eri fiddled with the stress ball in her hands. Izuku told me that my quirk's only dangerous to things that are alive, so if I can point it to something that isn't alive, it can't hurt anyone. It's a lot easier to use now. Essentially firing your quirk. Into the sand, I see? Very good, Eri. Very good. Nezu responded, smiling. Eri didn't quite smile back, but she didn't shrink away either, which felt like progress to Izuku. After Izuku had finished his time with Eri and had to head back to his dorms, Nezu met him outside, staring out at the setting sun. Vaguely, Izuku could still hear chanting and shouting outside the gates of UA and likely beyond. He wondered how much more Nezu could discern with his enhanced hearing. I was quite concerned for Eri's well-being when the school board had Aizawa retire. Considering how potentially dangerous her quirk can be, there was a chance that she would have had to be transferred to a state-run orphanage to contain her without the safety Aizawa's quirk provided. If the government could have spared anyone to check on her as things are right now, anyway. Izuku felt sick at the thought. He had considered this possibility when Aizawa had explained to him and Eri that he wasn't going to be able to take care of her anymore and other UA teachers would be watching over her, but it was quite something to hear it spoken out loud. Which is why it gives me great pleasure to be able to show Child Services the progress you've made with Eri. It will still take some time for her to properly use Rewind, but with the safety measures you've provided, I am relieved to know that she will be allowed to be somewhere safe and familiar to her. The Chimera looked up to Izuku. Truly, Midoriya, I am grateful to you. Taking you on as my student may have been one of the greatest decisions of my life. This news, and the sincere gratitude from his mentor touched Izuku, and he smiled back. It's a relief to me too, sir. You've been the best teacher I've ever had. Nezu stared at Izuku for a moment before looking away and sighing, staring at the horizon again. I'm glad you think so, Midoriya. I've made many mistakes as of late, and it is good to know that I have still managed to make a positive impact in my students' lives. The fact is though, you've done far more than just be a good student, and you have my gratitude. Is there anything I could do to repay you for this? Izuku was going to say no, but the sound of a crash far off in the distance of Mizudafu made him pause for thought. There might be something. Didn't you say that you needed to hire more help for Recovery Girl? I'm not sure about this, Izuku. Izuku clenched his phone, trying to keep his own fear out of his voice. He had meant to call when he had a free period, after he had time to get all of his arguments together and present a case that would hopefully convince his mother to apply for a nursing job inside UA. However, when he had read the hero post, still active even after the HPSC's fall, that morning before class started he had rushed outside so quickly he had nearly knocked Yamada over to call his mother at her hospital immediately, homeroom be damned. Principal Nezu has assured me that UA doesn't operate off of nepotism, so he's not going to give you a job just because I asked. He did tell me though that he needs to hire more nurses to help Recovery Girl, and the pay and benefits are a lot better than what you're getting now. Not to mention, Recovery Girl has had to go out and help people even more than any of the doctors at your hospital. Izuku pointed out. If you got a job here, you'd be relieving a lot of work from her shoulders and helping out a lot of people. You'd get to live on the campus, Mom. It would be so much easier for us to spend time together, Izuku said, trying to haggle his mother out of her reluctance. Izuku, I appreciate how highly you think of me, but UA is still the top school in the country. I don't think that I really have the credentials for a nursing position there. I've looked at the job requirements. You more than meet them. Please, could you at least apply? Izuku begged. I don't like that you're living by yourself while all of this is going on. Sweetie, you don't need to worry about me, Inko said, trying to reassure her son. Izuku's relationship with his mother hadn't been perfect, but he loved her more than anyone else in the world and knew that she loved him just as much, if not more. She was his lone support and friend for most of his life, who, despite not believing in his dream to become a hero after his quirkless diagnosis, had always been there to talk to him, or to offer him a hug when he wasn't willing to talk. He'd feel sad and guilty towards her when something was upsetting her or when she felt stressed, and he tried to be there for her as much as she could be for him. Sometimes, Izuku would feel frustrated when he knew his mother was upset, but she'd pretend that nothing was wrong. Perhaps that was hypocritical of him. However, having seen what he had on his phone prior to calling, and hearing his mother tell him not to worry, it was the very first time in Izuku's life that he actually felt angry at her. Stop. Izuku suddenly hissed, practically feeling the flinch on the other side of the line. I know that you're not telling me the truth about how bad it is there. What? Izuku, why would you say something like? Someone posted pictures of Airjet after he was attacked, Mom. I know that you aren't telling me how badly he, or any of the other people caught up in the mob were hurt. There was silence on the other end of the line, but faintly, Izuku was certain he could hear his mother sniffling and hyperventilating. He knew she was scared and stressed out. When he had seen the post, Izuku almost had to throw up. Airjet had responded to a villain attack, only to arrive as the criminals were exchanging fire with a group of civilians armed with illegal support gear. The vigilantes hadn't been properly trained to handle their equipment, catching several bystanders in an attack. This had resulted in the firefight going even more out of control and sparking a panicked mob. When Airjet had tried to intervene, one of his legs was severed at the knee by a stray attack and he was trampled by the rampaging crowd before an ambulance managed to pick him up and drive him to the Muzutofo hospital. Izuku took a breath to try to calm himself down. I don't want you to get caught up in something like that, Mom. You would be safer here, please. I just don't want you to get hurt, he begged, finally having an idea of how scared his mother was when she agreed to let him live at the dorms in UA. Finally, she relented. Okay, Izuku. If you're really that confident that I can get the job, I'll send an application. Nezu had indeed warned Izuku that he couldn't just give his mother a job, she would need to go through the proper channels for the nursing position. That being said, him receiving her application, interviewing her for the position, and offer of the job took less than the span of a week. Izuku felt so grateful to Nezu for giving his mother the job that when he was asked to help out in the sports festival, he readily agreed. Testing. Midoriya spoke into his microphone one last time into the empty stadium. Alright, looks like you've got a handle on the controls, Midoriya. Yamada said from his seat next to Izuku in the announcer's booth. We should be ready for the festival next week. Thank you, Yamada-sensei. Izuku replied, bowing to his teacher. Yamada gave Izuku a small, albeit strained smile before staring out over the empty stadium. Present Mick's almost ever-present grin was missing now, and Izuku was stuck in an uncomfortable silence. He was about to say something when Yamada spoke again. I really got to thank you for doing this for us, Midoriya. It's a big help. We want to make this a good sports festival, go out with a bang, you know? Izuku blinked, feeling nervous. What do you mean? Is this going to be the last sports festival? He asked, voicing his concern over a rumor he had been hearing. Yamada was quiet again before he answered. No, No, we'll still have sports festivals in the future. Just not anything like this. He gestured towards the stadium. Nothing here, nothing televised, just more like what other schools do. Oh, well at least there's that. Izuku tried to be positive. His attempts didn't seem to work, as Yamada was still staring out into the stadium, an empty look in his eyes. You doing all right, Midoriya? Yamada asked vaguely. I know things have been rough for everyone. Me? Izuku thought about the mass of protesters outside UA that his mom had to fight through just to get into the school. She got in though, and she was safe. She seemed happy, mentioning how grateful recovery girls seemed to be for the help. I'm doing all right. It's great to have my mom in UA where it's safe. That's good, Yamada answered. The former hero still seemed out of it. It's also really nice to know that we're all still here. Izuku added, trying to cheer his teacher up. I was kind of worried that UA might, well, close down with what happened to the HPSC and whatever the investigation into the school was about. As bad as things have been in the rest of the country, UA's been the best time of my life, and I'm really grateful to you and Nezu for helping me figure out what I wanted to do with myself. You've been a really great teacher. Finally, Yamada looked at Izuku, but his expression didn't change and he looked away again. You think I'm a great teacher, huh? I do, sensei. No one ever gave me a chance before you, no other teacher ever made me feel proud of myself or that I was anything other than in the way. You are a great teacher, Yamada-sensei. Yamada's expression cringed. Then why do I feel so shitty? Izuku had no idea how to answer this. He knew that Present Mike was friends with Ms. Midnight and Eraserhead, so he imagined that having one die and the other retire would be tough on him. Yamada pinched the bridge of his nose, as if he was frustrated for breaking down like this in front of a teenager. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be putting this on you. It's just, being here, makes me think of all of the times in the past where I was the announcer for the sports festival with Shota, thinking about the good times, you know? But now, I'm just wondering if those times were really as good as I thought. All the times that I blew off my own class for the hero students, the times that I made a kid look good for the crowd even if I knew they were rotten, and I've been finding out about what happened to a lot of the kids that I didn't hype up. Izuku blinked, curious. What do you mean? Yamada leaned back in his seat, sighing in exhaustion. I don't know if you'd heard about this, but Sho had a reputation for expelling the most students in the school. The year before last, he expelled his entire class. He expelled the entire class? Izuku exclaimed out loud, finding it hard to believe. Yeah. Thing is, we thought it wasn't as bad as it sounded. Usually, he'd have all of his expelled students transferred to Gen Ed, basically putting them all on Nemuri and me, Yamada added bitterly. He treated it as giving them a wake-up call, making them take heroics seriously before transferring them all back the next year. He tilted his head towards Izuku while he was still facing the ceiling. Sho and I had this friend when we were students, Oboro. Great guy. He shuddered, clenching his eyes as if in pain. He sighed before moving on. He died while we were out on the field. It hit Sho pretty hard. I think that's why he was so harsh on his students. I didn't agree with him, but I didn't argue with him about it either. I guess I made myself think he had a point. I mean, they got back into the hero course eventually, so it should have been fine, right? Izuku could detect the underlying sarcasm. He dared to ask a question. But, if he expelled his students, didn't that mean that they'd still miss out on a whole year of training? Yamada sighed again, eyes shut. Yeah, they did. But that wasn't the biggest problem. See, even if they were allowed back into the hero course, they still had black marks on their permanent records. I found out during the investigation that it makes it really hard for someone to get a decent job, even if they graduated from UA. Heck, especially if they graduated from UA, it's not like anyone can look at someone that got a black mark from a top school and see that as a good thing. Agencies wouldn't take them seriously, and if they tried to get a job outside of heroics, they had to deal with a black mark and the fact that they hadn't been trained for anything else. Yamada leaned forward, his head in his hands and his elbows set on his knees. The investigators told us about what happened to the kids Sho expelled. Some of them got kicked out of their homes. Some became homeless. Some committed suicide. Some were a Jaku, fighting for the PLF. Izuku was shocked and felt sick to his stomach. He wondered, How much had he dodged by not applying to the hero course? It sounded as if he had somehow passed the entrance exam. Things would have turned out worse for him if he had ended up in Aizawa's class. Izuku had a feeling that a quirkless kid like him would have been the perfect scapegoat to get everyone else to behave. He only retired officially, but that was just the board being as nice as they could because of his injuries. No one's going to let him take a teaching position, and since he lost his leg and an eye, he couldn't be a hero anymore even if the HPSC was still running. I hate to admit it, but considering what's happened, he got off easy. I'm sorry that this happened. It sounds like he was a good friend of yours, Izuku tried to mumble out timidly. Yeah, well, maybe that was a problem all its own. Yamada suddenly shouted, making Izuku flinch, though his teacher went on. I went along with what he said. We all did, even if I thought it was unfair. We let this all happen on our watch. We let all of those kids down. And how else have we been screwing everyone over? Having an entrance exam that focuses on big, flashy quirks, having a sports festival and acting like we're being inclusive and giving the other students a chance to get into the hero course even though it still caters to the exact same kind of quirk? Letting psychopathic kids use their quirks to maim their classmates on live television? Can pushing his class into a stupid rivalry with Sho? We made heroics a competition, no, a popularity contest. And Sho was always ragging on the system even though he was the one benefiting from it. And I just let him. I treated it like a joke. But Yamada finally needed to take a breath and looked at Izuku, who had cringed away, staring at his teacher with his hands over his ears. None of the glass was cracked, so Yamada was pretty sure that he hadn't used his quirk, but he still just unloaded a truckload of angst on a 16-year-old. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I shouldn't have been shouting at you like that. This doesn't have anything to do with you. Still wincing a bit, Izuku pulled his hands away from his ears. It's all right, sensei. Things are kind of tough now, I get it. You made mistakes just like everyone else. We've just got to try to learn from them and try to figure out how to move forward. Yamada sighed and sat back up straight. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do. Yeah, Izuku went on, a bit more encouraged. Let's do our best to make sure everyone has fun at this sports festival, plus ultra. The most Yamada could manage was a small smile, though his heart still didn't seem really in it. Yeah, let's make this a good one. We owe it to those kids. Taking Izuku's advice to apply to UA was one of the best decisions of Inko's life. She had her friends at the Mizudafa hospital, but Inko couldn't help but pick up on the condescending attitudes of certain coworkers towards her when they found out that she had given birth to a quirkless son. Some looked at her with contempt, while others acted as if Inko was carrying a heavy burden. Both attitudes Inko had been forced to learn to ignore lest she give in to her urge to use her quirk to rip out some teeth. At UA though, when the other staff realized that Izuku was Inko's son, they had nothing but praise for him. Kansekijiro had talked about the improvements his students had made to their quirks thanks to Izuku. Maijima had told her of how some of Izuku's ideas would have suited him well to the support course, and her new supervisor Shizenji Chio, formerly Recovery Girl, had confided her gratitude in Inko how many student injuries Izuku's analysis had helped to avert. Inko had already been proud of her baby boy coming to UA at all, but hearing about all the good that he had done? Frankly, she doubted that he could have done as much even if he had gotten into the hero course, and he had shown himself to be so much more than even she had come to admire. Besides that, the work was a nice respite. In the days after the HPSC's fall, it was all Inko could do to get home to get some sleep, overwhelmed by severity and the sheer number of injured being brought in as a result of all of the panic and anger that seemed to permeate society now. It was the worst when a former hero was brought in. Quite a few were still trying to do their jobs, but without the support and coordination of an organization like the HPSC, injuries and fatalities were skyrocketing. Heroes couldn't rely on anyone to redirect support towards their location when things went bad, and equipment that they had come to rely on now no longer had HPSC-paid technicians to maintain. All of that was a minor concern compared to the sheer number of heroes who had simply quit, abandoning their profession in response to the loss of the HPSC's support, the trauma of what they had experienced in Jaku, or simply the constant vitriol they faced from the public that they were expected to still protect, leaving those who remained with even less support. So when heroes were brought in, Their injuries were often quite dire. Airjet's situation was hardly unique to him, and Inko had been hiding just how sick and exhausted she had felt to Izuku many times before their phone call. In truth, Izuku had probably saved Inko's life simply by preventing her from having a nervous breakdown from the stress of the job. There was quite a bit of work to handle under Shizenji, but even with as intense as some of the students' exercises could get, it was nothing compared to what Inko had seen, and Shizenji was truly grateful for Inko's help. It was such a nice respite to have someone who took her so seriously, who saw her son as a mark of pride rather than something Inko should be embarrassed about like a few of her old co-workers. Another benefit was the more regular hours working at a school nurse's office compared to the hectic pace of a big city hospital, which often meant that Inko was called in to work late shifts. Nowadays, she had time to go home regularly, read a book, take up yoga, take a nap, or visit Izuku. It was sorely tempting for Inko to visit Izuku at every opportunity, though she restrained herself from embarrassing him too much. On the occasions that she did drop by though, Inko couldn't help herself and ended up cooking a meal for 2C, earning her the title Mamadoriya, which she was rather proud of. That being said, sometimes her visits could get uncomfortable, and not for the reason that one might normally assume for a mother visiting her son in front of his friends. As far as Inko could tell, Izuku was never bothered by her dropping by, nor were any of his classmates. They were always very welcoming, and particularly grateful whenever she found something to help them out with. However, on a few of these visits, Inko would find one of the students crying. When she asked Mirio, the school's guidance counselor, about this, he made her realize that her mothering them, cooking for them, helping them with homework, or talking to them about their problems, might be reminding them of their own parents, triggering some fears that they had of their family's safety outside of UA. On a few of these occasions, where Inko would find a student off on their own, knees tucked into their chests, she could only try to offer what assurances she could. She began to understand how her son felt, becoming something of another therapist for these kids. Unfortunately, Inko could see that her free time was not a luxury shared amongst many of her co-workers. While the title of Pro Heroes did not technically exist anymore, many of the teachers at UA would still go out in an attempt to maintain the patrols they once had. Allegedly, they were still supposed to be directed by Japan's Ministry of Law Enforcement, though as the government was reeling from the loss of the HPSC, much of the pay and chain of command was lost, and required those willing to maintain their posts to act on their own initiative, further complicating an already horrendous mess. Yamada, Izuku's homeroom teacher, was one of those who was trying to carry on and keep things from falling apart even more. Due to how his quirk voice could be used to quarrel and rebuff large groups of people, he was often asked to patrol areas where riots were suspected to spring up. This, coupled with his duties as a teacher, made it difficult for him to get time outside of work, which was even more concerning due to the fact that as Aizawa's closest associate, he was currently the teacher taking care of Eri. Izuku had been somewhat evasive about the little girl whose quirk he had been helping to control, though once Inko had been made part of the UA staff and was given more clearance, she could understand why. Inko did not want to think about what had happened to such a little girl while imprisoned by the 8 precepts, and she was likewise unsettled by what accidents involving a quirk as powerful as Rewind may have entailed, and how they would have affected Eri's mental well-being. Learning that Izuku had taken such a proactive effort in helping a girl in such a difficult situation made Inko even prouder of her son than she could have imagined. So, when she overheard Yamada saying that he needed to take a night to go on patrol, requiring that Izuku babysit Eri, Inko volunteered to help. That night, Yamada greeted the two at the door of his apartment, thanking them before he had to rush out. Inko tried to stay calm, having been warned by Izuku that Eri could be wary around strangers. Thankfully, while the little girl was keeping her distance from Inko as Izuku knelt next to her, she wasn't looking at Inko in fear as far as she could tell, even seeming somewhat interested at Inko's appearance. Also, maybe Inko was just being a little over-emotional, but Eri looked like the most precious thing in the world. Eri, this is my mom. I think Yamada-sensei told you about her? She's going to be helping me take care of you tonight, Izuku said, gesturing towards Inko. Inko smiled at the little girl, doing her best to be gentle and keep her distance until Eri felt comfortable with her. Hello Eri, it's nice to meet you, she said, nodding. Eri still seemed somewhat wary, staying close to Izuku, but she wasn't hiding either. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya." Eri tried to bow back. "You look like Izuku?" she observed. Inko laughed. "Yes, I suppose I do. Izuku picked up most of his genes from me, after all." Thankfully, Eri seemed comfortable with Inko enough that Izuku could start to carry on with their usual tasks for the day. As Inko got the ingredients for dinner together, she observed Izuku handle some quirk training with Eri. He pulled out several apples that had been left out to ripen for too long and instructed her to try to rewind them back to a fresh state. While Inko wasn't as intrigued by quirks as her son was, it was fascinating to watch as Eri's horn glowed and enveloped each of the apples in turn, watching as they slowly turned a brighter red, though from there Eri seemed to have trouble as she continued to channel energy into the fruit until it disappeared, turned into a bud, or was reduced to a small, green color. Being a nurse, a part of Inko's mind that she had passed on to Izuku excitedly considered the possible applications Eri's quirk could have. She could heal almost all injuries, cure all diseases. If Eri could learn to fine-tune her quirk enough, she might be able to target specific cells such as cancer or to repair genetic damage. However, it was clear that rewind could take a lot of energy, as despite not moving from her seat, Eri looked exhausted after the endeavor. Inko felt for the little girl. She couldn't imagine how difficult it could be to live with such a finicky and potentially dangerous quirk. Her own attraction of small objects was extremely simple in comparison. After Eri had made her attempt on each of the apples, Izuku praised her, pointing out how she hadn't needed to redirect her quirk at any point, though the little girl still seemed disappointed in herself. Pausing in her preparations for just a moment, Inko brought an apple juice box over for the little girl. "Here, Eri, you look tired." Eri's look of disappointment faded. "Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya," she said before gratefully sipping on the juice. Izuku smiled a thanks to Inko as well before she went back to work. While Inko started to work on the rice and pound some pork chops into shape, Izuku began a different lesson for Eri, teaching her how to play chess. Inko was proud of her son, but part of her shuddered for Eri's sake. Ever since Izuku had started taking lessons with Principal Nezu, he had become essentially unbeatable in the game, and Inko had spent many nights mentally exhausted from the games Izuku had convinced her to play and completely slaughter her in. She smiled though as Eri seemed to pick up on the game well enough, having fun with the little pieces. They worked through a game before stopping, as Eri unexpectedly approached the counter where Inko was working. "Mrs. Midoriya, what are you making?" Eri asked in interest, watching as Inko mixed spices into the breadcrumbs. "I'm making katsudon," Inko replied, noting with pleasure the sight of her son's mouth watering. "Have you ever had it, Eri?" When Eri shook her head, Inko explained. "Katsudon is basically pork fried in breadcrumbs and served over rice." She proceeded to cover the pork chops in flour, followed by slathering them in beaten egg yolk. "I'm just about to bread these pork chops." Noticing Eri's rapt attention, Inko decided to let her get involved. "Would you like to help, Eri?" Eri nodded, somewhat timidly, but still interested in the prospect of a meal that could get Izuku so excited. "Well, if you two could wash your hands, I would appreciate it." Once Izuku and Eri's hands were clean, Izuku showed Eri how to dredge the pork chops in breadcrumbs. The sight made Inko smile with nostalgia, remembering how she had shown Izuku how to do the same when he was Eri's age. Once the two were done, Inko would have to handle the rest of the cooking herself, but the two were still too engrossed in the sound and smell of the sizzling pork chops and stir-fried vegetables to move too far away. So Izuku brought over some paper and crayons to the kitchen's island table for Eri to draw with. As the pork chops were starting to turn brown, Inko couldn't help but notice what Eri was drawing. "Eri, is that you and Izuku with cat ears?" she asked, her heart melting at the image. Eri nodded. "I'm drawing Izuku, Mirio, and me back when they took me to their cat cafe." "Oh right," Inko remarked. "Izuku told me about that. That sounds like it was fun." Inko smiled as she transferred the pork chops to a plate to cool. "It was. Do you want to see the picture we took there?" Eri suggested, her eyes lighting up. Inko noticed her son starting to blush, and her mom instincts told her that this was something she needed to see. Eri ran off to her room and picking up a framed photograph, displaying Eri, the deceased hero student Togata Mirio, and Izuku, wearing a Nico outfit, all of them wearing cat ears and a kitten on their heads. "Oh, Izuku!" Inko squealed with glee, hugging him close. "Why didn't you send me a copy?" she demanded. I could do that if you want, Mom. Just," Izuku's voice lowered to an embarrassed murmur, "please don't show it to too many people." Inko laughed and transferred the breaded pork chops to plates of rice, announcing that their meal was ready. "Itadakimasu," the three declared before digging in. Eri took a careful bite, and her eyes lit up. "It's really good, Mrs. Midoriya." Inko smiled, her heart warming at the sight of Eri enjoying her meal so much. With how busy everyone who had been taking care of the little girl had been, Inko felt a brief pang in her chest. She was sure that Yamada and the other teachers would make sure Eri was fed and cared for, but Inko wondered how often Eri was able to get a good home-cooked meal like this. With their meal eaten and no one having any work left, Inko made a suggestion. "Eri, how would you feel about a movie?" Eri's eyes lit up, the corners of her mouth twitching. "That sounds fun. What movie are we going to watch?" "Well, let's see what we have available." Izuku turned Yamada's television on and set the streaming service to select a random children's movie. Inko prepared some popcorn for the three of them before sitting with Eri and Izuku and seeing what they had found. Surprisingly, Izuku hadn't picked a hero movie. This looks nice," Inko said, observing the movie's title cover, featuring a mouse wearing a red coat holding a ruby alongside a goofy-looking crow. "How does this sound, Eri? Would you like to watch it?" Eri said after some consideration. "All right then. The Secret of Nim it is," Inko exclaimed, ready to watch a relaxing kids' movie. This was a horrible mistake. What twisted mind came up with a film like this? Inko stared at the screen in horror as it seemed that every nightmare she had ever had as a single mother was condensed into the space of an hour and a half. It was bad enough watching a widowed mouse's home, holding her sick infant son, nearly get torn to pieces by a plow, but then Mrs. Brisby barely avoided getting eaten by a giant spider, a demonic cat literally named Dragon, nearly decapitated by an insane rat, and now her home was sinking into a mud pit with her children still inside. It took all of Inko's willpower not to scream at Justin to let Mrs. Brisby go and save her children as she was trying to claw her way out of his grip. The movie ended with her managing to save them, but good grief, she was going to have nightmares from this. Then it began to hit her that Eri had just sat through all of this as well. She turned to her side and saw that Eri was sitting unmoving, staring at the screen. What had she just had this little traumatized girl sit through? "Eri," Inko stammered, "are you all right? I'm sorry, that was so scary. That was so cool." Eri suddenly burst out in excitement with an actual smile on her face. "What? Do you like that movie?" Inko asked. "Yeah," Eri squealed. There were a lot of scary parts, but Mrs. Brisby was so brave. And the magic was so cool and Jeremy was really funny and Eri looked at Inko and frowned. "Mrs. Midoriya? I think you're hurting Izuku?" Can't breathe. Izuku gasped for air as his mother had at some point latched onto him in a hug in some instinctual desire to protect her baby. Inko squeaked, releasing Izuku and apologizing profusely. After he had caught his breath though, Izuku's attention was caught when he looked at Eri's smile and grinned. "So, you like that movie, Eri?" he asked, kneeling down. "Yeah," Eri said again, quickly recovering from her concern. "Thank you so much for letting me watch it, Izuku and Mrs. Midoriya." Inko felt touched by Eri's innocent joy, even more so when the little girl hugged Izuku, and then Inko in turn, which she gladly reciprocated. Later, after Eri had brushed her teeth and had gone to bed, Izuku suddenly enveloped Inko in his own hug. "Mom, thank you so much for coming. I think you made Eri feel really good. That was the first time I've seen her smile since Togata died." Izuku's statement filled Inko with pleasure, but also concern. That little girl had been through so much. The teachers here were doing what she could for Eri, but there was only so much that they could do. At that moment, Inko resolved to do something to help Eri. The next day, Inko found Yamada in the staff room. "Yamada, may I have a word with you?" Inko asked her son's homeroom teacher. "Sure, what is it?" the former hero responded. To my understanding, you're acting as Eri's primary caregiver, but I was also told that some of the other teachers have been stepping in. What exactly is Eri's current situation as far as who is taking care of her? Does she have an official guardian? At this question, Yamada sighed in exhaustion. I wish I had an answer. Excuse me? Inko responded, confused. Yamada fixed Inko with a tired expression. It used to be that Shota, the homeroom teacher for Class A, was acting as her guardian. His quirk let him handle the possibility that Eri's quirk would go out of control. But now that he's been forced to retire and why he had to retire, it was decided that he couldn't. Right now, it's just whoever's left at UA watching over her. Usually it's me since I was the closest to Sho, Yamada grimaced. But to be honest, Eri's situation is kind of up in the air right now. The only reason Child Services hasn't taken her somewhere else is because they're swamped handling situations for kids that have it even worse. At least here, Eri has food, a roof over her head, and people. Well, Yamada managed a small smile, your son helping her handle her quirk, but Eri doesn't have anyone really fixed in her life, if you know what I mean. Yamada sighed, facing the floor. Eri trusts me enough to stay here and eat food that I make her, but I know it's been really rough on her. She doesn't see me the same way she did for Sho, or Togata, or heck, even your son, and I can't blame her. I've been trying for the little listener, I really have, but I've also got all of these other kids to take care of, and I keep getting asked to help out by the police, so I keep having to leave her with babysitters like this. Inko looked at Yamada with sympathy. She had her suspicions that Eri's guardianship wasn't exactly stable, but it was still upsetting to have them confirmed. However, she had been thinking about something ever since she started to have these suspicions. Yamada, would it perhaps be helpful if Eri stayed over at my apartment? Yamada blinked, looking at Inko. Are you saying that you want to adopt her? Inko couldn't help but feel butterflies in her stomach at this statement, but she tried to push them down and handle the situation rationally. I understand that Eri's legal status as far as guardianship could be difficult right now, and I know that I have only known her for a day, but I can't help but think that she might benefit from having a more, and don't take this the wrong way, Yamada, Inko tried to add respectfully, but it might be helpful for her to have someone who's had more experience raising a child. Even if I would just be fostering her unofficially, it would make me a lot happier to know that Eri has someone taking care of her who has the time to be with her. Are you sure about this? Yamada asked after considering Inko for a moment. It sounds like you and the rest of the teachers have been trying to take care of Eri to the best of your ability. It makes sense that I would help as I'm able to, especially since I don't have the added responsibilities of hero work. Yamada blinked, looking away from Inko for a moment. As he thought though, it seemed as if he was relaxing more. Well, if you're up to it, let's see what Eri thinks. About a week after the sports festival, Izuku was called to a meeting in the teacher's lounge with the new Class A teacher. Midoriya Izuku? My name is Tsuragami Kenji. Though the man in front of him wasn't a hero, Izuku was certainly impressed by his stature, as well as Tsuragami's beagle quirk, which granted him a white and brown dog head, albeit with not as extensive mutations as the school's guidance counselor, Hound Dog. From what Izuku had heard, Tsuragami was once the chief of police, but was about to retire when the Battle of Jakku occurred. As the heroes were expected to integrate into the police force, he was deemed as the best possible teacher to help the former hero students to handle that shift. Izuku bowed respectfully towards the man, still curious what the new teacher wanted to speak to him about, though he began to get an idea when he saw copies of the analysis he had done for the Class A students in front of him, which Tsuragami gestured to. I understand that you've helped the Hero Course students with your analysis. I was quite impressed with your work with Shoji and Yaoyorozu in particular. Izuku blushed with the praise. Thank you, Tsuragami-sensei, but it's really down to their hard work and talent. Tsuragami nodded. It's true that they should be praised for their work, but that's not why I wanted to talk to you. Izuku calmed down, making himself pay attention. You see, Midoriya, I was asked to take this position to better help the students of what used to be the hero courses integrate into the new system, to incorporate strategies focusing on teamwork and long-range combat. Most heroes have been trained to focus on techniques that are powerful, but oftentimes impractical and potentially hazardous to their surroundings. Izuku couldn't help but think of MT Lady's canyon cannon move. Or focus on close combat akin to a gladiator-style fight, techniques which look good to spectators and the press but aren't really practical. Izuku blinked in surprise. Okay, but what do I have to do with that? Tsuragami gestured to Izuku's analysis. I've looked at some of the analysis you've done for the hero students, and noticed that in many regards, you've already given the students some ideas and strategies that could help them better integrate into the police program. Shoji cited you as the reason why he first started learning how to use firearms. Hagakure took your advice in focusing on silent takedowns, and Mina has learned to be more adaptable with how she uses her acid because of your advice. Really, most of your analysis had nothing to do with the showboating that heroism has been criticized for and is quite practical. Tsuragami folded his hands together and leaned forward. I understand that you, like everyone else, are navigating uncharted waters as it were, but your work has shown promise. I was hoping that I could ask you to use your analysis on heroes, but apply it to the strategies used police and rescue operations. Izuku was flattered that he would be trusted to this regard. It made him feel relieved that his work was still applicable, possibly even more so to what heroics was turning into. If you think that I can be of assistance, I would love to help, sensei. Tsuragami smiled and started to rifle his way through the analysis. Let's get started then. Tsuragami began to give Izuku a brief overview of the kinds of principles and strategies that the former hero students were expected to abide by. It seemed that his biggest difficulty was in personalizing training to each of the students and their quirks. Police were trained by a standardized system, previously only a few being allowed to use their quirks, and only in specific circumstances. This meant that Tsuragami wanted details as specific as possible on the limits of his students' quirks. What range could Mina launch her acid? What was the mental deterioration of Sato's sugar rush, etc., comparing them to the range of firearms or the impact resistance of body armor. Despite the different mindset that Izuku was being asked to adopt here, it was quite exciting for him to explore, particularly in applying the students into collaborative scenarios, figuring out the distance that Kaminari needed his allies to be at to safely use his shock discs, how many of the other students Zero's tape could support when rappelling down a building, or how much energy Hagakure could refract from Aoyama's naval laser. At this point though, Tsuragami had to stop Izuku. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but Aoyama is no longer a student at UA. Izuku dropped the notebook he was reading through. What? Why? He and his family immigrated back to France. He transferred to a hero school there. Tsuragami picked out a few documents, separating them from the others. Bakugu, Kirishima, Rin, and Mineta also all dropped out. As much as Izuku had come to realize how much better off he was without Bakugu in his life, he couldn't believe that he would just quit. From what Izuku had seen of Kirishima, he was also surprised at how someone so exuberant would drop out. He couldn't understand why Rin would either. Mineta? The less said about Mineta the better. Why so many though? Why now? Tsuragami gave a tired sigh. I wasn't that surprised to be honest. Rin's family wasn't happy with the revelations of what's gone on with the HPSC or this school and decided that he's better off in his home country. Tsunatori from 2B is the same, her family has moved back to the US. Besides that though, UA is having the same issues as all of the police and rescue departments are in integrating heroes. Even disregarding the backlash from all of the scandals being revealed, quite a few heroes simply retired when they realized that they weren't going to be supported by the HPSC and living as celebrities anymore. Some have become vigilantes. Even those that tried to integrate are having problems adapting to the new rules and limitations to the system. I expect more students to drop out before the end of the semester. It's like I told you, Midoriya, a lot of heroes have been trained to handle issues in a way that isn't compatible with police work. We can't just sweep the expenses of a fight that wrecks a city block under the carpet anymore. Izuku looked at the files. Aoyama seemed to revel in the glamour of heroism. With that gone, Izuku could understand how he would lose interest. Izuku remembered Mineta talking about how he wanted to become a hero to attract girls, and would likely have quit for similar reasons. Bakugu, knowing Bakugu the way Izuku did, it was probably the loss of the ranking system that sealed the deal for his former bully. Bakugu had always seen heroism in the way that Endeavor had, as a competition to prove himself the best. Without the competition, Izuku guessed that Bakugo would have chafed at the standardized, regimented form that heroism was taking. Considering what Tsuragami said, most likely Bakugo was either going to join the former heroes that were attempting to protest the changes in the system, or he was going to become a vigilante. As for Kirishima, it might not have been fair for Izuku to judge the boy like this, but regardless of his far more positive attitude, following after someone like Bakugo unfortunately threw his own character into question. Yaoyorozu had in confidence shared a frustrating argument she had with Kirishima in the wake of Bakugo's kidnapping. She had managed to attach a tracker to one of the Nomu used in the summer camp attack and had given a receiver to the heroes. Kirishima had overheard this and wanted to use a second receiver to try to track down Bakugo himself. Yaoyorozu had refused on the grounds of the idea being stupid, dangerous, and illegal, and none of their classmates thought that it was a good idea either. A rift had formed between Kirishima and the rest of the class since then. Izuku could recognize that Kirishima wasn't like the sycophants that followed Bakugo around in Aldra, but he also felt that he was clinging to an image of Bakugo that simply wasn't true, one that was going to seriously hurt him. If Izuku was right and Bakugo was acting as a vigilante now, he didn't like to think about how that was going to turn out. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Katsuki had finally shaken off that shitty middle school and started UA. Deku still thought he was better than he actually was, and Katsuki made sure to remind him of his place before the year went out, but it wasn't like it mattered anyway. Deku was stuck with a bunch of other extras who had failed the hero course exams. Even if he was at UA, he was going to be a stepping stone for the rest of his life. Heck, a stepping stone would have been something you could see. Deku wasn't even going to be that. So who gave a shit? Starting out, there were a few extras who didn't know their place yet, like that glasses-wearing extra with a stick up his ass telling him to get his legs off the desk, but he'd show them their place eventually. The hobo they had for a homeroom teacher even looked like he had the right mindset, skipping the useless orientation ceremony and moving straight onto getting rid of the most useless extras in their Quirk apprehension exam, telling them whoever got last would get expelled. Bakugo could just set the pecking order from the start. He got third place. He was behind some half-and-half ice bastard and a ponytail girl with a creation quirk. That wasn't how things were supposed to go. He was supposed to be number one. Beyond anyone else. It wouldn't stay like this. He'd crush those two and show everyone who the real number one was. Young man, I told you very clearly not to fire these, and your response made it clear that you heard and understood my instructions. You need to understand how dangerous it can be to fire a weapon like this indoors. You're lucky that Recovery Girl believes that your 3 classmates will be able to make a recovery. I am afraid that I will be having a word with your homeroom teacher and will be forced to confiscate those gauntlets. All Might said as he took Katsuki's gauntlets from him. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He had been dominating that scaled Chinese extra until he decided to run like a coward and take potshots. This was the perfect time for Katsuki to show his secret weapon, gauntlets filled with his explosive sweat. When he fired it, not only had scale extra gone down, but Katsuki had torn a hole through the entire building, making it collapse on tail extra. It was awesome. He had won and shown everyone that he was number one. But that wasn't how All Might saw it. He had rushed into the testing area, and before Katsuki could even blink, he and the 3 extras were outside before the building had collapsed. Why the hell was it his fault that the building was that weak? Why should he be worried about the extras in the exercise? If they were too weak to handle this, they shouldn't have been in UA in the first place. But the way All Might was looking at him, disappointed yet still smiling like he was scolding a child, for the first time in his life, Katsuki was speechless. You have power and you have good instincts, but you need to understand, young Bakugo, if you do not learn to control your temper, you cannot be a hero. He was not just told that. Not by All Might. He was the next number one. It was worse when Katsuki saw Half and Half finish his match in a single move, freezing over the entire building. Katsuki hadn't had that kind of power before. He was stronger, damn it. He'd prove it. And then, when All Might asked who the MVP of the match was, Ponytail spoke up. For some reason though, she said it was glasses. When Rin realized that Bakugo was stronger than him, he made the right decision in baiting Bakugo into following him away from the objective. Bakugo, for his part, should have realized what Rin was doing though. The only reason Ojiro didn't get to the objective was because Bakugo pulled a reckless move that destroyed his own base. Katsuki gnashed his teeth. Ponytail was critiquing him? In front of All Might and all of the other extras? Where the fuck did she get off thinking she was better than him? He won. He beat Scales and Tail all on his own. He'd show them. He put them all in their place. Everyone, I have some good news. Ponytail was making an announcement to the class during their study period. Her and the octopus extra were holding a stack of folders. Principal Nezu had us meet with a student from the general education course who analyzed footage of us in our training and at the sports festival, and he's given us some advice on how to improve our quirks that I believe would be very helpful. Ponytail and Octopus proceeded to pass out folders to Katsuki and the extras. Up at the front row, he could see Raccoon Eyes and the new extra from Gen Ed, Pink Cheeks looking interested at their folders. Katsuki didn't bother looking at the one Octopus handed him at first. He knew his quirk, he didn't need some worthless extra from Gen Ed telling him what to do. Take up swimming to get used to operating in zero gravity and take ginger to counteract motion sickness. Pink Cheeks read out loud. Wait a minute. This handwriting looks familiar. You said that a student from Gen Ed wrote this? She asked Ponytail, who nodded. Yes, actually. I forgot that Midoriya is from the same class you were in. Deku? He wouldn't. Katsuki flipped open his folder. He recognized the handwriting. That bastard. Deku still thought he was worth something? Trying to ruin his origin story? Thinking that Katsuki needed his help? He couldn't be a hero, so he was trying to use his creepy stalker notebooks to pretend he was on the same level? Katsuki was going to have to remind him of his place. He stomped out of the classroom, not noticing the class representative watching him with a frown. Katsuki found his way to the 1C classroom. For a moment, he wondered if he should just wait until Deku left to beat some sense back into him, or if it would be worth it to go in now and drag him out. He was stopped though by Ponytail stepping in front of him. Excuse me, Bakugo, but what are you doing here? We should be back in our classroom for study period. Get the fuck out of my way, Ponytail. Bakugo growled in response. I need to remind that quirkless Deku of his place. Ponytail though stood her ground, glaring back at him. I fail to see why Midoriya providing advice would in any way justify you attacking him, let alone calling him such a demeaning name. He's a quirkless waste of space. Katsuki spat. Those shitty stalker notebooks are just his way to pretend that he could be a hero. Despite hearing what Katsuki said, Ponytail's glare became sharper and more contemptuous. It shouldn't surprise me that you're a bigot on top of everything else. Midoriya being quirkless in no way diminishes his value as a person, and it does not prevent his analysis from being insightful and helpful. He's already given Shoji and I some very practical advice, and I look forward to seeing how the rest of the class will improve. Katsuki could barely believe it. Ponytail knew Deku was quirkless and still thought he was worth listening to? Figured an extra like her would see something in common with Deku. That waste of space shouldn't be at UA at all. I would have ignored him if he had just stayed in his lane with the other extras, but I'm not letting him get ideas above his station, to let him think he's better than me. I don't care why you or any of the other extras think he's got anything worth listening to, I'm putting a stop to this right now. But Ponytail stepped in front of Katsuki. You've disgraced our class enough with how you've treated everyone, but I'm drawing the line here. I am not going to let you hurt anyone, especially not someone who is doing so much for us. Katsuki popped a few explosions in his hands. Last warning, Ponytail. Get the fuck out of my way. Go back to the classroom, Bakugo. Ponytail answered. Katsuki gritted his teeth, glad to finally have an excuse to show this stuck-up extra her place, and swung his hand forward to create an explosion big enough to blast Ponytail into the 1C room. Before Katsuki could blast Ponytail though, there was a loud hiss that sounded like a fire extinguisher and he was enveloped in a cloud of white foam from Ponytail's open palm. You bitch! Bakugo tried to blast at her with his quirk, only for it to sputter and fail. One of the things that Midoriya recommended to me was to analyze potential opponents before getting into conflict. Ponytail explained with a frown on her face. To consider what items or chemicals I could produce that could neutralize other quirks. It wasn't that difficult to think of something to counteract your explosive sweat. Perhaps if I had asked Midoriya for help before the sports festival, I would have done better. Katsuki was too shocked by the temporary loss of his quirk to think properly at first, but as Ponytail continued to talk, praising Deku, his rage caught up to him and he swung his fist into her face. Only for Ponytail to deftly block the hit with her left arm, followed by a slap across Katsuki's face with her right that echoed through the hallway and jerked his head to the side. Katsuki had never been disrespected like that before. He was going to tear this bitch apart. Ponytail though kept on looking at him like he was something she had to scrape off of her shoe. You seem used to hitting people who can't defend themselves. I on the other hand have been training with actual instructors for years, and am more than capable of handling such a ridiculously telegraphed attack. If you try to hit me again, you will regret it. This bitch thought she could slap him and get away with it? Bakugo was about to drive his fist through her gut when they heard a clapping noise. My, what impressive technique, Ms. Yaoyorozu. Nezu, the principal of UA, was sitting on a bench across from them as if he had been there the whole time. The chimera jumped off of his seat and walked over to the two, still keeping his creepy smile up. That being said, I cannot condone fighting in the hallways. However, as you both lashed out with your quirks and your fists once, I would prefer to leave this as a warning. Ponytail stared at Nezu for a moment before bowing. I apologize, Principal Nezu. I did not anticipate this devolving into a fight. Quite understandable. I just happened to notice your confrontation from my office. Nezu turned his gaze towards Katsuki. I don't know what grievance you have against my personal student, Mr. Bakugo. Personal student? Personal student? Nezu took on Deku as a personal student. This freak of nature really was insane if he thought that the quirkless Deku was worth being the student of one of the smartest beings on the planet. But I should make it clear that I will not tolerate bullying in my school. If anything were to happen to Mr. Midoriya, either here or outside of UA, I can promise whoever was responsible that their position would become tenuous. Katsuki wasn't afraid of anything. Not any of the extras in his class and not villains. But something about Nezu's shiny black eyes and his smile made Katsuki's instincts scream at him. Now, you are under no obligation to use Midoriya's analysis if you choose not to. However, he wrote that analysis for your class as part of an assignment from me to help you all improve. I believe that I can let the results of this speak for themselves, as to whether taking his advice or ignoring it will affect your progress. Tisit. Katsuki looked away, ignoring the chimera's smug smile. Wonderful. Now that we've cleared that up, you two should run along while there's still time in your study period. Nezu said, shooing the two away. Ponytail was at the classroom by the time Katsuki had caught up with her, but before she opened the door to go in, she stopped, speaking to Bakugo over her shoulder. Oh, and by the way, Bakugo? Nothing Midoriya said to me in any way indicates that he thinks he is better than anyone else, let alone you. Ponytail fixed Katsuki with a contemptuous glare. But he is certainly far more of a hero than you are. Remedial lessons. He was expected to take remedial lessons? He was not some rookie who needed to review the basics. He was the best. He won the sports festival. He would have won even if Half and Half had given him the fight he deserved and fought with his fire. He would have beaten All Might if he hadn't been stuck with Half and Half. Shitty hair, big lips, flat face, raccoon eyes, dunce face, and Half were all taking remedial lessons. Katsuki could hear them talking. We really should have paid closer attention to what Midoriya wrote, Kirishima, Big Lips said. How can he expect us to run away though? Shitty hair gripped back. A man faces his problems head on. Hearing Deku's name again made Katsuki want to blast apart the table. It was worse when he saw the other extras in his class crowding around Deku's table, acting as if he was the reason why they passed. Katsuki was about to run across the cafeteria and finally wipe that dopey grin off of Deku's face when he saw Ponytail glaring at him. Stuck-up bitch thought she was hot shit just because she took Hobo-sensei on her own. He would have blasted her too, but noticed a security camera watching over Deku's table. Katsuki could sweat he saw the rat's eyes peering out at him from there. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Why the hell is he like this? It's like buying a scratched game cartridge now. Katsuki's head was pounding. He felt his hands restrained. But he could recognize that scratchy voice. That would be because of our esteemed colleague Muscular. The young man here tried to attack him, but was swatted away. I'm not sure if Muscular realized he was the one we were supposed to kidnap. He looks like hammered shit. We need to take him to a doctor. Meh, he's just got a few splinters, he'll walk it off. Yes, when I got to him, he was lodged in a tree. If I didn't compress him, I doubt that I would have been able to pull him out. What the hell were those voices talking about? The last thing he remembered was when he was about to explode that shitty muscle villain, and then nothing. Where the hell is Muscular now anyway? I ought to dust him for this. Two of the young man's classmates pulled off quite the magic trick it seems. One sprayed Muscular with acid, and the other electrocuted him. Based off of how Muscular was screaming and smelled, I don't think that he'll be able to perform any more. Acid and electricity, raccoon eyes and dunce face? They beat the villain that knocked Katsuki out? The two dumbest extras in the class? No, they couldn't have, if Katsuki hadn't, but how? Those notebooks, they got the idea from him? Deku couldn't have beaten that villain. Not when Katsuki couldn't. He was stronger than them. He was smarter than them. He was not weak. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. How could he fail the provisional license exam? Even Raccoon Eyes and Dunce Face passed this time. He was supposed to be number one. How could he fail? While the extras all went on internships with heroes, Katsuki was stuck with half and half taking remedial courses again, along with two extras from the extra hero school Shiketsu. These lessons were being taught by Gang Orca, who for some reason thought it would be a good idea for them to waste time with a bunch of kids. According to Gang Orca, they were supposed to earn their hearts or some garbage like that. It was ridiculous, but Katsuki knew how to deal with little brats like this. You just had to show them who was boss. He flashed his quirk, making explosions big enough to blow up cars, but the brats didn't even care, and just flashed their own useless quirks in response. One of them though spoke up. "Hey, I remember you now," he said, pointing at Katsuki. He scoffed. At least one of these brats knew to recognize the future number one. You're that villain that the league wanted to join them. Katsuki felt a chill pass through him. He stared at the little shit, laughing at him. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears. Small explosions crackled in his hands. He was no villain. He was not some weak piece of garbage. The kids that were laughing suddenly looked scared, stepping away from him. It was too late though. This little shit had dug his grave. Now he was going to lie in it. He swung his arm back, readying an explosion, only for Katsuki to feel a sudden, crushing weight around his arm. Gang Orca was standing behind him, gripping his arm hard enough that Katsuki could hear his bones crack. The killer whale hero's eyes were narrowed onto Katsuki in a barely restrained fury. If you even think about doing that again, you can forget about getting your provisional license. I will arrest you on the spot as a villain. The hero growled before throwing Katsuki away from the kids. Every day passed by the same. Katsuki and the extras in the lessons were given some ridiculous task that had nothing to do with real heroics. They were lectured, made to clean up garbage, volunteer at homeless shelters. It was a complete waste. What made it all worse though was when for no reason, Gang Orca passed the Shiketsu extras, but not Katsuki or Half and Half. According to Gang Orca, Katsuki and Half and Half were still not ready, that they couldn't earn anyone's hearts, and weren't stunting themselves. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Katsuki was supposed to be the number one hero, to blast through all of the competition without a sweat, to always win and come out on top of everyone. He wasn't supposed to be stuck being given lessons about being nice. Around the end of winter, some extras in suits came and talked to Gang Orca during one of the lessons. Later, he took Katsuki and Half aside. "I'm done teaching you two. I don't have enough time to help you deal with whatever your problems are." Before Katsuki could scream back at the hero, to let loose all the vitriol that had been building up with every second he had to deal with Gang Orca, he spoke again in a lower voice. "There's going to be a battle soon. This isn't going to be like anything you've seen. The heroes there are going to need to be people that can be relied on, that heroes and civilians can trust will help them, and not let their personal issues or their pursuit of glory get in the way. That's the thing about heroes. It's not just your life that you are putting on the line. If you fail, the person next to you and the people behind you are going to get hurt. I'm telling you both this because I know that you aren't ready. You two still think that this is all about you. If you go out with that attitude, people are going to get hurt. For the sake of yourselves, and the people who would be relying on you if you go out there, find a different path. Because I can promise you, there's nothing but pain ahead of you with how you're acting now. He left without another word. The two extras in suits came up to Katsuki and half, handing them their provisional licenses. Katsuki scoffed, resolving to forget everything that blowhard hero ever said to him. He was back on track. He would be number one. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Katsuki's chance had been right there. That handsy fuck was screaming like an idiot after he had just taken down Ryukyu and Endeavor. Weird Eyes was struggling against him as some giant villain and a bunch of Nomu showed up, his body looking like it was tearing itself apart. Katsuki finally had a chance to take him down, to pay him back for ever suggesting that he was a villain, to show everyone definitively who was number one. But before Katsuki could reach the villain, Weird Eyes started to spark with blue light, his skin literally evaporating away. He grabbed Katsuki with one of his black whips along with all of the downed heroes and several of the villains and threw them away. Best Jeanist caught them and held Katsuki as he was screaming to let him take the bastard down. In the distance, he saw a brief flash, followed by a shout to the heavens. Pull a warrior. There was an explosion of blue light that enveloped the giant, the Nomus, and everything still back at the hospital, and suddenly it was gone. But none of that matched what he was listening to now. It is the decision of myself and of Parliament to dissolve the HPSC and to integrate our pro-heroes into Japan's police force and emergency services. No more HPSC. No heroes. No ranking system. This couldn't be happening. It had been Katsuki's dream, his destiny to become a hero, and now the world was taking that away from him? No, that couldn't be right. People wouldn't let things die like that. Katsuki started the new year, desperate to hear what they were going to do now, to hear that people would stop whining and things would go back to the way they were supposed to go, with Katsuki on top. Hobo-sensei didn't show up to class though. Instead, it was some dog-headed extra. Attention 2A, my name is Tsuragami Kenji. Your homeroom teacher, Aizawa, has unfortunately been forced to retire due to injuries he sustained at Jaku. I will be taking over as your new homeroom teacher. At the very least, Doghead looked like a teacher. But he wasn't any hero Katsuki recognized. You may have noticed that I am not a hero. I was police chief and had intended to retire and pass my position on by the end of last year, but with the dissolution of the hero system, I was asked to take this position to better help students in your course integrate into the police and emergency response forces. Police? They actually expected them to do that? To become one of the weak, faceless cleanup crews for heroes? Katsuki was no extra. The dog-headed extra leaned over the podium. There is something that you all need to understand if you choose to remain in this class. You are not going to become heroes. This is no longer the hero course, but has been tentatively renamed Advanced Emergency Services. While the duties you would be expected to fulfill are similar as part of the police, there are many differences that you need to take into consideration. Your training is going to be changed to cut out attributes or strategies deemed superfluous or dangerous. You can't expect to get rich from this kind of job. There are no advertisements. We are not working to have our faces seen on television. We are public servants. We are not seeking to compete against each other. I can't guarantee you what this new system is going to be turned into. That is something that the government is going to have to figure out over the next couple of years, but for now, the most we can understand about what you would be expected to become is essentially a special forces branch of the police that have been trained to use your quirks. Over time, it wouldn't surprise me if the line between you and the rest of the emergency response force is blurred even further. Simply put, you are being asked to perform the same duties you would have had the HPSC not been dissolved, but without the fame and fortune. Several of the students paled at this announcement. Katsuki grit his teeth harder with everything that Dog had said. He had set out from Aldra to become the richest and most famous hero in the world, and now that was gone? I wish I could paint this in a different way, but that is the fact of the matter. I have been asked to keep as many of you as possible in this field so as to reinvigorate our nation's security with the fall of the hero system. However, I refuse to send out anyone who isn't prepared to make this kind of sacrifice. I am not interested in drafting children into a conflict that is our fault in the first place. The former police chief brought out a stack of papers. These are transfer papers to the other courses of UA. If you decide that this course isn't for you, there is absolutely no shame in transferring to something that would make you feel happier and safer. If you have doubts about whether this is the right path for you, I would encourage you to talk to me as soon as possible. Every passing word hit Katsuki harder than the last. They were actually serious about this. They expected heroes to just fade away, and for Katsuki to just become an extra, a nameless face in a cookie-cutter uniform, living a pathetic life watching crosswalks. Fuck this. Katsuki stomped out of the classroom, not bothering to pick up a transfer sheet. If this was as far as UA had fallen, there was no point to Katsuki being here anymore. Hell, coming here in the first place had been a mistake. He thought that this was where heroes were trained, where people who actually mattered solidified their names for everyone to know. But they were crumbling into something weak and pathetic that Katsuki wasn't going to be a part of. Katsuki wasn't going to do that. He wasn't going to become some extra that no one would remember. He wasn't going to sink to the same level as Deku. If the HPSC was gone, fine. Katsuki would go out and be a hero all on his own. He packed up his belongings in his room, only to meet Shitty Hair outside. What is it, Shitty Hair? Hey Baku bro, are you actually leaving? I'm not going to stick around to become some no-name extra. If the HPSC's gone, I'll go and become a hero all on my own. For some reason, Shitty Hair grinned. That's manly. You're right, we shouldn't give up. Give me a second, I'll be right behind you. Katsuki scoffed at actually waiting for anyone, though Shitty Hair was still following behind him after he had finished packing. Once Katsuki had brought his stuff home, his parents blew a fuse when they realized he had dropped out, having him sit down in their living room so they could whine at him. How could you just walk away from this, brat? You know how hard it is to get into UA, and you're just throwing it all away? The hag shouted, frantic. Masaru tried to step in. Katsuki, I know that this might not be what you set out to do, but it's still reasonably close. You'd still be doing essentially the same things, just under a different name. Katsuki though scoffed. The police are for weaklings who couldn't cut it as heroes. They're for people who don't matter. All of this is because a bunch of extras that can't accept their place want to bring down the people who do matter to their level. I'm not going to do that. People are brain dead if they think that the police can cut it against actual villains. I'm going to go out and show them why they should be begging me to be a hero. When he said this though, it just made the hag angrier. Are you kidding me? You're planning to go vigilante? Katsuki, you could go to jail for this. Who gives a shit? Katsuki answered. Plenty of heroes have been going vigilante. Haven't you heard what Mirko is doing? All Might's campaigning to bring heroes back too. All Might hasn't given up and neither will I. By the end of this, I'll be on the right side of history. Masaru tried to step in again, his fear obvious even as he tried to keep his voice even. Katsuki, going out like this is a bad idea? There's no support or regulation for heroes anymore. Maybe it's not ideal, but if you stay at UA, you can still be part of something that could actually help people. Just look at how well Izuku has been doing. Who gives a shit about that worthless, quirkless Deku? I'm not working to become a hero for some worthless extras. I'm doing it to be the best. Katsuki shouted back. The hag got in Katsuki's face. His name is Izuku, brat. And I would have hoped that you would have learned to respect him. Why the hell would I respect that quirkless waste of space? Because he's a good person, she shouted back. Why do you think I pushed so hard for you two to be friends when you were younger? I thought he'd be a good influence on you and actually help you become a good hero, or at least a good person. You wanted me to be like Deku? Katsuki repeated in disbelief. Why the hell would I want to be like him? He's a weak, creepy, crybaby stalker too dumb to realize his place in life. Katsuki's parents stared at him in shock. Surprisingly, it was Masaru who spoke first, sounding angry for the first time in Katsuki's life. Do you know what Izuku is? He's happy. He's respected. He's doing something that makes people around him better. Why wouldn't you want that? He's weak. Katsuki spat. And everyone else has gotten weak too. Everyone wants me to become some worthless extra like everyone else, but I am no extra. I don't care if the HPSC's gone. I'm going to remind everyone who I am. I'll put heroes back on top with me leading them. By that point, Katsuki toned out his parents' shouting and protests, realizing what he needed to do. He packed a bag full of clothes and walked out the door. He only stopped once when the hag grabbed him by the arm. Her face though made her look pathetic. She was pale, scared, crying, and her voice came out in a whisper. Katsuki, please, don't do this. Katsuki wrenched his arm out of the hag's grip and blasted off. For once, things were going the way they were supposed to. Since he had left his home, he had spent every day going around Mizudafu and showing everyone what the pecking order was. It wasn't that hard to find villains. They were crawling out of the woodwork now that all of the cowards pretending to be heroes had left. All Katsuki had to do was head to where there was noise and start blasting at whoever was causing problems. It felt good to finally let loose. Shoving an ATM robber's face through the screen, blasting a mugger until he could smell flesh cooking, slamming a carjacker's head with the car door. No villain could stand up against him. Any that tried with their weak-ass quirks got left a cringing, crying mess on the ground. It felt like Aldra, back when people knew their place around him. Pretty soon, whenever Katsuki, now fully embracing the names King Explosion Murder, showed up, the extras shut the hell up and got out of his way. The only problem was shitty hair kept tagging along. Bakubro, I don't like how everyone's looking at us. Why the fuck should I care what people think? Katsuki snapped back. It's just, heroes are supposed to make people feel safe, bro. They shouldn't be scared of us. God, this extra stammered worse than Deku sometimes. He was goddamn pathetic. Katsuki would have left his sorry ass behind if it weren't for the fact that his family's house had been a decent place to crash until Shitty Hair's parents kicked him out. They had given him the same song and dance the hag gave Katsuki, just with more crying. Heroes are supposed to beat villains. Who gives a fuck about people feeling safe? If they're scared, that just means they've done something to feel guilty. Bakubro. Thief. Katsuki grinned as he blasted towards the sound of someone crying out. Some scrawny extra was running, holding something to his chest. Excellent. Another notch under his belt. These were all small fry extras, but soon he'd make a name for himself. He'd show everyone just how strong he was, and they'd beg him to be their number one. The extra looked over his shoulder, seeing Katsuki blast after him. He dropped what he was carrying and sprinted with the look of a deer getting chased by a wolf, but he had no chance. He was just another stepping stone. Die! Katsuki blasted the thief through a brick wall. All of a sudden, though, there was another explosion bigger than anything Katsuki had made directly in his face. Continuing to help the newly christened emergency corps students, meeting with Nezu, spending time with his mother, helping Eri with her quirk and coming out of her shell, and simply going to school with the rest of 2C, Izuku felt that he was living a pretty nice life, all things considered. Izuku's grades continued to be the top of the class. He felt like he had never more friends than he had at that point in his life, and he had even gained a semi-adopted little sister during this time. Eri was somewhat skittish when she was asked if she wanted to live with Izuku and his mom, but quickly warmed up to the idea. She was still quiet and reserved, but as time went on, her smiles became something that they would see once every few weeks to more of a daily occurrence. Despite the fears of the teachers, particularly Yamada, that Eri would feel as if they were abandoning her, Eri became much more open and cheerful around them, much to their relief, becoming something of a welcome ray of sunshine in their lives. She hadn't quite gotten the hang of using rewind, but as she had grown to use it more regularly, she no longer lost control of it, not even needing to use her stress ball for weeks. Eri also quickly became attached to Inko, and the feeling was certainly reciprocal, as Izuku's mother was always happy to spend time with Eri, to help her with her homeschool studies, show her how to cook, to play games, read, or watch movies together with Izuku. Unfortunately, Eri had grown to be a fan of Don Bluth's movies, which had similar dark themes and overtones to The Secret of Nim, much to Inko's consternation, and the detriment of Izuku's ribs, as he continued to be his mother's own. Unfortunate stress ball in these viewings. With all the good things that had been happening in his life, Izuku could almost forget about what was happening outside the UA walls. Circumstances were not good in the rest of the country. As Tsuragami had pointed out to Izuku, integrating heroes into the emergency services was difficult. Many heroes weren't interested. Some who tried couldn't meet the standards. As a result, Japan's law enforcement was not only absent of its main source of funding and support, but also massively lacking in manpower. This, coming at a time when Japan was dealing with one of its worst depressions in centuries. It was something that they should have anticipated. The Japanese economy was essentially built around the hero system: support, entertainment, fashion, merchandising. The loss of the system meant the loss of all of these industries and the jobs that they provided. This wasn't even bringing up the effect of the forced closure of Detnerat, one of the country's biggest support equipment manufacturers, along with multiple subsidiaries of the company, which had been revealed to be a major branch of the MLA under Redestro's control after the Battle of Jakku. With both the country's emergency services and its economy in shambles, it wasn't hard to see the appeal in the pro-hero movement, led by All Might and Sir Night Eye, who had been lobbying for a repeal of the government's dissolution of the hero system, arguing that the act was insulting to the memory of Lemillion and of the heroes that had died in Jakku. Though the movement was at first unpopular with all of the scandals unveiled by the UN and WHA, it had been gaining traction as the country felt the pain of the loss of their main means of law enforcement and the core of their economy, the movement's numbers bolstered by the many pro-heroes who had lost their jobs from the measure. For a short time, Izuku wondered if things were going to be brought back to how they were before Jakku, only for the movement to be kneecapped just a week after Izuku had spoken to Tsuragami. Bakugo had indeed resorted to vigilantism, with Kirishima leaving the emergency course in support of his friend. For a few days, the two roamed the streets, picking fights with random thugs and shoplifters. Looking back, Izuku wondered if Kirishima ever realized how badly Bakugo was hurting people, if he had misgivings about leaving behind men and women so broken that several lost the ability to walk or see by the time that the police got to them. If he did, though, it was far too late. It was a shoplifter, actually a man who used to work for one of the hero advertisement agencies that had gotten shut down with the fall of the system. Unable to find work, he was one of many who had resorted to petty theft to feed himself. Bakugo probably didn't know that, though. All he heard was someone shouting, "Thief," and blasted after the man. Even when the man had dropped the ramen he had stolen, Bakugo continued to chase after him, unleashing a blast that tore through a brick wall and hit a propane tank. The resulting explosion killed the shoplifter along with 14 bystanders. When the police arrived on the scene, they confronted the wounded Bakugo and Kirishima. The horrified Kirishima surrendered, but Bakugo became enraged at being treated as a villain. In the resulting fight, the police were forced to shoot Bakugo through the shoulders after he had added a police officer to the casualties. A reporter snapped a picture of Bakugo and Kirishima being dragged into cars, Kirishima looking shell-shocked while Bakugo was literally foaming at the mouth as he fought against the officers, the headline reading, "You can't do this, I'm a hero." Any hope that All Might or the other former heroes had of reinstating the system died with that image. To the world, Bakugo would forever be seen as the prime example of why the Japanese hero system didn't work, a focus on a flashy, combative quirk at the expense of people's well-being, so drunk on his arrogance and self-importance that he was incapable of seeing how anything he could do was wrong, an obvious narcissist and psychopath that the top hero school in the world had seen fit to build up as the example of what a hero should be. Yue's reputation was destroyed. It wasn't as if Bakugo's behavior had been subtle. The critics of the school and the hero system had plenty of evidence to point to indicating a pattern of violence and arrogance that the school had never addressed, and no record of any kind of real punishment or reprimand. Instead, Yue had rewarded Bakugo for his abhorrent attitude, having him give the student pledge, gave him the gold medal at the sports festival, and had defended him after his kidnapping. The result? A lunatic that snapped and murdered over a dozen people the minute he didn't get what he wanted. The news about Bakugo, and what it meant for the future of heroes and Yue, was the main topic of gossip in 2C that morning, many of the students speaking with grim satisfaction of being proven right about their beliefs of Bakugo and what his ultimate fate was. Yamada walked in, even more drained than he had looked at the beginning of the year. Izuku couldn't imagine how Yue's reputation was going to hold up from what had happened. Alright listeners, I've got a bit of an announcement to make. The class tensed up, thinking that this must have to do with the Bakugu scandal. We're getting a new student today, or rather, an old student. He turned to the door and called out, "You can come on in." To the class's surprise, Uraraka Ochako came in, dressed back in the Gen Ed uniform. "Hey, everyone," Uraraka said, trying to smile. As the class erupted, some crying out welcomes, a few whispering to each other, Izuku was able to get a closer look at Uraraka. She had gained quite a bit of muscle over the past year, something that Izuku had observed from watching the hero students train. Seeing her here though made Izuku realize that she also seemed thinner, and her eyes had faint bags under them that she seemed to be trying to cover with makeup. Regardless of the fact that he had already been in communication with Uraraka, Izuku made sure to welcome her warmly as she returned to her old seat. As the week wore on though, Izuku could tell that Uraraka was having a hard time settling back into Class 2C. It was hard to ignore the whispered criticisms so many of their classmates made towards her for abandoning the emergency course. Being one of the few students who had managed to maintain a relationship with Uraraka after she had first transferred, Izuku invited her to his table for lunch. She seemed to hold it together, especially after Togai kicked Ayamoto out of their table when he made one too many comments. For a bit, Uraraka was able to relax, talking to her old friends. She even encouraged Kagaya when he admitted that he was going to be trying to transfer to the emergency course. "Oh, that reminds me," Kagaya realized. "Midoriya, you mentioned that you had some new notes you wanted to show me?" "Oh yeah," Izuku said excitedly. He had been working on some concept ideas for how Kagaya could potentially use his sunshine to create thermals to create lift, which he could then harness with a flight suit to fly. As he handed the notebook over to Kagaya though, he felt a sting on his thumb. "Ouch!" Izuku recoiled. "Midoriya? What's wrong?" Kagaya asked. Izuku sighed, noticing a thin drop of blood forming on his thumb. "It's just a paper cut, nothing to worry abo." As Izuku reached to grab a napkin to clean up the cut though, he happened to look over at Uraraka. The previously bubbly girl had gone pale, her eyes pinpricks as they stared at Izuku's cut. Uraraka?" Suddenly, Uraraka started to hyperventilate. She stood up and recoiled away from the table. Before anyone could stop her, she ran out of the cafeteria, her hands over her mouth. Izuku was worried for his friend and tried to follow after her to make sure she was alright, eventually finding her in an empty classroom, vomiting into a garbage can. "Uraraka?" he asked, tentatively approaching her. The next instant, he recoiled back as Uraraka grabbed a chair and swung it like a club. "Don't touch me," she screamed, her eyes wide and panicked. Izuku backed away, his hands up in an attempt at a placating measure. I'm sorry. I was just worried about you." Uraraka froze in place, the chair over her head, staring at Izuku. "It's okay, Uraraka. You're safe," he spoke as calmly as possible. Uraraka shook, dropping the chair with a loud bang, and collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Izuku knelt closer. He wasn't sure if their relationship was close enough that Uraraka would want him here, but he also didn't want to leave her alone. The moment that he did though, Uraraka threw herself onto Izuku, wrapping her arms around him and sobbing into his shoulders, clinging to him like a life raft. Flustered, but wanting to help his friend, Izuku carefully hugged her back, not speaking and letting her cry. Eventually, her sobbing dried into hiccups and she pulled away. "Are you alright?" Izuku asked. "Was it the blood?" Uraraka trembled, hugging her knees to her chest. "Yes, I don't want to see blood, not anymore." Izuku sat next to Uraraka, staying close in case she needed to hug him again. "They're right," she whimpered. "What do you mean?" "Our classmates, the other students," Uraraka said into her knees. "I wanted to become a hero for money." "Well," Izuku began, a little caught off guard, but wanting to do something to help his friend and keep her from feeling down on herself, a lot of people became heroes for money. They still helped people. People become teachers and doctors for money too. It's not okay for anyone to criticize them for that. Izuku's comment seemed to calm Uraraka down some, and she managed to look up at him with her tear-stained eyes. I just wanted to give my parents a nice life, you know, she hiccuped. My family doesn't have a lot of money, and Mom and Dad were always working so hard. I thought if I got popular enough, I could give them a vacation. Izuku smiled. I think that's a really good motivation. I hope I can do something like that for my mom someday. But I quit, since you can't really make that kind of money in emergency services anymore, and since they made it so you can use your quirk in public now, I figured I could use my quirk to help Mom and Dad with their construction business. Izuku nodded his head, realizing what Uraraka was talking about. The measure had been taken by the government for multiple reasons. First of all, making public quirk use illegal was one of the main ways that the HPSC had managed to maintain control, and there had been a lot of pressure to ensure that sort of control couldn't be abused again. Secondly, as heroes, being the only people who could legally use their quirks in public technically didn't exist, there wasn't really a way to police quirk use anymore, especially not with all of the other problems that the emergency services had to deal with at the time. Lastly, due to so many of its businesses collapsing with the hero system, Japan needed some way to reinvigorate its economy, and allowing quirk use for work purposes was seen as a way to start replacing what had been lost. Oh yeah, zero gravity would be great for moving heavy equipment and materials around, and you would be able to save so much time and money that you'd have to use a crane or a bulldozer for. With your help, your family's business could get really successful. Uraraka blinked some of the tears out of her eyes, and managed to smile from Izuku's exuberance. You've got a right to live how you want to, Uraraka. Even if you don't want to become a hero anymore, you can still help a lot of people with what you want to do. Izuku went on, hoping that he could relate his own obstacles with his past dream to Uraraka's. It seemed to work anyway, as Uraraka finally calmed down, though she still seemed reluctant to leave the classroom, so Izuku stayed next to her. It's not fair, you know? Uraraka mumbled. Izuku leaned forward just a bit to pay attention. We were by ourselves at Jaka. It was just us and the heroes. We were expected to fight an army led by a league of monsters. There was no army supporting us, just a bunch of heroes that usually deal with street crimes and a bunch of teenagers that had only been learning how to use their quirks for a year, and everyone's criticizing us for how bad things got? I don't see any of the people saying these things helping to keep everyone safe. Izuku shuddered. Like almost everyone else, he had only heard about Jaku from the news and the images of the destroyed cities recorded after the fact. But Uraraka, she had actually been there. He had no idea what he could do to help her with whatever nightmares she had been facing from that other than to shut up and listen. I just remember what it was like afterwards. When we were trying to dig up everyone that got caught under the rubble, there was a hero there, just standing, staring at everything. He gave up, saying that he wasn't going to be a hero anymore. I was angry at first, but how can I blame him? It was just him and us against all of that. Heroes are supposed to help people, to make them smile, but who helps the heroes? Uraraka kept facing the floor, but didn't say anything else. I hadn't thought of that before. Izuku admitted. He looked at his hands, trying to think. I think we might have gotten complacent with All Might around, expecting him to handle anything like that all for one villain or what happened at Jaku. Heroes aren't really trained to deal with stuff like that. We kind of just expected them to. Uraraka trembled, the weight of what she had been through starting to hit her again. But maybe things can get better. Izuku suggested. Maybe we can try to build something where not everything gets put on the heroes or the police. Uraraka turned her head to Izuku. Do you really think that we can do that? With everything the way it is now? Izuku frowned. Even if he hadn't gone outside the UA barrier since the school year started, he had heard the crowds, the protesters, even the occasional gunshot and explosion outside the walls. I think we're going to have to. We can't do things the way we used to. Not without all. Izuku stammered, thinking back to his first meeting with the hero, and the gaping hole in the man's side. And yet the man still fought, still ran around, trying to keep being a hero, only to burn through his available time. No, not even with All Might. Uraraka frowned at Izuku, but he continued. Not even All Might could keep things the way they were. We need to be human, Uraraka. We need to help others, but we need to be able to take care of ourselves and our families too, and no one has a right to expect us to wear ourselves to death. Uraraka's eyes started to water again. But, my friends are still in the emergency course, she whimpered. They're still putting themselves at risk, and do they have a family that needs help the way yours does? Izuku asked. You couldn't just ignore your parents? He smiled, trying to be encouraging. Besides, we need people other than heroes. We need builders and analysts and doctors, and everything to try to fix what we've been through. You don't have to be a hero to help people, Uraraka, even if it's not how you originally planned. He looked at his hands again. Wanted to be a hero too. I wish I could have helped you guys at Jaku, but I like to think I can help people with my work. Izuku was interrupted by Uraraka throwing herself around him again, sobbing into his shoulder. Normally, he'd be flustered, but with how upset Uraraka seemed, there wasn't anything romantic in the gesture, just a girl who was overwhelmed and needed a literal shoulder to cry on. You did help us, she mumbled into his shirt. We would have died without that stuff you gave us. Gingerly, Izuku hugged her back until she was able to calm down again. He just hoped his friends were going to be okay. You take a swan dive off a roof. Izuku was uncomfortable with this particular bit of graffiti, though perhaps that was why he had chosen this section to clean. He couldn't help but wonder how many other people Bakugo had said this to for someone to spray paint it on his family's house. The irony of the situation was not lost on Izuku, this time being the one to help the Bakugas clean off graffiti on their home instead of the inverse. Really though, compared to what he had seen written on his family's apartment, the insults Izuku had seen were tame. Cop killer. Mother of a psycho. You should have drowned the bastard. Right now, it was just him and Masaru washing off the threats and insults, the quiet man looking as if he wanted to rub his knuckles down to the bone with how hard he was scrubbing. Inko was inside the house, doing what she could to comfort Mitsuki. Unlike her husband, who appeared to be close to exploding in anger at himself, Mitsuki just seemed hollow, unable to get out of bed on her own, not feeding or bathing herself, just staring off into space, sometimes fixating on baby pictures of her son. Izuku, thank you, Masaru brought himself to say as he and Izuku finished, albeit with the resignation of a man who realized that he was going to have to do this same job again very soon. It was a look Izuku occasionally had seen in the mirror in the past. It's no problem, Uncle Masaru, Izuku replied, wringing out his sponge. Is there anything else I can help you with? Masaru managed a weak smile. Oh. I appreciate the offer though. You and your mother have been a big comfort to us. Masaru looked at his watch and sighed. You two should probably be going now though if you want to get back to UA in time for curfew. As the two put their cleaning equipment away, Izuku wished he and his mother could stay longer, mostly to do more for their friends, but also because of the smell of his mother's katsudon permeating the Bakugas kitchen. Inko was just finishing cleaning some dishes as Izuku and Masaru came in. Masaru, I made you and Mitsuki some dinner, you just need to reheat it when you're ready. Thanks, Inko. Masaru replied gratefully. Inko smiled, and Izuku followed her into the living room where Mitsuki was sitting. He recalled Mitsuki's panic when Katsuki had been kidnapped last year, but wasn't sure if this was worse or better. Mitsuki was sitting in a chair stiffly, not responding to anything going on around her. Inko knelt next to her friend and gave her a hug. Mitsuki, I made you some katsudon, please make sure to eat it all, okay? Please take care of yourself. She spoke in a quiet voice, Mitsuki's head resting on her shoulder. Izuku went up and hugged Mitsuki in turn. This isn't your fault, Aunt Mitsuki. You're strong, you're going to get through this. He wished he had something better to say, that things were going to be okay, but that felt like naive optimism. Mitsuki had lost her son. He was stuck in prison for the rest of his life, destroying several other lives in the process. He felt some tears on his shoulder as he pulled away, hoping and praying that his honorary aunt was going to get better. Izuku and his mother were silent as they walked through the train station, passing by several posters advertising new jobs in the police and army. Vandals had defaced many of them with crude pictures or phrases, the least offensive saying things like, losers or weaklings. Izuku shook his head, trying to ignore them as he and his mother got on the train. As the two moved away from the Bakugas, Izuku couldn't help but to ask, do you think that they're going to be alright? Inko fiddled with her thumbs. I hope so. It seemed his mother couldn't give any more reassurances than what Izuku could give to himself. If anything, she seemed even more worried than Izuku. The quiet of the subway car felt too tense for Izuku. The silence was broken though by the sound of Izuku's phone ringing. Pulling it out, he saw that he had a text from Uraraka, who had volunteered to babysit Eri while the Midoriyas were visiting the Bakugas. Despite what Izuku and his mother were just discussing, when he saw what Uraraka had sent, he snorted. "What is it?" Inko asked, curious. Smiling, Izuku showed her the picture Uraraka had sent. Uraraka was slumped on a table, crying dramatically in defeat while Eri patted her head in sympathy. A chessboard between the two showed it dominated by Eri's white pieces, while a dry erase board behind the two showed Eri had won 5 games to Uraraka's 0. "Midoriya, Eri's bullying me," Uraraka's text said. "Oh, that poor dear." Inko chuckled. "Does that mean you're going to pay her more or less?" Izuku asked in jest. "Izuku!" Inko shouted in mock horror, and the two broke down in some much-needed laughter. Izuku and his mother relaxed as their mood became more cheerful. He looked at his watch and got an idea. "Hey Mom, I know that we need to get to UA before curfew, but we do have a bit of time. Would you like to visit the market?" Inko thought for a moment and smiled. "You know, that might be nice. Let's do it." The two made a detour from UA, coming to Korisk Street, a wide area where lately various vendors had been setting up, slowly morphing into small businesses that dotted the street. Just a month prior, this area was just as destitute from the collapse of the hero system as anywhere else. Many of the chains that ran the country's entertainment, food, and fashion industries had either gone out of business or abandoned the country altogether. After the Japanese government's move to legalize public quirk use, though, it had led to a boom in small, privately owned businesses. Now, Japanese citizens could use their quirks for profit without repercussions. Instead of a chain of ice cream parlors run by a big-name brand, there were several ice cream trucks manned by small crews of men and women with ice-based quirks, allowing them to easily freeze their concoctions more efficiently than an expensive freezer and even make their treats last longer outside of their trucks. At one corner of Corsic there was a man showing off a comparatively weak metal manipulation quirk by taking pieces of aluminum cans and slowly morphing them into ornate bowls, statues of animals, and toys. A tailor was selling dresses customized to the taste of the buyer using a simple quirk that changed fabric color and texture. A carpenter was literally growing tables and chairs from pots of soil using a quirk that accelerated and manipulated plant growth. One area of the market was cleared for construction work, where Izuku and Inko could see the remnants of what was once the biggest building on the street being remodeled, on top of which a large billboard with the now infamous big-nosed face of Yatsubashi Rikiya, former CEO of Detnerat, was being painted over. There was certainly a bizarre irony to the situation, Izuku thought to himself as he and his mother enjoyed the sight while eating ice cream. Yatsubashi was technically getting what he wanted, with people being allowed to use their quirks more freely, the lifting of restrictions on quirk use being the main goal of the MLA, but because he had been so willing to commit acts of terrorism, he would never get to enjoy it himself. If anything, the violent actions and ideology of the MLA were being used as the primary justification for those against the lifting of the ban against public quirk use, Yatsubashi being seen in a similar light as Bakugu in that regards. Loud, cheerful music was being played all along Korisk Street, just managing to drown out chanting and yelling coming from further down the way. Reaching the end of the street, Izuku and Inko saw the only booth that had no line, a police recruiter. Judging by the fixed, tired expression on the recruiter's face and the full, untouched stack of pamphlets next to him, it looked as if he had not seen any business all day. It was sadly a familiar sight for Izuku. After the fall of the hero system, the government had been pushing for more recruitment for the country's police force. The only problem was that no one was interested. It was an unfortunate echo of what All Might had told Izuku a year ago. People didn't respect the police. While the heroes had lost their popularity, being seen as decadent agents of a corrupt oligarchy, they had still shaped the public's perception of law enforcement for decades, the images of fame, fortune, and excitement. Police, firemen, and even the JSDF were seen as grunts, essentially the busboys and janitors of emergency services. It wasn't hard to see why the police were struggling to build up their numbers. Why would the public have an interest in joining law enforcement when all of the wealth and glamour had been taken out of it for them? The fact was that the police lacked the funding, the manpower, and the public support to properly maintain law and order in the country. For months, holding an open-air market like this would have been impossible. This had led to the Prime Minister taking a measure that was likely to get him removed from office in the next election. Both ends of the streets were guarded by a group of soldiers. However, these soldiers were not part of the JSDF, or even Japanese at all, but instead wore bright blue UN helmets. With the main body of the country's security dissolved, unable to prop up the police enough, and continuous anarchy across the nation, Japan's government had been forced to request UN aid to help police the country. In some ways the decision had helped a great deal, the UN managing to provide the needed manpower Japan required to protect its infrastructure as they attempted to rebuild, but it was an extremely bitter pill to swallow. Having foreign troops patrol the streets of the country felt far too reminiscent of the US occupation following Japan's defeat in World War II. Requiring outside help simply to police their own country, especially in the wake of the scandals of the WHA renouncing Japan's membership and the reveal of so much corruption, was another serious blow to the country's pride. Hence, while the soldiers' presence was what had allowed Quirk Street to become so prosperous, they were also the reason for the massive crowd of protesters chanting and screaming outside the market, the music only just managing to drown out their yelling enough to allow shoppers to do their business in peace. Many were straining the limits of the barriers that the soldiers had put up, screaming and threatening the soldiers by flashing their quirks and waving signs. No occupation. Get out of our country. Arrest the traitors. These were some of the kinder phrases on the signs that the protesters were swinging around and chanting. Some of the signs denounced the Prime Minister and specific members of the Diet as traitors, a few even carrying effigies of the government figures hung from lampposts or in front of firing squads. A few others were protesting the legalization of public quirk use, waving signs emblazoned with "Protect Our Jobs," reflecting a sentiment of some of the detractors of quirk legalization, who feared the possibility of people being shut out of certain professions by individuals with quirks specific for the positions, or being forced into certain professions by virtue of their quirks. Most just seemed to be protesting the government in general, as they had been ever since Jaku. As things were, the protests were loud and threatening, but Izuku and Inko didn't want to take the risk that they could get violent, and did their best to slip away unnoticed. "You know," Inko muttered as they were away from the market and the crowds, "I can understand how people would be angry at the Prime Minister, but the man is simply doing the best he can with a bad situation." Izuku nodded. He had made an effort to be friendly towards the soldiers, smiling at them when he could. He even got to know a few that were guarding Yue. Beyond just being polite, it seemed like basic gratitude was warranted towards people putting their lives at risk for a country that wasn't even their own. The streets away from Quirk weren't as crowded, but there were more people out and about than there had been in the months prior. For as many grievances people had against the presence of foreign soldiers, they at least made people feel safe enough to leave their houses. However, as they walked, the two heard a faint cry in the distance. "Help! Someone please?" Izuku and Inko froze in place. Izuku focused on where the sound was coming from, and perhaps 2 blocks ahead of them, he saw a very tall woman running out from the alley. She turned around, pleading to anyone who could hear her. "Please! Someone, please help me!" Without thinking, Izuku ran after the woman, despite his mother's cry of alarm. "Izuku, wait! Get the police or the soldiers!" Izuku called over his shoulder. As Izuku got closer, he saw that the woman was a heteromorph, giving her the appearance of a large, blue-colored fox with blonde hair. The woman frantically turned to anyone who was present, but all the passerby either ignored her or backed away, seemingly frightened by her appearance. "There she is!" Another voice cried out while Izuku was still a block away, as 3 men equipped with knives and what seemed like black market support gear burst out of the same alleyway that the woman had fled from. "No! Please, I haven't done anything!" The woman cried out, fleeing down another alleyway before Izuku could reach her. The men yelled and chased after the woman, uncaring of her pleas. Izuku ran down the same alleyway, shouting after the men to stop, though they either ignored him or didn't hear him in their adrenaline-fueled state. For a moment, Izuku lost sight of the men, only to hear a cry in pain down another alley, which he shot down, seeing the woman cowering against a wall with a wound on her arm, cornered by the 3 men, who were pointing their weapons at her. "You're just trying to make us drop our guard. Take this, freak." One of the men, equipped with some kind of cannon, began to charge it, pointing at the woman, who was continuing to cry and plead for her life. Right before the device could fire though, Izuku ran into the man from behind, knocking his shot off course into the sky. "Oh, what the?" Izuku, pumped full of adrenaline and realizing that these 3 men were armed to the teeth and ready to kill, stood in front of the downed woman with his arms spread wide. "Leave her alone." "Hey, back off," one of the men shouted, brandishing a large knife. "We were just getting this villain before she could get us." "This woman isn't a villain," Izuku shouted back. "All she's trying to do is get away from you. How else are we supposed to deal with someone who looks like that?" The 3rd man growled, pointing at the woman. "Just look at her. She's clearly a villain. This woman hasn't done anything. If anything, you're the ones acting like villains. Now get out of here, I've already called the police." Izuku yelled, trying to make his voice as loud as possible and saying the first thing that he could think of that would get these men to leave. However, it seemed that they were too set in their bigotry and pointed their weapons at Izuku. "If you're going to get in our way, you're just as bad as she is." Izuku held his ground, cursing that he couldn't do more, hoping that he could at least buy this woman time to get away. Before the 3 men could rush Izuku though, another voice shouted out, joined by the sound of rushing bootsteps. "Drop your weapons now." A squad of UN soldiers appeared behind the 3 men, having rushed down the alleyway, their assault rifles pointed at the men. The leader of the 3 stupidly pointed his cannon at the soldiers. "Get lost. You don't have a right to." Bang! The man screamed as one of the soldiers shot him through the shoulder, making him drop the cannon and fall to the ground. Another of the men pleaded frantically. "Hey, you've got the wrong idea, Shizda." The soldiers didn't let the man finish, and slammed a rifle butt into the man's face when he didn't drop his knife, breaking his nose along with several of his teeth. The 3rd man finally got the message and dropped his weapon, putting his hands behind his head while a soldier forced him to his knees and cuffed him. Seeing that the 3 men were restrained, Izuku turned to the woman. She was staring at him, shaking and probably in shock from what had happened to her. "Are you all right? How badly is your arm hurt?" The woman didn't answer him immediately. "Thank you," she whimpered, before breaking out into tears. Izuku awkwardly put a hand on the woman's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. "My name's Midoriya Izuku. Ippan Josei." Izuku stayed with Ippan while the soldiers looked her over for her injuries. Thankfully, the men had only managed to graze her arm, and questioned her, him, and later Inko when she had caught up to them. As Inko was being questioned, Izuku and Ippan continued to sit in an uncomfortable silence. Ippan had stopped crying, but she was hunched over, grasping her knees while sitting on the ground. "Do you think that things are ever going to go back to normal?" she asked. Izuku thought for a moment, struggling with himself. "Do you think they should?" Ippan looked flabbergasted at him, and he explained. "It isn't right that you got treated that way, that people could look at you like this for no good reason. But, well, I had people treat me badly a lot before the HPSC fell just because I'm quirkless." He looked timidly at Ippan. Did people treat you like this too before all of this?" Ippan looked at the ground, sniffling. "Yes. It wasn't as bad. If I kept to myself, people would usually leave me alone, but I could still see how everyone looked at me, treated me like a villain even if I hadn't done anything. I think I get it," Izuku admitted. "Not that people ever were scared of me, but I get what it's like for people to make assumptions about me, to think that I'm not worth as much as everyone else. I sometimes still think that about myself, if I'm honest." Izuku thought about Bakugo used to treat him, how he was bullied and belittled no matter what. And yet, for most of his life, no one had any problem with him, how he acted, or how he treated others. Izuku hadn't even thought that how Bakugo and so many other people treated him was wrong. It was just something that he had come to accept. He had convinced himself that there was something wrong with himself, that perhaps there was some justification for being treated the way he was. It was only after getting some space from his childhood friend and looking at Bakugo's behavior from a more outside perspective that he was able to really understand how rotten of a person Bakugo was. There had in fact been something wrong with Izuku, but it wasn't that he was quirkless. It was that he had seen Bakugo as a hero, the same way everyone else did, despite practically everything he did literally screaming how it was obvious that he was better fit to be a villain. But Bakugo had simply been one example of how messed up their thinking was. Despite how destructive Aizawa's actions as a teacher were, he was accepted and allowed to continue to influence and have power over students. Despite Mineta's perverse attitude and sexual harassment, it was deemed as not something worth getting upset over. How many other people like that existed in this society? How many simply accepted them, simply because they were put under the label heroic? How many people were hurt because they were put under the label villainous or weak? There was so much that Izuku had come to accept only to realize how wrong it was. He pointed down towards the street. Have you seen those protesters at the market? The ones protesting the UN soldiers? I can understand how they're angry about the soldiers being there, but the thing is, I also didn't see any of them at the police recruiter's booth either. They're not doing anything about the reason why the soldiers have to be here. A few months ago, people were angry at the heroes for what happened at Jaku and what the UN found out about the HPSC, but then, they got angry at the heroes that quit. The way that people are thinking, getting angry about heroes not being there to protect them, but not being willing to do anything to help anyone else, that's just wrong. Ipan curled up more, remembering all of the people that had ignored her when she was begging for help, only being saved at the last minute by this high school student. And the way that everyone seems to think about certain people, like heteromorphs like you or quirkless like me, that us getting hurt or looked down on is alright. There is just something wrong with the way we all think. There's been something wrong before the HPSC fell. Having the heroes back wouldn't fix that. I think that we need to change a lot more than just having people who make us feel safe. Her face still in her knees, Ipan turned her eyes towards Izuku. What do you think we should do then? Izuku sighed. I don't know. It's something that we're going to have to figure out. But Izuku took out a small rabbit sculpture made by one of the merchants at Kursk. The sculptor made his work out of shredded pieces of green soda cans. It had quite literally been made from trash, but Izuku had found the trinket to be so fascinating and cool, the detail that the man had put into his work, not to mention the ideas behind it, that a man had found a way to take something that would have otherwise just become another piece of leader, and because of the new law, and with a little time and effort, had managed to turn it into a piece of art. Even if things aren't good now, maybe things can get better than they were before. I know that it's hard for us to accept, but I feel like everything that's been going on is making us take an honest look at ourselves. Izuku handed Ipan the sculpture, in offering to try to cheer her up. I think that it's going to be really hard for a while. We've been hurt badly by what's happened, and it feels like the whole world thinks we're terrible people for letting things get so bad. But, well, now that we know how badly we messed up, maybe it'll make us all work harder not to make the same mistakes? Ipan took the sculpture, and despite everything that had happened to her, and the tears still in her eyes, she managed a small smile. Izuku and his mother made sure to keep in touch with Ipan after her experience, offering to escort her while she was out shopping next time. She seemed to appreciate it, a bit like how Izuku imagined he acted at UA when he found people that liked to hang out with him. Over the next few days, the Midoriyas got to know the young woman a little better. She lived in Takoba, working as a librarian. Ipan was particularly excited to hear about Izuku's interest in Asimov, and convinced him to also give the Wheel of Time series a look. The two Midoriyas quickly grew fond of the sweet and kind young woman, which made them much more worried for her when they realized the state that Takoba was in. The district was already pretty destitute and wrought with crime before the HPSC fell, filled with gangs, muggers, and trigger addicts. Ipan was mostly able to live there because few common thugs were interested in picking on someone her size, and she had managed to live in a relatively safe apartment owned by her grandfather. Unfortunately, her grandfather had died the previous year, and even the tenuous safety that heroes provided the district had vanished. The strained police had all but vanished from the area, meaning that the only people trying to maintain any sense of order were vigilantes, making things even more dangerous for a heteromorph like Ipan. Ipan wasn't ignorant of her circumstances and was trying to find somewhere else to live, but housing options were limited to people her size and appearance even at the best of times. The answer fortunately ended up being quite simple. Izuku did what he did for his mother and convinced Ipan to apply for a librarian position at UA. At first, the young woman only agreed on a whim, doubting that someone like her would be accepted at such a famous school. The truth, though, was that UA's prestige was practically non-existent at the moment. With the scandals of the school's failures to rein in Bakugo and Aizawa, the revelation that Todoroki, one of their top students, had been abused by his top graduate father. In addition to the hero system that UA was built on being dissolved, many of UA's staff, particularly those that weren't teachers and handled more of the infrastructure, were leaving. True, all Izuku could really do was tell Nezu Ipan's name, but the fact was, Nezu was desperate to maintain the integrity of the school and needed to replace a lot of staff quickly. There was a chance that taking Izuku's suggestion of interviewing Ipan would be the last action he could take before the Ministry of Education decided to remove him from his position. To Ipan and the Midoriya's delight, Ipan was given an interview. The two waited anxiously outside of Nezu's office for an hour, after which, Ipan Josei walked out. She turned to Izuku, smiling, with tears in her eyes before enveloping him in a hug. Midoriya, Izuku, you are my hero. That was probably the moment that Izuku's crush on Ipan started. Moving out of her grandfather's building was emotionally difficult for Josei. True, Takoba wasn't a nice place to live in general, but it had been her home even after her grandfather had died. A portrait of Ipan Otoko, who resembled Ipan Josei with his large size and fox traits, albeit with orange fur, was one of the last things she packed, wanting to have the keepsakes safe for the travel. Thankfully, the physical aspect of moving wasn't that difficult due to the UA moving vans Nezu had provided. She still anticipated that it would take some time to unload everything, but that was just something that she had to deal with. When she had arrived at the UA apartments with the moving vans, though, Josei was surprised to see the Midoriyas waiting for her, along with a little girl and several students. She realized that the little white-haired, horned girl must be Eri based off of the Midoriya's talks about her, and she was able to recognize 4 of the students. One, a tall girl with a black ponytail, was the gold medalist of the second-year sports festival, Yaoyorozu Momo. Another girl with a red ponytail was Kendo Itsuka, whom Yaoyorozu had defeated in the final round, but who defeated Shoji Mizo, the tall dupli-armed student beforehand, standing by Yaoyorozu. The last student, Uraraka Ochako, Josei remembered from the previous year, having put up one of the best fights against the now infamous Bakugo in the last sports festival. Hello, Ipan. Inko greeted Josei cheerfully. We're here to help you move in. Some of my friends offered to help as well. Izuku added, gesturing to the other students. Oh, Midoriya. Josei felt touched, but worried about imposing. You didn't need to worry about me. Ipan, Inko interrupted, taking Josei's hand in hers. We want you to feel welcome, and Izuku's friends want the same. Even Eri here wanted to help, she said, turning to the adorable little girl standing next to Izuku and staring up at Josei. Well, Josei stammered, realizing that she couldn't say no to a face like that. Thank you then. I hope that this won't take up too much of your time, and feel free to leave whenever you need to, she said, bowing respectfully to the people who had come to help her. Think nothing of it, Ms. Ipan, Yaoyorozu said, returning her bow. If you are a friend of Midoriya, you are a friend of ours. Yaoyorozu also just wants to be on good terms with the new librarian, Kendo added, smirking as Yaoyorozu blushed. Well, I certainly look forward to getting to know you all. Josei chuckled. It turned out to be quite good that the Midoriyas had brought along help, as Josei doubted that they would have so easily handled her furniture and appliances due to their necessarily larger size. Shoji and Kendo's abilities to naturally increase their strength, coupled with Uraraka's ability to remove an object's gravity, made moving much easier. Thankfully, Josei didn't have that much that needed to be moved. Appliances that fit her size were expensive on a librarian's salary, after all. That being said, there was one luxury that Josei had indulged in that made her more grateful for all of the extra hands. You certainly have some impressive tastes, Ms. Ipan, Yaoyorozu said, observing the last of the books she was carefully placing onto Josei's shelves. I like to read. Josiai shrugged in response, admiring her collection. Thank you again for helping me set up, all of you. You all made everything go much quicker. It was our pleasure. Yaoyorozu answered, before checking her watch. That being said, I believe that Shoji, Kendo, and I should probably leave now. We have a joint class exam coming up that we should prepare for. Everything should be set up, anyway. Shoji said after putting the last piece of furniture down. Looking around Josiai's new apartment, she felt quite at peace. She was worried that she would only have had enough time that day to bring in the boxes, which would have stayed shut until she needed whatever was in them, making it so that Josiai would only have properly set up everything weeks after moving in. But with the help of the Midoriyas and the students, everything had been brought in and set up in just an hour. Everyone so far here had been so kind to her too. No one looked at her as if they were afraid of her or as if she were some sort of oddity. They just saw her as someone who could use some help and sacrificed a bit of their free time to do so, whether it was Shoji, a fellow heteromorph that Josiai looked forward to getting to know, or girls like Yaoyorozu and Kendo who looked like the kind of girls that belonged in the upper echelons of high school student society, who would normally scorn someone that looked like Josiai, but who were just as happy to help her as the Midoriya were. It actually made Josiai upset for a moment that the hero system had been dissolved, wondering if it would be easier for people like her if there were more people like these students working as pro-heroes. But perhaps that didn't matter either, as Josiai thanked the emergency course students, as well as Uraraka and Midoriya for their help. Uraraka had perhaps been the most helpful out of all of the volunteers, apparently having some experience with setups like this from what she knew about construction work. Maybe these students didn't need to be heroes, maybe they just needed to be good people for the kinds of changes Midoriya had talked to Josiai about to happen. With everything in its place, Uraraka likewise took her leave, welcoming Josiai one last time before going back to her own dorm room in 2-seach. Josiai began to wonder what to do now with so much unexpected free time when she smelled food being prepared in the kitchen. Mrs. Midoriya? What are you doing? Preparing your welcome meal, of course. Inko replied cheerfully. And no more Mrs. Midoriya either, you're my co-worker now, please call me Inko. Josiai wanted to tell her not to worry, especially considering how much more work the Midoriyas would have to do than normal to make something big enough to constitute a meal for her, but, again, seeing Izuku and Eri already hard at work, she knew that it would do more harm than good. She realized that she'd be better off just helping out. Alright, if you'll call me Josiai. She answered with her own smile before helping Izuku to bread some pork chops. Thankfully, the Midoriyas did in fact take into account how much more Josiai had to eat than the average person, and prepared a massive amount of katsudon. Josiai usually ate rather plainly, having to buy so much of her food in bulk, which often meant that the quality of the food she ate wasn't as good. The katsudon the Midoriyas made though was so delicious that it brought tears to Josiai's eyes. Eri had been quiet throughout most of the day, simply trying to help move some of the smaller items when everyone was helping Josiai move. As they were eating though, Josiai noticed Eri staring around the apartment. It wasn't that surprising. The guests that Josiai had over where she lived were often caught off guard by the scale of her home and everything in it, making them feel as if they were living in a giant's house. Eri, however, was mostly looking at the shelves of books that had been stacked along the walls. Miss Ipan, she asked. Yes, Eri? Josiai answered gently. She hadn't been told everything about this little girl, but the Midoriyas had told her that Eri had been through some very difficult experiences. Josiai was able to recognize her from a picture taken from Lemillion's fight against Overhaul, so she could make some very unpleasant guesses of what had happened to her. Have you really read all of those books? Most of them, Josiai answered. You must be really smart, Eri said as she stared up at Josiai with a look of awe. Eri's adorable gaze and compliment caught Josiai off guard, making her blush. She could see Izuku and Inko smiling at this, making her blush even more. Thank you, Eri, but I just like to read. I don't know, Ipan, I don't think you could read all of this and not be smart. Izuku commented. Izuku writes a lot, and he's smart? Eri pointed out. So, you're probably smart too? Both Izuku and Josiai blushed at being complimented in front of others, though this made Inko laugh. That's something that I've noticed, actually. Inko pointed out. Most people who read as much as you just use a tablet, But you seem to like using hard copies like Izuku does, don't you, Josei? I suppose so. Josei smiled fondly at her collection. It's just not the same reading through a screen. I know, right? Izuku said. When Josei looked at him, Izuku stammered and hurriedly went back to his meal, perhaps not meaning to say that out loud. Still, she smiled at him, glad to know someone else who appreciated the simple pleasure of turning a page. Is that why you're a librarian, Mizupan? Because you like to read? Eri asked. That's a big part of it. Josei explained. I first started to hang out in libraries when I was younger because they were quiet. She pointed at the orange ear muffs she wore on the side of her head. When I was younger, I was still getting used to how sensitive my hearing was, which is why I always have these with me in case I ever go somewhere that's too loud. It could get overwhelming when I was your age, so being somewhere quiet like a library was relaxing. Also, libraries are one of the few places that are naturally built in a way that someone my size can fit in, so I started to spend a lot of my time in the library. From there, I suppose I just fell in love with reading. Josei smiled fondly again at her books. I like how books talk about interesting ideas, how they let you think about places or things that you'd never get to experience otherwise. Sometimes books talk about things that could never exist in the first place, but somehow someone came up with a way to describe them. Eri's eyes got wider, and she seemed to look at Josei's books with a new appreciation. Eri, if you want, you could borrow one of my books. Josei suggested. Really? Eri gave Josei a look that tempted her to just give the entire library over to this precious unicorn child. I'd be happy to share. Josei smiled back. The group was almost finished with their katsudon when Eri asked another question. Mizupan, how did you meet Izuku and Mrs. Midoriya? Oh, did you not tell her? Josei asked Izuku as she looked surprised at the Midoriyas. It felt like I would have been boasting, Izuku answered, shrugging awkwardly. Josei shook her head fondly before turning to Eri. Midoriya saved me from some men who were trying to hurt me, and cheered me up afterwards. Eri stared at her surrogate brother in wonder. You were like a hero, Izuku. You were like Mirio. As Eri said this though, her excited smile fell, immediately getting the attention of Izuku and Inko. This was something that the Midoriyas hadn't told her, but it didn't take a genius to guess from the photograph of Lemillion protecting Eri from overhaul to know that the little girl would have thought the world of the hero that saved her. He sounds like he was a really great hero. Josei said, wanting to make sure Eri's memories were good ones. Were you close to him? Eri nodded sadly. I bet he'd be really glad to see that you're doing so well. Josei pointed out. Eri lifted her head somewhat and managed a small smile. The change was not unnoticed by Izuku and Inko, who smiled gratefully to Josei. Eri suddenly turned to Izuku, excited. Can I show her the picture? For a moment, Josei noticed Izuku blushing again, but he fought it back and nodded. Sure, Eri, I bet Ipan would like to see it. Eri ran off to the front door where she had left a small backpack, from which she took a photograph. Looking closely at it, Josei had to restrain a squeal of glee, slapping her hand over her mouth and nearly crying from the precious sight. Eri was with Midoriya and Togata, surrounded by kittens, while Midoriya was dressed in a cat costume, with a kitten sleeping on his head. Oh my gosh, Midoriya. That is so precious. That's from when Mirio took me to a cat cafe that Izuku and his class were running. It was really fun, the kittens were so cute, and the food was so nice. Izuku was putting up a brave front, managing not to cringe at a picture of him dressed up in a silly outfit, all the while his mother was squealing with glee like Josei was. Is this where you met Eri? Josei asked Izuku. No, Izuku cleared his throat, trying to fight his blush down. Togata had introduced me to Eri a week or so before, asking me to help Eri with her quirk. Josei blinked, confused. She knew Izuku was knowledgeable about quirks, but it was strange that Togata had come to him, a high school student of all things. Yeah. Eri exclaimed excitedly. Izuku's really smart. He helped me control my quirk, and he's helped a lot of the hero students. Eri blinked, frowning as she thought to herself. The emergency students, I mean with their quirks, too. Josei looked at Izuku, impressed. What do you mean, you're helping the students with their quirks? You know these notebooks that I carry around? Izuku brought out one to demonstrate. I use them to write observations about people's quirks, their strengths, weaknesses, different uses, and how they could be improved. Yamada showed one to Principal Nezu, and he's been helping me use my analysis to help the emergency students improve their quirks. Tfurigami has also been letting me help him come up with how the students could use their quirks with the new curriculum. He smiled shyly. It's just something that I've found that I can do to help people. Inko, for her part, was looking at her son in pride, while Izuku was clutching the back of his head, embarrassed to be the center of attention. Hearing this though just made Josei's opinion of Izuku even higher. He had put himself in harm's way to protect her, a stranger, even going as far as to comfort her after he had his life threatened. But even though he lacked a power of his own, he was smart enough that Nezu of all people was willing to train him, and was using his intelligence to help students in one of the most difficult curriculums in the world. On top of all of this, he was still kind enough to clown around just to make a little girl smile. Midoriya Izuku was a brave, intelligent, and kind man. You really are a hero, aren't you, Midoriya? Josei said with a smile. Eventually, they got tired of embarrassing each other and finished eating their meal in peace. So, Josei? Inko said once they had finished cleaning the dishes. We still have quite a bit of time left in the day. Is there anything else you'd like to do to celebrate your new job? Josei was stumped for a moment. She didn't often have company over. Well, I don't have much set up and I don't think I've got many games we could play. How about a movie? That sounds nice. Izuku said, smiling. What would you like to see? Josei hummed to herself. With Eri there, it would be best to pick something age-appropriate, so she turned to the little girl. How about you, Eri? Josei asked. Is there anything you'd like to watch? You don't need to worry about me, Eri said shyly. Eri, Josei knelt down so that she wasn't towering over the little girl as much. It wouldn't be fair if we picked a movie that we could watch but you couldn't, and I'm sure you've got some good ideas. Well, I like Don Bluth movies, Eri answered, unaware of the look of horror appearing on Inko's face, but I started watching the sequels, and they're not as good. Josei nodded. Well, a lot of the movies that I like to watch are based off of books that I've read. Is there any story you've read that you liked? Eri's eyes lit up a bit. Well, I just read The Wizard of Oz, and we watched the movie for that a few days ago. Eri suggested, Inko relaxing much more at the suggestion. Josei answered, excited. That's a good one. And it gives me an idea. Did you know that there's a sequel? For a movie that's so old, it's got some really good effects. Eri commented, munching on some popcorn as Dorothy and her friends were being chased by growling, claymation gnomes merged with the wall trying to grab them. I know, right? Josei answered. It just goes to show what people can accomplish with a bit of imagination. Josei and Eri were glued to the screen as the Gnome King lifted Jack Pumpkinhead into the air, laughing maniacally while poor Jack was screaming, about to be dropped into the Gnome King's stomach like the bowels of hell. The thing is, this was probably pretty advanced technology for the day. Josei pointed out. So, in a way, it's even more impressive that it holds up so well hundreds of years later. Thankfully, Dorothy and her friends managed to defeat the Gnome King and send Dorothy back home, eliciting cheers from Eri. They beat that mean Gnome King and Dorothy's home safe, she shouted, lifted her arms into the air in childish joy. Much to Josei's surprise though, Eri ran up to her and hugged her around her leg. Thank you for showing us this, Ms. Ipan. Josei was caught off guard by the show of affection, not used to people being so comfortable around her, especially considering what the Midoriyas had told her about what Eri had been through, though this made her all the more grateful that the little girl trusted her. Gently, she knelt down and hugged her back. You're welcome, Eri. Eri cuddled in closer to Josei. You give really good hugs, Ms. Ipan. Josei felt her heart twang at Eri's innocence, almost making her blink a tear out of her eye. So many people were put off by Josei's appearance, and yet Eri so easily accepted her. That settled it, she was going to spoil this little girl silly. If you want, Eri, and if Mrs. Midoriya is okay with it, I'd be happy to watch another movie or read a book with you again. Eri gasped in excitement, her eyes lit up. That sounds like fun. Can we do that, Mrs.? Eri turned to the Midoriyas but paused, confused. Inko was as still as a statue, staring at the screen with her eyes wide, crushing her son in a hug. Mrs. Midoriya? Are you okay? Josei snapped her fingers next to Inko's ear. It's his head, you can't have it. Eri gripped her backpack nervously. Her own mental state wasn't helped by the fact that despite their efforts to remain calm, she could tell that Izuku and Inko were also nervous as they waited for the bus. Today was going to be her first day of school. So far, she had been taught either by tutors that UA had been able to bring in or by Izuku and Inko when they had free time available. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone who didn't seem busy nowadays. Izuku had his own classes and studies to handle, on top of the quirk analysis that he was doing for the emergency course, and Inko had her nursing duties. She did her best to help with Eri's schooling, but this was also on top of simply handling every other aspect of Eri's care, such as making sure that she was fed, comfortable, and otherwise happy. Lately, Ipan had been helping out some, providing Eri a quiet place in the library to study or to do online classes. However, the Midoriyas had told Eri that they thought it would be best if she got the chance to get to know other kids her age and to study in a normal classroom, or at least as normal as was possible nowadays. Eri, though, was scared. Sometimes she felt like she struggled with her studies, not understanding things as quickly as she liked. While Izuku hadn't told her much, she had started to understand that his own time in school before UA hadn't been good. What if people thought she was dumb because she was behind? Izuku and Inko had told her not to worry, that if she was having a hard time compared to the rest of the class, they would give her whatever help she needed. This was something, though, that Eri knew that the Midoriyas weren't entirely sure about. By listening carefully and guessing what was going on outside of UA, Eri realized that a lot of kids her age hadn't been going to school lately. Without heroes, people were afraid to send their children out alone where they could get hurt in a villain attack or a riot. Now that the UN troops were in Japan, though, the government was trying to make things go back to normal. According to Izuku, usually kids would just walk to school when he was her age. Now, however, they were waiting for a bus at a stop near UA. Across the street, Eri recognized one of the UN soldiers that guarded this area. He had a dog head like Mr. Tsuragami, only his head was like a German shepherd. Izuku and Inko had talked to him a bit. Apparently his name was Joe, and while he didn't speak much Japanese, Izuku could understand him because he spoke English. Izuku had taught Eri a few simple phrases to say to Joe if she ever needed help, like, "I'm lost," or "There's a bad guy chasing me." Joe seemed nice even if Eri couldn't understand everything that he said. Finally, the bus arrived, escorted by a big metal jeep with the UN symbol on it. Inko knelt down to talk to Eri. "Okay, Eri, this bus is going to take you to school. Do you still have your stress ball?" "Yes, Mrs. Midoriya." Eri pulled out the ball she carried with her in case she ever lost control of Rewind. "Good. Remember though, if you're holding something in your hand that isn't living, like a pencil or a sheet of paper, that will work just as well if you don't think you can get your ball fast enough, okay? I don't think that you'll need it, but we need to be safe. We've talked to your teacher ahead of time, so she knows about your quirk and what to do if anything bad happens." Inko gave Eri a hug, making her feel a bit more confident. Izuku knelt down as well, putting his hands on her shoulders. "You're going to be fine, Eri," he said. "You're smart, and if there are problems, I know you're going to be able to handle them. But if you need any help, just remember that my mom, Yamada, me, and even Ms. Ipan will be there to help you." He gave Eri one last hug. "I hope that you have fun." Eri hugged Izuku back before nodding. She needed to be strong and brave like Mrs. Brisby, or Dorothy, or Mirio. She imagined Mirio giving her a thumbs up before the bus opened its door to let her in. Getting on the bus, Eri looked for an open seat, but most of them were already filled. The only one available was one in the back, next to a girl with green hair and wide eyes. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" she asked. The girl didn't quite look at Eri, but she nodded. Eri sat down, worried that this girl didn't like her. The bus was quiet. The girl next to Eri wasn't the only kid not speaking. From what Eri had seen so far, most of the kids looked scared, staring out the windows, their heads on a swivel as they were trying to see some unknown threat, though quite a few were looking at the armored UN vehicle in front of them in either fear or suspicion. It didn't make Eri feel comfortable talking, and she and the girl next to her sat in silence until they got to their elementary school. When Eri arrived in her classroom though, she saw that the green-haired girl had a seat next to her. Once everyone had their seat, the classroom teacher walked over from the door and introduced herself. "Hello everyone, my name is Himura Fuyumi, and I'm going to be your new teacher." Eri was struck by how pretty Ms. Himura looked, having a tall and thin figure, snow-white hair streaked with red, and turquoise eyes behind a pair of glasses. However, like so many of the kids, Eri couldn't help but notice that Ms. Himura seemed stressed and pale. Her thin figure might have been so to an unhealthy extent. Despite this, she was clearly trying to smile to the students in a way that would make them feel welcome. "I understand that schoolwork has been difficult for us to handle online, but hopefully we'll get everyone up to speed." Himura grimaced and put her hands together. "I also understand that things may be difficult for all of us right now. A lot of us probably feel scared, angry, or confused about what has happened over the last year." Himura made herself smile again, trying to look hopefully to her students. "But as much as I am able, I want to help all of you as you grow up into adults and make better lives for yourselves." What Ms. Himura was saying sounded like something Izuku would say, making Eri smile. Ms. Himura seemed to notice this and brightened up some more, clapping her hands together. "Now that we're finally all together, I think that it would be a good idea for us to introduce ourselves. Starting from the front, I would like for you to stand up, say your name, something interesting about yourself, and what you would like to do when you grow up, if you have any idea about that now. If you don't though, that's perfectly fine." Ms. Himura went down the rows of students, who stood up and introduced themselves. Eri tried to remember as much as possible, or at the very least remember everyone's names. Some of her classmates though seemed nervous about doing this, and didn't want to say more than their names, though Ms. Himura didn't press them any further if they didn't want to say anything else. Eri also noticed though that when many of her classmates said something about themselves, they would talk about their quirks. Izuku would have loved it. One boy had a quirk that let him control electricity, another had antlers that could grow and shrink in any way he wanted so that they acted as extra limbs, a girl with feathery hair could mimic any voice she heard and make whoever heard the voice automatically see her as whoever she mimicked. However, as it got closer to Eri's turn, she felt nervous. Izuku always told her that he thought that her quirk was cool and could help a lot of people, but she still felt uncomfortable with it and couldn't quite control it to a point that she could really use it yet. She also knew about how people sometimes made fun of others because of their quirks. Eri noticed one girl with mosquito traits named Kaya got stink eye from a lot of the other kids, which made her think about how Ms. Ipan talked about how people didn't like her for her quirk, and how some people didn't like Izuku because he didn't have a quirk. Eri made sure to pay attention to anyone like Kaya in the class, thinking that it would be good to be extra nice to them. She hoped though that no one was going to make fun of her because she couldn't control her quirk yet. Suddenly though, it was her turn. "My name's Aizawa Eri. I like apples," and Eri paused for a moment, unsure. "I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, but I'd like to do something that could help people." This earned Eri a nice smile from Ms. Himura. "Thank you for sharing, Eri." Next, it was the girl sitting next to Eri. She stood up. "My name's Azui Satsuki. My quirk is frog, and I want to be a hero, ribbit." There was silence in the classroom for a moment, before several students started shouting. "There are no more heroes. You can't be one. My dad says heroes are bad. You're dumb if you think that." Azui though made no response to this, simply sitting down and staring at the front of the classroom while people were yelling at her. The noise was stopped though by a sudden shout. "Stop!" The class's attention was snapped to the front of the classroom, where Ms. Himura was glaring at the students that had shouted at Azui. It was not just the volume of Ms. Himura's shout that shocked everyone, but the fact that she was emanating a faint frost before she calmed down enough to speak again. "None of you have a right to say those kinds of things to Azui. She has just as much right to her own goals as anyone else." Some of the students glared and looked as if they wanted to argue back, but Ms. Himura, despite initially seeming so demure, stared them down. "I'm not going to tolerate bullying in school, understood?" She turned to Azui. "Thank you for sharing, Azui." Azui though didn't respond at all, simply staring back at Ms. Himura until she had the next student speak. Eri was startled to hear the attitudes that a lot of her classmates had shown. She knew that there were people outside of UA that didn't like heroes or were angry at them for what they did. How could she not with so many angry crowds chanting outside the school? But it was still shocking to see just how angry some of the students that shouted at Azui were, and the way that they were still glaring at the girl when they thought Ms. Himuro wasn't looking. At least some of the students that hadn't shouted looked uncomfortable, looking uneasily at the ones who had yelled at Azui. Eri though was impressed by Azui to be so bold about her opinion. Once the students had introduced themselves, Ms. Himura had them start some classwork. Despite the somber mood of the classroom and Eri's own nerves about the subject, surprisingly she had a much better handle on the work than she had expected. She didn't seem to have any issues reading. Eri would have to thank Ipan later for getting her so interested in her library, and while some of the math problems could be tricky, when Eri took the time to work them out, they were easier than expected. Izuku had mentioned that chess was supposed to help with math. Maybe that was why? Ms. Himura certainly seemed happy with her, especially when Eri showed that she was learning some English. Her praise, coupled with the impressed looks that some of her classmates were giving her, made Eri feel much happier and more confident. It felt odd though. Eri knew that she had a hard time smiling and being happy. Even now she sometimes had to remind herself to smile when something made her feel good, but seeing her classmates, Eri felt that she smiled more than any of them. A lot of the other kids still didn't seem to want to talk, and when they did, they'd either mumble or snap at each other. Eri couldn't understand why though everyone seemed so upset. Ms. Himura was certainly trying her best to cheer everyone up, trying to get them invested in their art or music projects, encouraging everyone when she asked them a question whether they got it right or wrong. It made for a dreary atmosphere. Besides Eri, the only other student who seemed to be handling the work well enough was Azui. Whenever Ms. Himura had a question, she was able to answer it without thinking. Her success though didn't seem to give her any joy, as she stared forward with the same blank expression. She reminded Eri a bit of how some of the soldiers would act, staying emotionless and still, even when people were shouting at them. As Eri observed Azui, she realized something about her felt familiar, almost as if Eri had heard her name before. Whatever the case, she had to admire the frog-quirked girl considering the work she clearly put into her studies, as well as her bravery in expressing what was apparently a contentious opinion. While Azui didn't seem to be the most sociable, Eri wanted to get to know her, so when the class let out for recess, she approached the girl, who was climbing a tree alone. "Why do you want to be a hero, Azui?" Eri asked once Azui was on the ground. Azui paused as she was about to start climbing again, suddenly gripping the bark of the tree very hard. "Because my big sister was one," she answered without looking at Eri. Eri was still young and hadn't spent a lot of time with other people, so there were a lot of things that she didn't understand when people were talking to each other. The way that Azui said that though felt familiar to her. "My big brother was a hero too." At this, Azui looked at Eri. "What was his name?" "Lemillion." "But his real name was Mirio?" Eri said. Azui stared at her for a moment, recognizing the name, and perhaps wowed or doubting that Eri claimed Lemillion, perhaps one of the only heroes still universally seen in a positive light in Japan, as her brother. "He wasn't my real brother," Eri admitted, "but he saved me and let me call him that. He took me to where I live and helped me feel safe. He and my other big brother helped me feel happy for the first time that I could remember." Azui continued to stare at Eri, perhaps realizing that she was telling the truth. "What was your sister's name?" Eri asked. For a moment, Eri thought she could see a tear in Azui's eye. "Froppy. Her name was Tsuyu." Now Eri realized where she recognized Azui's name. She was talking to the little sister of one of the girls that had been killed at the USJ. "I'm sorry," Eri said. Azui wasn't looking at Eri, instead facing the ground, like she didn't want Eri to see her face. This made Eri worried. She didn't want to upset Azui. Do you want to?" Eri was about to suggest a game of some kind, but before she could complete her sentence, Azui ran away, making Eri feel dejected. She sighed and walked over to sit on one of the swings. Everyone was so sad here, and Eri didn't know how to help them. If Mirio were here, he might try to make everyone laugh, but Eri didn't know how to do that. Izuku. Eri remembered what Izuku had told her at Mirio's funeral, that sometimes people needed to be sad. Maybe the only thing she could do was try to be there for others. Hopefully Azui would give her another chance. Eventually, one of Eri's classmates joined her on the other swing. It was a boy with yellow hair and eyes. Eri remembered his name was Vansu. Vansu though seemed to be as interested in talking to Eri as Azui was, idly swinging back and forth without looking at anything around him. Eri wasn't even sure if Vansu knew that she was there. As he moved though, his sleeve began to shift down his arm, and Eri felt her breath stop. There was a grouping of black bruises on his wrist. Eri felt her heart rate pick up and her body chill as she remembered seeing those kinds of bruises on her own arm back when Overhaul was experimenting on her, whenever he or one of his goons grabbed her too hard to drag her to or from the lab. Eri felt a twinge in her horn, and almost by reflex, she pulled out her stress ball and started squeezing it. Thankfully, the feel of the soft material giving way under her hand helped her calm herself enough that the twinge in her horn went away. Vansu was still swinging numbly back and forth as if he hadn't noticed Eri. "Vansu?" Eri asked, making the boy flinch and snap to attention at her, another reflex that Eri couldn't help but remember. "Are you okay? Your arms hurt?" Vansu immediately went pale, grabbing his sleeve and shoving it back over his arm. "I'm fine," he shouted, jumping off of the swing and running away. Again, even as Eri continued to squeeze her stress ball, she remembered a familiar experience, Mirio asking her if she was okay, only for Overhaul to start pulling off his gloves, and Eri immediately running back to him without saying anything else to Mirio. Eri took a few deep breaths. She was safe. Chisaki was in prison, permanently crippled from some altercation he had with the League as he was being transported to Tartarus. He couldn't hurt her. Eri knew now that even if Chisaki had tried to attack Mirio back when they first met, he would have been absolutely crushed by Mirio's overwhelming power. Sometimes, she chastised herself for not trusting Mirio enough back then to stay with him before he could get another chance to rescue her a few days later. The thought galvanized Eri's resolve, and she ran back into the school. Eventually, Eri found the teacher's lounge, where to her luck, she found Ms. Himura. Her teacher seemed to be the only one present, though she was talking to someone on her phone. "My mom's doing as well as she can. Kigo, Tatsuo and I talked to her a bit the last time we were at the hospital," she spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. "Ms. Himura?" Eri spoke up, getting her teacher's attention. As soon as Ms. Himura realized she wasn't alone, she jumped, fumbling with her phone while blushing in a way that reminded Eri of when Izuku talked about Ms. Ipan. "Eri, is something wrong?" she said, holding her hand over her phone's mouthpiece. "Yes, Ms. Himura," Eri answered. Ms. Himura stopped blushing, having a look of concern on her face before talking into the phone again. "Kigo, I'll have to call you back later," she said, hanging up before turning to Eri. "What is it? Did someone get hurt?" Eri stammered, still unnerved by what she had seen from Vansu. "I was on the swings, and I saw that Vansu had these bruises on his arm that looked like someone had grabbed him really hard, but I don't remember seeing anyone touch him today." Ms. Himura blinked, paling for a second. "I see." Ms. Himura hesitated for a moment before she started to write down something on a sheet of paper. Did you see anything else?" "How did Vansu react?" she asked. "He got scared, tried to hide the bruises, and said that he was fine before he ran away." Ms. Himura shuddered, writing down some more. Once she had finished, she stared at the paper for a moment before taking a deep breath. "Is something wrong, Ms. Himura? Is Vansu going to be all right?" Ms. Himura looked at Eri for a moment, considering her. There was still fear in her eyes, but the way Eri's teacher looked at her made it feel as if she was seeing Eri as an older person. "You did the right thing telling me about this now, Eri," Ms. Himura said. Despite being told this, Eri felt a bundle of nerves in her stomach. "Now, it's entirely possible that there isn't anything wrong with Vansu, but I should still talk to him just to be sure." Ms. Himura paused for a moment, thinking before she spoke again. "Do you remember when I told you in the class this morning about how people are scared, angry, and confused?" Eri nodded. "Sometimes, I've noticed that when people are angry or scared that things aren't going the way that they think they should, it makes them want to take their anger out on others, especially those that can't fight back. It makes them feel as if they're in control." Eri could understand why Ms. Himura looked at her like she was older, remembering how Azui was able to recognize her from Lemillion's rescue of her and his fight with Overhaul. She nodded slowly. I'm actually a bit scared that with how many bad things that have been going on in the country, that there are a lot of people scared or angry like that, and that they might take it out on kids like you. Who do you think would hurt Vansu though? Eri asked. Ms. Himura didn't answer immediately. She had a distant look on her face, staring blankly at the wall while frost was slowly forming beneath her hands. Like before, she took a deep breath, grimacing before she answered. Not sure. I would need to ask Vansu first. Like I said, it could be nothing. If I think that someone is hurting Vansu though, I'm going to call someone who will try to make that stop. Eri looked at her feet, thinking about something that worried her. Ms. Himura? I've heard Mrs. Midoriya and some of the grown-ups at UA talk about how the people at Child Services are really busy and have too much work right now, which is why I've only ever seen them once since the Battle of Jakku. Do you think that they might not be able to help Vansu if he's getting hurt? Ms. Himura stared at Eri before she frowned, kneeling closer to Eri, filling her voice with much more confidence than Eri had heard from her so far. If someone is hurting Vansu and the people I call first don't do something about it, then I'll call the friend that I was just talking to. He works with the police, and if I asked him for help with something like this, I think he'd do it. Eri nodded. Thank you, Ms. Himura. Slowly, Ms. Himura smiled in a way that relieved some of Eri's tension. You're a very good girl, Eri. I think that a lot of what led to bad things happening over the last year is because people didn't say anything when they saw something bad happening, so it's really good that you're telling a grown-up about this. For the rest of the day, Eri couldn't stop thinking about Vansu. Before she had come to school, she was under the impression that the way that she was treated by Overhaul was just her own misfortune, but how common was it, really? It certainly made her more sympathetic to Azui's dream to become a hero, even if she wasn't sure if Azui could really do that now. Hopefully whatever the emergency students were going to become would be as good. As school let out and they were being led back to the buses, Eri sighed in exhaustion. It had certainly been a hard day. At least the fears that she and the Midoriyas had turned out to be unfounded. She was able to handle the work perfectly fine, the bus and school felt safe with the soldiers guarding them, and though there was one brief moment where Rewind felt like it was going to act up, Eri knew what to do and it turned out fine. All things considered, Eri realized that she was quite fortunate. She didn't feel perfect obviously, she still missed Mirio dearly, she wasn't completely comfortable with her quirk, and she could tell that there were a lot of sad and angry people in the country, but herself, where her life was, she felt safe and as happy as she thought she could be expected to be. But in a way, that was also disheartening. She felt fortunate, but it felt as if so many other people around her were struggling even more with their own problems. Perhaps this was how Izuku felt sometimes. As she was walking to the bus though, someone called Eri's name from behind her. Eri? Yes? Eri asked, seeing that it was Azui. The frog-quirked girl was looking at the ground, uncomfortable. I wanted to say sorry for how I acted earlier, Ribbit. You were just trying to be nice, and I acted mean to you. It's okay, Eri said, waving her hands. I shouldn't have asked you about stuff that bothered you. Azui didn't move after Eri answered, and was still facing her. Eri? Do you like heroes like I do? Yeah. Eri answered excitedly, finally glad to think about something happy. Heroes rescued me, and they've been taking care of me ever since, like Yamada, and Uraraka, and Mirio. Eri frowned slightly at Mirio's memory, but thinking about him smiling at her and playing with her cheered her up quickly. I think heroes are really cool, and I want to help people like how they do. Do you want to talk more about heroes on the bus? Azui asked. Sure. Eri answered, hopping excitedly. She realized at that moment though that most of their classmates had moved almost all the way down the hall. Oh, we should get going, she said, taking Azui's hand and running to catch up. While the day at school had been sad for Eri, the bus ride home was much more cheerful. Azui's expression still seemed blank for the most part, but as the two talked about their favorite heroes, Azui favored aquatic heroes like Selkie and Gang Orca compared to Eri's favorites of Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Sir Night Eye, Eraserhead, and of course Lemillion. Every now and then Eri thought she could see the corners of Azui's mouth twitch up some. As they were getting closer to where Azui said that she lived though, she became more reserved. Is something wrong, Azui? Eri asked. She was startled to see Azui's eyes had gotten watery. Eri, I know that I'm not easy to get along with, she sniffled. But, could you call me Satsuki? Eri blinked. Satsuki looked like she had been holding her tears in for a while, and it was hard for her to control them. This felt familiar to her, and it took a moment for her to remember why. She scooted over to Satsuki and gave her a hug. Sure, Satsuki. I'd like that. Satsuki hugged Eri back, rib-biting between her sniffles. By the time that she walked off the bus, she was able to give Eri a small smile. Eri didn't know how to make Satsuki or anyone else feel better right now, but she could at least do what Izuku did for her and be there for her new friend. Alright, this is the most comprehensive text on fungi available here, Ipan said, handing Izuku the extremely thick catalog. Izuku could only be grateful that he had started joining Kagaya on some of his workouts, otherwise he wasn't sure he'd be able to lift this. Thanks, Ipan, he said, flipping through the pages, recognizing some of the species from earlier studies. This will be a big help with Komori's quirk. Ipan smiled from behind the checkout desk. Komori's already checked it out a few times, so I'll be interested to see what you figure out that she hasn't. Izuku was currently in the library, researching subjects he was unfamiliar with that could help him better understand the emergency course quirks. Komori Kinoko's quirk, Mushroom, which allowed her to spread fungi spores from her body, had so many potential applications that Izuku was kicking himself for not focusing on her sooner. There were thousands of different species of fungi, each with potentially different uses. Obviously, Izuku had some research to do if he wanted to give Komori a more comprehensive analysis. He found a desk, pulled out a fresh notebook, and started working. Bioluminescent fungi, always useful to have a source of light. I wonder how bright Komori could make them? Could she intensify the luminescence? Armillaria astoi, honey mushroom, is the largest organism in the world. Just how much fungi could Komori create? How quickly could it grow? Trichophyton rubrum, causes athlete's foot, could be used as a way to debilitate opponents like itching powder. I might need to look up potential dangers of overexposure though. Asomycetus, causes soft rot decay of wood. Could Komori increase the rate of decay? Mycorrhizal fungi allow trees to communicate to each other. I wonder if Shiozaki or Togaike might be willing to volunteer to help us test this? Toxic chemical cleanup, radiation cleanup, Cladosporium sphaerosporum, radiotrophic fungi, used as radiation shielding. Komori might be one of the only people with a quirk that could allow her to work with that hazard. Possible virus protection, antibiotic creation. Maybe Komori should study with Recovery Girl or intern at a hospital? Cordyceps, could it be possible for Komori to create a fungus that could control humans? Or perhaps it would at least work on people with insectoid quirks. Amanita phalloides, death cap, unless Komori could minimize the toxicity, this is one she would want to stay away from. Devil's bolete only causes temporary illness, and others are only toxic to microorganisms. Is there a better way for me to figure out which ones would have that trait though? Amanita has alpha-amanitin, but how do these other toxins work? Midoriya? Izuku jumped in his seat and gave a small eep at Ipan's appearance next to him. Ipan, I'm worried, was I mumbling? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I know that it's probably bugging people and you've got enhanced hearing and that probably makes things so much worse. Midoriya. Ipan interrupted him, waving her hand nervously. You're fine. If I wanted to, I could tune it out. She held up some books, one titled Toxicology and the other Medicine. I just overheard what you were studying and thought that these might be helpful. They could give you ideas on how different toxins affect the body and at what rate. Once she had reassured Izuku, Ipan in turn shrunk in on herself somewhat, tapping the tips of her index fingers together. I'm sorry if I wasn't supposed to hear that. Sometimes I accidentally overhear private conversations. Oh no, that's fine. Izuku waved his hands at Ipan in some sort of awkward, nervous feedback loop. That would actually be really helpful, thank you. Izuku brightened up, accepting the books, only to stop and realize something. Wait, could you understand what I was saying? I was trying to keep quiet, but usually I mumble so quickly it's hard for people to understand me. Ipan shrugged. I thought it was interesting. Aries right, you're obviously really smart. Izuku blushed at the compliment, which in turn made Ipan look away awkwardly. Even after his teachers had started to compliment his analysis, Izuku still felt self-conscious about his mumbling. Ipan was the only other person besides Nezu to ever compliment it. Thanks. The two stayed in an awkward silence for a moment. Izuku tried to think of something to say to fill in the void. So, Ipan, do you like this job? Are you happy? Ipan turned to Izuku and smiled. I am. I haven't been this happy in a long time. I love how big everything is built here, so I don't have to crouch or squat whenever I go in somewhere. I love how the school actually seems to care about this place, so it's not falling apart like my old library. The people here are so nice to me. I feel safe and happy, and I can't really remember the last time that I felt like this. And, well, Ipan blushed slightly but went on, I love having friends here. People who want to be around me, talk to me, and want to hear what I have to say. Ipan knelt so that her face was level with Izuku's. You and your mother really helped me a lot, Midoriya. Getting me this job, being my friend, giving me something to hope for. She smiled and looked towards her desk, where she had placed the rabbit sculpture Izuku had gifted her when they had first met. I hope that you know how much I appreciate what you've done. You really are my hero. Well, Izuku stammered, rubbing the back of his neck, caught off guard by the gratitude and trying not to get lost in Ipan's beautiful blue eyes, framed by her platinum blonde eyelashes. Izuku blushed even more and forced himself to look away. I'm glad. You've been a good friend to me too, Ipan. I like hanging out with you and, well, he managed a small, grateful smile. It means a lot that you think of me that way. Perhaps realizing how nervous Izuku was getting, Ipan stood up and coughed. Well, if there's anything else I can help you with, please let me know. Izuku nodded and went back to work, trying to write down as much information as he could look up in the time he had left in the study period, not noticing the pink-haired, pink-skinned Ishido Mina spying on him, barely restraining her squeal of glee at what she had just seen. Only once she had seen Ipan putting headphones on to block out sound did she finally give in. Oh my gosh, that was so cute. Mina, you should really be focusing on your studies instead of the supposed love lives of others. Yaoyorozu chided, pulling Ishido back to the table where the two A girls were studying with Uraraka, though a part of her was admittedly happy that her friend had someone who admired him so much. I'm just glad he's got a new friend. Uraraka added, smiling in Izuku's direction. If she was honest with herself, she also thought that the interaction was cute, and it was a breath of fresh air to see standard high school fluff, rather than be expected to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. Here, even the girls who were still part of the emergency course could have a normal life, happily arguing over gossip and studies like any high school girl would. As the study period ended, Uraraka left for her next class, though Izuku followed with the two A girls to watch over their next exercise. She sighed to herself, admittedly sad that she wasn't going with them. Uraraka was grateful that she was still friends with the two A girls, but every now and then she experienced lingering guilt for abandoning her previous path. Thankfully, none of the girls seemed to hold this against her. Mina, Hagakure, and Jiro all admitted that they occasionally had thoughts about switching out to a field that might be more fun, but felt that they needed to do this regardless. Uraraka smiled to herself, watching Izuku blush as Mina said something to him with a smirk while they were walking away. She tried to do her part to help people just like her friends. Tsuragami stood in front of the two assembled emergency courses. All of you will be separated into teams of 4 with one student in the team being designated as the team leader. Each team will be assigned a random scenario with varying objectives that will match with a real-life scenario that you would face as emergency responders. Tsuragami looked at his tablet and gave the first assignment. First team, Team Leader Yaoyorozu, with Minoma, Ojiro, and Tetsu. You will be performing a sting operation to arrest 2 gang leaders and their associates. Your mission is to plant a wiretap at a meeting to gather evidence before moving in to arrest them. Be warned, we have a volunteer acting as one of the gang leaders. Izuku grinned to himself, knowing who the volunteer was and curious as to how Yaoyorozu's team would fare against them. He observed the monitors with Tsuragami and the emergency courses, trying to predict the best possible strategy for the scenario, notebook at the ready, with entries for the 4 students marked and ready to be updated. This exercise was set in a replica back alley bar. The students were dressed in civilian clothing and lightly equipped, each only having a sidearm that fired paint rounds and a wiretap. Yaoyorozu though ignored the wiretap given, choosing to create her own. This was an interesting workaround Izuku and Yaoyorozu figured out with her creation Quirk, realizing that larger objects tended to drain Yaoyorozu's lipid reserves that she used to fuel her creations faster. Izuku had suggested that Yaoyorozu focus on the study of microtechnology. In this case, robotic flies that could transmit video and audio to the team's headsets or phones. The technology, pioneered at Island, was incredibly complex and difficult to build, but as long as Yaoyorozu understood the design, it was negligible to her reserves. Yaoyorozu's robot flies flew from her skin, and she directed them to fly into the bar's ventilation system and set up at the meeting point, all without the team having to enter the building and risk blowing their cover. One of the team members though had to make things difficult. What? Is Class A's representative too good for the same equipment everyone else is given? Monoma, the blonde-haired, perpetually smug-faced copy Quirk user of Class B scoffed as Yaoyorozu explained what she was doing. Do you really need flies to do your job for you? I will do what is necessary to complete the exercise, Monoma. I am perfectly capable of completing it without you if you find working with Ojiro and I unpalatable. Yaoyorozu answered without a second glance. The dismissal clearly irked the arrogant boy, only to be held back by his classmate, the silver-haired Tetsu. Dude, we've got work to do. Now is not the time. Tsuragami shook his head in frustration, making a note on his clipboard, likely having to deduct some of Monoma's points. Izuku felt the teacher's pain. Monoma's Quirk was one of the most impressive he had ever seen and offered up so many possibilities for use, but the young man still hadn't been able to let go of his resentment towards Class A from the previous year for stealing the spotlight so often. Never mind the fact that this had usually resulted in tragedy for the class. It seemed that Monoma was still operating under the assumption that the classes were in competition, and it was a mindset that Tsuragami and Vlad King were struggling to fix. The setup was rather simple. Yaoyorozu paired with Monoma to bust into the meeting once they had the evidence and had Tetsu and Ojiro guard the main alleyway leading towards the bar to catch anyone trying to escape. While she had time for setup though, Yaoyorozu also rigged some of the smaller alleyways out with booby traps, rubber pellet bombs and taser mines, as well as specialized foam bombs that could be used to seal off certain areas, all rigged with miniature motion sensors and cameras that would alert her to enemies and allow her to trigger the traps remotely. Finally, as the team settled into their positions, the gangs entered the bar. In addition to the volunteer, whose identity was concealed from the observers by a hoodie, the opponents were robots. Unlike the training bots used in the old entrance exam though, they were designed to mimic human opponents, equipped with different weapons meant to replicate quirks. The robots started a conversation similar to what the students would hear in a standard trigger deal. Several other mannequins had positioned themselves in or outside the bar to act as guards. One of the leaders is closer to the door than I expected, Yaoyorozu observed through the image transmitted to the glasses she was wearing to monitor the sting. Tetsu and Ojiro, make sure you're ready to intercept. I'll be able to cut off most of the exits apart from the one towards you. Be advised, there are several guards still in your area as well. Roger. Roger. Thankfully Monoma was responsible enough not to try to needle Yaoyorozu while they were listening in on the conversation. The volunteer brought out a suitcase and flipped it open, revealing black vials that were supposed to be trigger. I think that this will do, they said before sliding it over to one of the robots. Got it? Yaoyorozu triggered a remote, detonating several foam bombs to seal off some of the alleyways. Move in. She and Monoma kicked open the bar door, pointing their sidearms at the robots. Police. Hands up. Rather than surrendering, the robots immediately turned to fire their own weapons and quirks on the two. Yaoyorozu and Monoma were able to take down 5 of the robots using paintball rounds, which the robots were programmed to perceive as an incapacitation unless specifically augmented in a way that resisted the caliber. The 2 had to take cover though as the remainder countered with their own fire, and the volunteer fled through a backroom in the chaos. The leader is heading your way. Yaoyorozu spoke over her radio before creating and throwing a flashbang into the room. The resulting blast disoriented the enemies long enough for Yaoyorozu and Monoma to take out the remaining mannequins in the room and chase after the stragglers. The two began to systematically clear out the remaining robots still in the building. "Hold on," Yaoyorozu said, getting an alert. Through her glasses, she saw some of her motion sensors being activated by reinforcements. She activated several of her traps, taking down some of the robots that were trying to flank them from behind. Cycling through her fly cameras, she picked out the two largest groups of enemies and directed Monoma to follow her towards the one not heading towards Ojiro and Tetsu. The two other boys meanwhile had just encountered their own group of enemies, and began to fight them. Ojiro quickly dispatched 3 robots with his muscular tail, batting away a robot that had spike arms, rubber-tipped for the exercise, though a hit would count as an immediate defeat. As he was fighting though, a robot with gun barrels for fingers took aim, only for its shots to be blocked by Tetsu, who activated his steel quirk, charging at the robot and smashing its head with a steel-covered fist. Tetsu was busy fighting against a robot equipped with giant arms when Ojiro noticed an enemy that wasn't one of the robots was attempting to rush through the area, their volunteer gang leader. Thinking quickly and wanting to neutralize the unknown enemy as quickly as possible, he used his tail to spring forward, leaping onto the gang leader's back and wrapping his tail around them. "Got you!" Ojiro was about to call his catch in when he saw that his opponent had managed to make a move before being restrained, as a large bubble was floating in front of him. "Wait, Awatasungi!" The bubble popped in his face, dousing him with the smell of pepper spray. The scent was so intense that he reflexively let go and curled up on the ground, only for even more bubbles to appear in the air around him, releasing the same scent and macing him further. Eyes watering, he could just barely make out the blue-skinned figure of Awata Karakoko, former sidekick bubble girl and UA's newest history teacher, holding one of the school paintball guns. "Look before you leap, Ojiro." The students in the monitor room winced in sympathy at Ojiro's plight. "Darn, this is a hard one. Awata-sensei's quirk isn't very strong, but it's a good counter to Ojiro and Tetsu," Kendo observed, shivering a bit as Awata launched a volley of bubbles at Tetsu, who just barely dodged away while covering his mouth. Izuku nodded. Ojiro and Tetsu were excellent at close-range combat, but had no real defense against gas, or in this case, bubble-based attacks, and were vulnerable at range. Tetsu was going to need to approach this with a different strategy if he wanted to survive this. His gaze moved to another monitor showing Yaoyorozu and Monoma, who had tracked the other gang of robots down to a parking lot, some climbing into a car while the others were taking cover and taking potshots at the two. "Small arms fire?" Monoma observed, smirking. "Stand aside, leader, I can handle this." He activated his copy of Tetsu's quirk, turning his skin to steel and allowing him to walk out into the line of fire of paintball bullets, countering with his own sidearm before closing in and fighting hand-to-hand, knocking out several of the robots. Yaoyorozu meanwhile focused on the group getting away in the car, using her quirk to create a spike strip roll, which she threw out in front of the vehicle, puncturing its tires and stopping its movement. With her sidearm out of ammo, she created another gun, a design of which she had come up with help from the support department. This one was fitted with straps around her arm, and openings that allowed her to feed ammunition directly from her exposed skin. This allowed Yaoyorozu to create ammunition specified to the situation, fired from a barrel similar to that of a grenade launcher. The other students liked to joke that the appearance and use of the gun was similar to Mega Man's arm cannon. Whatever the case, Yaoyorozu fired 3 shots in quick succession, blasting the robots with a quick-drying glue based off of the quirk of Class BS Bondo, securely neutralizing them. "Ha!" Monoma laughed, standing over the last robot he had knocked down. "Such a simple exercise. Of course, it would have to be for..." Monoma's boast was cut off though when the robot he was standing over suddenly morphed, its armor flipped out into scuts, a massive tail growing from its back, and its head growing into a giant, crocodile-like mouth, which latched onto Monoma's leg. The support department really went all out with their quirk designs, Izuku muttered as he observed what was going on. With its grip, the robot yanked Monoma screaming off his feet and started swinging him into the ground, cratering the asphalt. Thankfully, Yaoyorozu saw what had happened, loaded a canister of liquid nitrogen into her arm cannon, and shot the robotic crocodile with a blast of freezing air. The robots were designed to mimic the quirks and limitations thereof of real-life people, so the robot released its hold on Monoma and froze up, simulating the effects of torpor. "You shot me," Monoma complained, covered in debris and trying to pry himself from the hole in the ground the robot had slammed him into. Tetsu's quirk grants him resistance to extreme changes in temperature. "I knew you'd be fine," Yaoyorozu answered, pulling Monoma upright. Tetsu and Ojiro were still having difficulties fighting against Owada though. Ojiro had been blasted with such an intense barrage of pepper spray-laced bubbles that he was essentially non-responsive. Tetsu could only cover his nose and keep his quirk active as Owada shot at him with her own pistol and blasted more foul-smelling bubbles at him. "Damn it, it's just like the summer camp," Tetsu growled to himself. He looked over at Ojiro, curled up on the ground and stunned. Every instinct in him told him that he needed to help his fellow hero, to take the pain like a man. However, as he thought this, it gave him pause for thought. "No, I can't do things like that. I need an actual plan, but how am I supposed to get at her from?" Tetsu blinked. "Oh right." Tetsu pulled the gun out he had forgotten he had and shot Owada in the torso. The impact of the paintball made her drop her own gun and stop producing her bubbles. Tetsu took advantage of her distraction and rushed forward, tackling and restraining Owada. "The criminals have been apprehended. The exercise has been completed," Tsuragami announced over the speaker. "You may return to the monitor room for debriefing." "Not bad, Kit." Owada grinned, slipping out of the cuffs Tetsu put on her and helping Ojiro up, trying to soothe the tailed boy's nose by producing some sweet-smelling bubbles. "You two still have a lot to learn, but you completed the mission at least." Moments later, the 4 students were standing in front of Tsuragami to be critiqued on their performance. "Overall, I would say that it was a good plan," Tsuragami stated, turning to Yaoyorozu. "You did a good job sealing off the area, and I approve of the use of your own wiretaps when they were clearly superior." "Excellent job." Yaoyorozu bowed, smiling. The boys next to her though were noticeably sweating as Tsuragami turned to them. "Monoma, you need to keep your ego in check. Posturing has no place in this field." Monoma grimaced, but held his tongue. Tetsu, good job on taking down the target. I'm glad to see that you've been working on your gunmanship. However, this begs the question, why did you and Ojiro wait so long to use your firearms in the first place?" Tetsu and Ojiro had their heads down, embarrassed, but Ojiro spoke up. "To be fair, sir, while it wasn't smart of me to rush Owada-sensei without knowing what her quirk was, weren't we doing all right beforehand? Tetsu and I were managing pretty well at first. I know we're focusing more on long-range combat, but the tactics heroes used have worked before." "No," Tsuragami interrupted. "No, they didn't. The HPSC liked to put a focus on the kinds of duels that you two were getting into prior to the gang leader's arrival as a way of making heroes look powerful, but I can tell you as a police officer that I have come across a lot of crime scenes where heroes relied on these same tactics in some back alley that led to them getting killed. How do you think this would have turned out if one of those robots had an electricity quirk like Kaminari? Or a quirk that lets them grow spines out of their body? How would your tail handle that? Or if more of those robots were equipped with guns? For that matter, what would you two have done if Owada had taken Ojiro hostage? You were lucky that you were in tight quarters and your opponents didn't have time to pull their own weapons out. You're being trained to focus on long-range combat because it works and it's safer. By keeping your opponent at a distance, you are less likely to put yourself in harm's way." As Ojiro was cowed, Izuku thought about Tsuragami's point. While it had been said that quirks had rendered guns obsolete, the results here indicated otherwise. Unless they possessed a quirk that specifically countered said weapon like Tetsu, the majority, if not all of the students present could be taken out by a simple bullet. It was one of the main reasons why all of the students were expected to get used to wearing body armor. As Tsuragami finished his critique of Ojiro, he turned back to the rest of the class. "I know that these changes can be rough. You're being asked to completely change the way that you act and think. However, this is something that you need to adapt to. I'm trying to teach you all how to coordinate with each other, combat threats in a safe manner, and use your quirks in a way that doesn't put yourself or your surroundings at risk. You're not here to showboat, and I don't want any of you to get the idea that you're entering some sort of honorable combat, like a duel. Despite what the HPSC has been feeding you, that is not the way that the world works. I understand that can be difficult for you, but that is what you are here to learn. As the next group began, Iwata stood next to Izuku. Hey Midoriya, I wanted to thank you and your mom again for the welcome party. No problem, Izuku answered, smiling. Iwata had quite a bit riding on her as Kayama's replacement. There were rumors about how exactly she had left the Night Eye Agency, suggestions of some sort of scandal that All Might's former sidekick was trying to cover up, but Izuku didn't have any interest in asking Iwata about them. Since she was new, Izuku's mother, himself, Eri, and Ippan had collaborated on a small welcome party for Iwata. Eri in particular was happy to see one of the heroes that had saved her now so often. For his part, Izuku had grown to like the new teacher. Being part of Night Eye's agency, she had a talent for investigative work that Izuku liked to poke her brain about, and she was likewise encouraging towards his analysis. While she didn't like to talk about her time with the Night Eye Agency, Iwata did mention that she was happier here. The two refocused their attention as Tsuragami announced the next exercise. Next team, leader Tokage with Kamakiri, Shiro, and Shoji. You four will be dealing with a hostage situation on top of a high-rise. The hostiles have rigged the building with explosives and will detonate it within 15 minutes. The four students entered the training area on a building adjacent to the one the hostages were held. Over the monitors, they could hear Tokage start to speak. Okay, first step, we've got to find the hostiles and the hostages. Kamakiri, open the vent. The bug-headed Kamakiri used his quirk, razor sharp, to slice open one of the grated vents on the roof the team had gotten onto. Setsuna began her role. The students' costumes had changed a great deal over the past year. For the most part, they were standardized assault and rescue gear, the same blue and black as police uniforms or SWAT teams. Tokage's costume was an exception though, looking very similar to her old hero costume out of necessity for her quirk. The difference though was the equipment she had with her. Originally, the costume was a purple-scaled bodysuit, but now it was covered in various kinds of equipment, cameras, transceivers, and small firearms, 6 in total. Tokage used her quirk, Lizard Tail Splitter, to split her body into multiple pieces, most of which flew into the vent and began to spread throughout the shafts of the building, leaving behind a floating head missing an eye. A spare limb held a tablet exhibiting a live feed showing from each of the cameras attached to the different parts of Tokage's body. This was a unique, albeit very difficult trick that Izuku had brought up to Tokage. Her ability to control dozens of different body parts independently displayed an incredible skill in multitasking. Izuku's suggestions to attach cameras to her costume pushed this skill even further. By maintaining a live feed that one eye could watch, Tokage was able to direct her parts throughout the ventilation shafts of the building without having to be in her direct line of sight. All right, Tokage muttered as she looked over the multiple feeds on the tablet, the different body parts showing their cameras feeds through vents throughout the building, showing several robotic mannequins acting as hostages while others were marching through the halls or guarding the hostages. One feed was linked to a telescopic camera. Tokage's eye was floating outside of the building, giving her an infrared image through the windows. We have 16 hostages and 25 hostiles. Several rooms have bombs in them, but I'm not sure how many. All of the entrances are guarded, so we'll have to go through one of the windows. South side 5th floor and above is clear. Tokage's head turned to her 3 partners. Okay, we're going to climb up to the roof, rappel down and make our entrance through the 5th floor window, south side. The 3 boys nodded, Tokage's floating head following with them as they climbed up a brick wall. Kamakiri with his blades, Shoji with his strong grip, and Shiro using his tape to zip up. On the roof, the 3 attached harnesses with cords to the south side railing and prepared to jump down. I'm moving to ambush who I can. I should be able to take out the guards watching the hostages. Start your descent, Tokage's floating mouth said. The boys rappelled down the building to the 5th floor, where Kamakiri created a glass-cutting blade to make a quiet entrance. Starting ambush? Tokage utilized another trick Izuku helped her develop, The parts of her body that had gun holsters attached pointed their barrels through the vents at the guards, while a floating finger or finger-sized piece pulled the trigger, ambushing multiple hostiles throughout the building at once with paint rounds. 7 hostiles down, but I saw 2 heading your way. Zero nodded and took point to give himself a clear line of fire. The 2 robots rounding the corner weren't able to react in time before being wrapped in his tape from the other side of the hallway. Izuku and the emergency students watched as Tokage guided the team through the building, clearing out rooms of hostiles. Zero continued to show his talent with his quick draw, while Shoji aided with the multiple firearms he carried, allowing them to cover multiple angles at once even without Tokage's aid, who continued to use the vents to ambush hostiles along the way. The only issue that Izuku could see was with Kamakiri, who hadn't made as big of an impact so far, due to his team members having ways to neutralize threats before they could get in range, while he was stuck with what firearms and support equipment he could carry on his person. That wasn't going to affect his grade in any way, but Izuku could notice that Kamakiri seemed disgruntled whenever his teammates took down an opponent before he could react. Sadly, Kamakiri reminded Izuku of Bakugo in many ways from his extreme combat-centered mindset. So far though, he had kept a lid on his temper. Eventually, the team made it to a group of 5 hostages cowering in one of the larger rooms. However, their time was limited and they had to split up. Shoji volunteered to watch over the hostages while Kamakiri and Zero split off. Izuku tensed up, recognizing what was happening in the room. Once Shoji was alone and he had stationed himself to cover the main entrance, a few of the hostages began to move behind him. But before the hostage bots could point their weapons at Shoji, the team quick-drew 5 different weapons behind him with his duplicating arms and took out the disguised hostiles with several hisses of paintball guns, guided by the eye stalks he had surreptitiously been watching his back from. Everyone, the hostages I was guarding were disguised hostiles. We are still missing 5 hostages. Shoji spoke through his radio as he quickly restrained the 5 attackers. The quick move earned Shoji applause from his classmates in the control room, while Zero came across and dealt with 2 gunmen guarding a group of crates, which had 4 of the hostages hidden inside. Kamakiri meanwhile was checking one of the last rooms when he heard a robotic voice coming from an unchecked room. "Help! Help! I'm in here!" It was obvious that Kamakiri wanted to finish the exercise quickly and prepared to grow a blade to cut through the door, obviously hoping to blitz any potential remaining hostiles. Izuku clenched his fists, knowing what was on the other side. Surprisingly though, Kamakiri paused before he could swing and took a deep breath before calling over the comlink. "Tokage, I'm hearing a voice from a room on the 1st floor, but it wasn't on any of the feeds that you showed us." "I see you," Tokage replied, Kamakiri looking up at a vent where he could see a flash of movement from one of her body parts. "Give me a sec." There was a brief pause as Tokage saw the door Kamakiri was standing in front of, but not what was beneath the vent. "Kamakiri, that door is rigged with an explosive on the knob." The class gave a collective sigh of relief, seeing the footage of the room Kamakiri was about to burst into. The young man took another breath. "What kind of explosive? How is it rigged?" "Basic tripwire connected to the handle, right?" Kamakiri answered, shrinking his blade into a much smaller and thinner shape, which he carefully slid through the doorframe, before pulling through, cutting the tripwire without triggering the explosive, really just a bag of paint. "I think you're good, that should be the last room to check." "Roger that." Kamakiri pushed the door open. He saw the remaining hostage, but it was tied to a massive barrel away from where Tokage could see from the vent, with a timer going down from 30 seconds. "Shit. Bomb on a timer at my level." With the amount of time left though, no one would be able to get to the bomb in time, leaving Kamakiri alone. Ignoring the hostage, he pried open the control panel of the bomb, revealing a mess of wires. The emergency courses held their breath, literally able to see the sweat pouring down Kamakiri's brow as he stuck a thin blade into the wires, hesitating for just a second before cutting a red wire. The timer stopped at 1 second. All hostages rescued and hostiles neutralized. Tsuragami said over the intercom. "Tokage's team has completed the exercise." Izuku cheered with the classes, and Tokage's team reconvened in the monitoring room, Kamakiri looking like he had run a mile. Izuku noticed Kendo nearby, smiling proudly at Tokage and Kamakiri. Your class has been doing pretty well, Kendo. I'm surprised how much Kamakiri and Tetsu have improved especially. Kendo nodded. She had shared a concern with Izuku at the beginning of their second year towards those two. Kamakiri and Tetsu had a mentality that was far too similar to that of Bakugo and Kirishima, Kamakiri being slightly blood-hungry and Tetsu likewise seeing too much chivalry and heroics in a manner that encouraged rushing in without thinking. I think that Bakugo and Kirishima getting arrested made them rethink the kinds of people they want to be. Tsuragami congratulated the team on a perfect run before moving on to the next exercise. So, how do you think this one is going to go? Awada asked Izuku, observing a rescue-focused exercise being undertaken by Kota Koji and Ishido Mina of Class A teamed with Shishida Jiroda and Kaibara-san of Class B, with Shishida being the team leader. The exercise was slightly more straightforward than the others. They simply had to rescue a number of civilians caught in a landslide in a nature-focused zone of the school's training grounds. Hard to say, Izuku mused. Ishido's acid and Kaibara's gyrate could be useful in digging through the rubble as long as they're careful not to overdo it. Shishida's enhanced senses in his beast form could help him locate the injured, though he can't stay that way too long or risk going berserk. Honestly, the smartest move might just be to, wait. Izuku noticed Shishida speaking to Kota. Yeah, I think I see what they're doing. Despite having to work through a far greater area than either team before them, Shishida's team managed to complete their exercise the fastest, simply by having Kota use the animals living in the area to locate and dig up all of the landslide victims. The rest of the team didn't end up doing that much. He can't help but think that this goes against the spirit of the exercise, Awada noted, an awkward bead of sweat forming on her head. Izuku shrugged. Ani voice is just a really useful quirk. Kota will almost always have whatever help he needs adapted to the specific environment that he's working in. The rest of the exercises proceeded without much incident. Hagakure managed to replicate a similar performance to Kota in an exercise focused on tailing a suspected criminal, and Shiozaki was indispensable in corralling a rioting mob. Kendo, unfortunately, being a martial artist like Ojiro, struggled with the urge to rush to fight an opponent face-to-face, though demonstrated good skill and strategy as a leader. Sato had similar issues. The mental deterioration and physical drain of his sugar rush made it difficult for him to effectively use his quirk in the exercises. It was encouraging to see the students working so hard, but it was clear that they were still struggling to throw off the mentality towards heroics that they had been raised with. After being dismissed, Izuku noticed Kendo walking off with Tetsu and Kamakiri to the firing range, wanting to better install the kinds of instincts they would need for the job, when Tsuragami held him back. Midoriya, I'd like a word with you. Izuku hung back, Tsuragami waiting until the other students had left to speak. I was wondering if you had any plans on what you wanted to do after you graduated. Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the question. Well, I was thinking that I might go to college to become a quirk analyst for the police. Tsuragami nodded. Would you consider simply going into the police after graduation? Izuku felt taken aback, not immediately understanding what Tsuragami was saying. The dog-headed teacher pulled out a brochure, one that Izuku had noticed several of the emergency corps students were carrying. You see, Midoriya, the emergency corps students are on a track to enter the police force as soon as they graduate. There is some talk against this, with people arguing that it would be too early for them and essentially just be a copy of the old hero system, but the fact of the matter is that the country is in desperate need of having its emergency services bolstered as soon as possible. However, that's not just limited to the sort of field work that I've been training the classes in. We also need analysts. Izuku blinked in surprise, realizing what Tsuragami wanted. Do you really think I could do that? I do. Especially with my recommendation. You wouldn't be the only one either. I believe that you've been in contact with an IntelliPsycho from CI Academy? Izuku nodded. Intelli had become something of a pen pal of Izuku's that Nezu had introduced Izuku to. The two had collaborated on some analysis in the past, though Izuku was surprised that he was being considered in the same tier as someone whose quirk allowed her to magnify her own intelligence. She'll be entering the program next year. I believe that you could the year after. You'd be entering the force as an analyst in the police's intelligence department the same time that the emergency corps students would be entering the force. Should I take it that you are interested? Izuku took a moment to think. He had started pursuing this work and had been helping out the emergency students because he wanted to help people, especially with how badly things were going in the rest of society. Really, all this meant would be that he'd be able to do that sooner than he expected. I'd like that very much, sir. Life didn't change that much after Izuku's conversation with Tsuragami. He still helped out the emergency courses with their quirks, updated his analysis, and made more connections with Psycho and other analysts. He went to classes, hung out with his friends, and joined in a board game tournament with 2C. Izuku even started to exercise more. Initially, it was just a way for him to hang out with his friends in the emergency courses, but over time, he began to simply enjoy the feeling of a good workout. Eri was slowly getting the hang of using her quirk, managing to rewind plants and animals by a few minutes without issue. She was doing pretty well in school and had made friends with several of her classmates. When she invited Azui Satsuki to UA, it was a bit tense. Izuku knew that the little girl couldn't stop thinking about her sister's short experiences at the school. Thankfully, the 2A students welcomed her just as they did with Eri, making her feel more comfortable. Izuku also started to spend more time in the library. Ipan was a fun person for Izuku to be around, and she enjoyed his presence, joining him at dinner with his mother and Eri. Over time, it began to feel as if Ipan was becoming family herself. Izuku and his mother continued to visit the Bakugas. Mitsuki was going to therapy, and Izuku and Inko started to see her smile again. 2C decided to just do a repeat of their cat cafe for their presentation in the cultural festival, albeit without the benefit of Kaganya's quirk to herd the cats. 2A held a concert with Kyokujiro as the lead singer. Eri couldn't decide whether she liked that or the cat cafe more. Izuku didn't feel jealous. Ipan was being silly. The emergency course students continued with their work. Quite a few had left, but most who stayed would remain. Izuku was somewhat distressed that one of the exceptions was his fault, Awei's Yosetsu of 2B, possessing the Weld quirk, which allowed him to fuse objects at the atomic level. As the two had talked about the different ways that Awei's quirk could be used, Awei's came to the conclusion that Weld could be more helpful in a scientific context rather than in heroics, and transferred to the general education course. It was a little upsetting, but Izuku had to admit that what Awei's could learn in the fields of atomic physics and the theoretical materials he could create was fascinating. Kodai Yui, whose quirk could shrink and grow objects, had expressed similar interests in how her quirk could be used for transportation. Izuku was simply enthralled by the different ways that people were using their quirks now that limitations had been lifted. For their final project of the year, he and Uraraka collaborated on a report on how science and technology was changing with free quirk use. Doctors were using shrinking quirks to study cancer, plant manipulation quirks to counter pests, suggestion quirks to treat psychological disorders. Despite the shame Japan had experienced from the HPSC's fall, the country was attracting scientists interested in researching the unique capabilities of quirks without the limitations that existed in their own countries, helping to bolster the country's reputation a bit. That being said, there were drawbacks. Being allowed to more freely use their quirks led to people causing accidents, hurting others, or damaging property. There were ongoing debates over how much regulation was needed, in what cases, or if regulation was warranted at all. Those for regulation could point to an incident that had happened the previous day in which someone with a flight quirk almost caused a helicopter crash, or accuse their opponents of being remnants of the terrorist-minded MLA. Those against regulations would counter by claiming that their opponents were members of the creature rejection clan, and point to examples of how overregulation in law and attitudes towards quirks had led to individuals like Toga Himiko being driven insane by forcibly repressing her quirk. There was at least an overall agreement that some regulation was needed: no fire quirks used in hazardous areas, flight quirks requiring to learn and follow air traffic laws, etc. People were protesting public quirk use, the continued presence of UN soldiers, and the rise in crime. The pro-hero movement might have been able to take advantage of this unrest, were it not for the issues that continued to plague it. Whatever led to Iwata leaving Sir Nitai's employ wasn't made public per se, but the rumors and whatever litigation entailed clearly hurt the former hero if his temporary absence from All Might's campaign was any indication. The departure of Moshi Juzo, aka the former sidekick Centipeder, could have been beneath notice, Moshi simply being another hero choosing to join the police force and offer the benefit of his years of investigative work. It seemed though that Night Eye was a vindictive sort, publicly decrying his former sidekick for his betrayal. Moshi's response to the accusations, citing Night Eye's abusive and obsessive practices, only refusing to mention anything related to Iwata's circumstances out of respect to his former co-worker's privacy, further eroded Night Eye's credibility and the limited traction that the pro-hero movement had gained. But there were far more tragic events as well. Around the end of Izuku's second year at UA, the former number 5 hero Mirko was hospitalized after a year of vigilantism, permanently crippled from the continuous fights without support. Mirko had been offered to join the police force after the fall of the HPSC, but had rejected joining something so regimented. In many ways, Mirko was an inspiring woman, strong, brave, tenacious. However, in the wake of her injuries and the scandals of the previous year, it was pointed out how toxic much of her philosophy was, her distaste in working with others, her tendency to rush into scenarios without a plan, and her love for violence. It wasn't that much of a stretch to compare her to Bakugo. While she had channeled her impulses into a more constructive manner, the end result had still left her unable to walk. For as much as Mirko had espoused her desire to live life without regrets, Izuku doubted that she didn't have regrets now. Many vigilantes had by this point ended up the same way, either worn out from working without the support the HPSC once provided them, having become so violent that the police had no choice but to arrest them as they would any other criminal, or dead. A week before the end of the term, Aizawa's body was discovered in his apartment. The man had apparently tried to put up a fight, but it seemed that he was overwhelmed by his attackers, leaving his body mutilated for the police to later find. By the time that his funeral occurred, the police were still trying to find the perpetrators, whether it was associates of villains that he had helped to arrest, or former students whose lives he had ruined. Despite the circumstances by which Aizawa had to leave the school, the staff of UA as well as some of his underground associates organized his funeral for him. The students of 2A came to pay their respects to Aizawa, along with Eri and Izuku. Yamada gave his eulogy for his old friend, talking about their exploits as fellow students, heroes, and teachers, trying to let people know of the good that he did. Afterwards, the mourners gathered at UA for the reception. While there though, Izuku noticed that Eri was bothered by something. It was to be expected considering the circumstances, and it wasn't like how. She was at Mirio's funeral at least, as when she went up to Aizawa's coffin to pay her respects, she cried openly. She thanked Aizawa for helping to save her, for taking care of her for her first few months at UA, promised to take care of his cat Milo, and walked off with Izuku to let the other mourners by. However, while she still seemed sad, she also seemed confused and frustrated about something. Izuku led her over to a table in a quiet corner of the room where the reception was being held. "Are you all right, Eri? You look like you have something on your mind," Izuku asked once he and Eri had sat down. Eri frowned, thinking to herself, seeming to struggle with her words. Wasn't Aizawa a hero? Izuku looked at Eri quizzically, wondering where this question came from. "Yes," he answered simply. Eri struggled with her words for a moment, seeming unsure of whether she wanted to say what was on her mind. I heard some people talking a while ago, saying that Aizawa wasn't a good teacher, that he hurt some people who used to be his students." Izuku frowned, starting to get an idea of what the problem was. They said that he did something where he expelled students but let them come back later, but they still got hurt by that? And that maybe the people who killed him were some of his former students? But I don't understand that. Why would Aizawa do that, and why would that make anyone mad enough to want to kill him? Izuku sighed. He tried to get his thoughts together, hoping to explain this in the proper way. "From what I understand, Eri, Aizawa would expel students that he thought weren't taking their classes seriously, but then would re-enlist them in the hero course. But why would people still be angry at him for that?" Izuku chewed his lip for a moment before answering. "You see, Eri, when someone is expelled, they get this thing called a black mark. It's something that goes on your permanent record. When someone wants to get a job, whoever is hiring them sees their record, and for a lot of people, if they see a black mark, it makes it so they don't get hired. So, even if these students got through school, it would make it really hard for them to get a good job, since people wouldn't take them seriously, and it makes life really hard for them. Eri stared at Izuku in horror as she thought about the implications of this. But that's horrible. Why would Aizawa do something like that? He was a good guy. He was a hero, she cried. Izuku stammered, putting his hands on Eri's shoulders to calm her down, noticing some of the other mourners looking their way. I'm not sure if Aizawa knew what black marks did or how damaging they could be. I don't know how he wouldn't, since he was a teacher, but it feels to me like this is just something him and other people ignored until it was too late. Izuku could feel Eri shaking in his grasp, tears flowing out of her eyes in sadness, anger, or some combination of the two. But he was a hero. He got hurt trying to save me. He couldn't have been a bad guy. He couldn't have. I don't think that he was Eri, Izuku explained. I think he was a good guy too. He helped a lot of people. Then why did he hurt so many people too? Eri whimpered. Sometimes, Izuku stammered, unsure of what to say at first. Sometimes, Eri, people don't do bad things because they're bad people. Sometimes they do bad things because they're wrong about what's right. It sounds like Aizawa did some bad things, but I don't think that he meant to. Eri's outburst got the attention of Inko, who came over to check on Eri in concern. Seeing Eri crying, Inko sat next to her and hugged her close. Behind her though was Yamada, worrying Izuku that he was upset at Eri. Fukukado, who was with him, turned to the rest of the crowd to distract them and shoo them away. When Yamada got to Eri though, he wasn't angry at all, and instead knelt in front of her. Hey little listener, I'm sorry you're feeling upset. Eri curled up in herself, the fact that she had shouted out loud during a funeral finally dawning on her. Yamada though continued to speak gently. Sho saw some really bad things happen to heroes and wanted to keep the same things from happening to the kids he taught. He just didn't realize that the way he was doing this could hurt people just as badly. Then there were times where he should have done more, but believed that the students needed to figure it out on their own, not realizing that the only way they could deal with a problem was if he helped them. Yamada grimaced, taking a moment to collect himself. He was my friend and even I can't explain everything he did or didn't do. It might have only made sense to him. Maybe I should have made him think about this stuff more. I don't know, maybe he wouldn't have listened anyway. He was pretty stubborn. Izuku had heard Yamada tell him something like this before, but it still felt as if he was intruding on something private. Yamada was sharing personal experience from his life working with Aizawa, with someone who could have come to see Aizawa as a father. Still, Izuku and his mother stayed sitting next to Eri, trying to help her come to terms with both the loss of someone she had come to care about so much, but also the realization that he wasn't as perfect as she had imagined him to be. I can't ignore the fact that he did some bad things. Yamada went on, things me and other teachers should have tried to stop. It really upsets me because I always thought he was such a great guy, and it hurts to have to deal with that. But I want to try to remember the good he did too, like the people he helped like you, and the good times that I got to spend with him. I can understand if that's hard for you or for the other people here though, so I don't blame you for being upset either. Eri looked down, embarrassed, sad, and confused. I'm sorry, she said softly. Fukukado though stepped in, patting Eri on the shoulder. Hey kid, it's alright. Everyone's feeling upset, it just happens at these things. There's no real fun in funeral. Eri calmed down some, but still didn't seem to want to look at anyone in the eye. Say though, if you want, I could tell you some stories about Sho and me that might cheer you up. Would you like to hear them? She asked. Eri nodded, though Izuku wondered if it was just to escape the awkwardness she must have been feeling at the time. Thankfully, no one seemed to be too judgmental towards her as Fukukado led her and Izuku's mother over to where some of the food was being served. As Fukukado and Inko led Eri away, Yamada sighed, looking like a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. You know Midoriya, with the way that you're able to talk to so many of these kids and make them feel better, you really make it look easy. Are you okay, sensei? Yamada sat in the chair next to Izuku, putting his head in his hands. Not really, Midoriya. Not really. I've been telling myself what I said to Eri over and over in my head, and it's not making things easier for me. It's just something that I'm going to have to deal with, I guess. Izuku looked at his teacher in concern. Perhaps it was inappropriate to act so familiar, but he patted Yamada on the shoulder. You don't have to deal with it alone, sensei. Whatever Fukukado was saying to Eri and whoever else was listening, she had managed to elicit a few chuckles. For her part, Eri still wasn't smiling, but she didn't seem as sad as earlier. Izuku hadn't gotten to know Aizawa that personally, but he liked to think that would have made the former hero a little more content. 2 months after Aizawa's death, Izuku found himself in a courtroom. It was an intimidating place, painted white and lit by bright lights with the only deviating color coming from the polished wood of the judge and court seats. The accuser and defendant tables were arranged to face each other, and Izuku could only imagine how one would feel if they were made to sit between them and beneath the gaze of the judge. This was a place where people had their fates sealed, and whether it was to be sent to prison or be granted a lucky release, anyone in this room would likely revisit it in their nightmares for years to come. Which made it an extremely welcome contrast with how everyone present actually felt. Seated behind Izuku were a group of people including Uraraka, Yamada, Ippen, Amajiki Tamaki, and Heido Nijire. The last two were holding hands, and from what Izuku had been told, Nijire would soon become Amajiki Nijire. Apparently, despite Amajiki's normally timid nature, the past year had convinced him and Nijire to not put off a chance to be happy. All were either grinning widely or crying in happiness, though none of them could match the volume of tears that Izuku's mother was creating. Happiest of all, though, standing in front of the benignly smiling judge was Eri, barely able to contain herself with excitement, holding onto Izuku and Inko's hands as they waited for her caseworker to finish her statement. While Midoriya Izuku is not a licensed quirk specialist, the fact is that with his help, Eri has managed to gain control of her quirk to the point that it no longer poses a threat. Midoriya Inko has been caring very well for Eri's physical, mental, social, and emotional needs, and I have no objections to this adoption being made official. The judge nodded to the caseworker and had Eri step forward. Inko clutched Izuku in a teary hug, possibly happier and more excited than he had ever seen her before. Young Eri, the judge began, and the entire courtroom went silent with nervous anticipation. I have heard enough so that I am satisfied with my decision, but ultimately, the choice must be made by you. He gestured towards the two Midoriyas. Do you want Mrs. Midoriya Inko to take care of you, to be your mother, and for Midoriya Izuku to be your brother? Eri couldn't hold it in any longer. Just more than anything. The judge beamed. In that case, by the power invested in me by the government of Japan, I hereby declare you to be Midoriya Eri. The judge slammed his gavel down, and the courtroom erupted. Some cheered, some sobbed. Izuku and his mother did both, but none could compare to the pure joy Midoriya Eri showed when she ran at the Midoriyas, jumping into Inko's waiting arms, embracing her new mother and brother. What she had only known in years she was too young to properly remember, what she had been cruelly denied by Chisaki, but slowly reminded of through the kindness of Mirio, Ippen, and the Midoriya, she now embraced with more joy than she thought was possible. She had her family. The second years became third years. They stressed about careers, finals, normal things. They found time to hang out, to party, to waste time. UA had its sports festival, and like Yamada had predicted, it was a much smaller affair, but in hindsight, Izuku and the other students, including the emergency courses, had a lot more fun with it than their first one. There was no need to worry about looking good for a camera, there wasn't the overhanging threat of how this could make or break their careers, and no gladiator-style fights with powers that they had only just begun to learn how to use. It was just a bunch of teenagers having fun with creative games, for the sake of having fun. Not being needed to aid Yamada as an announcer, Izuku participated with his class, getting cheered on by his mother, sister, and crew, Ippen as he played capture the flag, dodgeball, and smacked Monoma in the head with a giant foam sword. Izuku turned 18 and his classmates convinced him to have his first drink. He absolutely loathed his first taste, but hanging out with friends like this was something that he had never imagined would happen years ago, and he treasured the memory. The summer afterwards, his friends took him out to the beach again and he learned how to surf, being taught by Ippen of all people. She was quite talented in the water it seemed, as her quirk also granted her dolphin traits. Apparently when she was younger she had a vocal tic where she would squeak in the middle of her sentences. It was however an exercise in willpower for Izuku to not pass out when he saw Ipan in her swimsuit. The final term started and Halloween came. "Wow Midoriya, that's a really good best jeanist costume," Ipan remarked. Izuku blushed, both at the praise and at the sight of Ipan dressed as Ryukyu, looking absolutely beautiful in a dark red cheapao and a clawed headband. "Thanks, you look really great too." Ipan giggled and saw who was with Izuku. Eri hadn't gone as far as her brother had in the details of her costume, but she proudly wore the white 1,000,000 top and red cape of Lemillion, one of the more prevalent hero costumes people still wore in Japan for Halloween. Her friend Azui had come in another hero costume, a green and black striped bodysuit with long black boots, tan-colored gloves, and large green-tinted goggles, the costume emphasizing her frog-like traits. "Eri, Satsuki, are you here for the party as well?" "Ah." Eri nodded. "Mama said it was okay, and I invited Satsuki too. My parents don't want me trick-or-treating or going to the party Samidare was having with his class, but they said that this would be okay," Azui added. Together, the four walked through the campus to the 3A dorms. While there, Ipan looked closer at Izuku's costume. "Was this something you bought, or made yourself?" she asked, going through the doorway. "I made it," Izuku answered, grateful for the chance to talk about his fanboying in a way that felt natural. "The costume itself was the easy part, I just had to recycle old denim and stitch it together." Izuku lifted his arms, showing off the jean turtleneck, more. "The hard part is getting the hair right." As he said this, Izuku felt his naturally fluffy hair coming undone from all the work he had put into forcing it to remain straight, requiring that he immediately pull out a comb and reset it with some product. Nearby, Kaminari, who had donned a fat suit to dress as Fat Gum, laughed uproariously. Before Izuku could get offended though, Kaminari waved his hand. "Sorry Midoriya, it's not you, I just remembered something," he said, with a somewhat rueful smile on his face. "Ipan, Midoriya?" Yaoyorozu cried out, running towards the two, dressed as Mandalay from the Wild Wild Pussycats. "Thank you for coming," she greeted, and saw Eri behind the two. She smiled at Eri, and was about to greet her, when she saw Azui standing next to her. Thankfully, Azui had the sense to let Izuku and Yaoyorozu what she was coming dressed in a copy of her big sister's hero costume ahead of time, so it wasn't as much of a shock to Yaoyorozu to see Azui as it could have been. Despite being forewarned though, there was nothing to stop the brief sensation of shock, fear, regret, and sadness to pass over Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and many of the other 3A students who had noticed the new arrivals. As a testament to the nerves she had been developing during her time at UA though, she hid these feelings well, settling on pride as she put her hands on Azui's shoulders. "Thank you for coming Satsuki, your costume is wonderful." Azui shrunk in on herself some, perhaps realizing how people might be reacting to her costume here, but mumbled a thanks. Yaoyorozu gave Eri a similarly warm greeting, praising her Lemillion costume, making the little girl giggle. Her excitement and the welcome Yaoyorozu had given them allowed Azui to cheer up some. Yaoyorozu then turned to Ipan. "Ipan, your Ryukyu costume is incredible. You've got just the right hair for it." Ipan smiled at Yaoyorozu's giddiness. For a girl that took her studies so seriously, Yaoyorozu certainly seemed to enjoy it when she could have fun with her friends. "Thank you, Yaoyorozu, you pull off Mandalay pretty well." "Do you really think so?" she replied, looking at her ensemble. "I was a little nervous at first, thinking that this was just going to be something embarrassing that Mina had talked me into." Yaoyorozu smiled softly. "But it feels good to honor the pussycats this way, especially with how much they went through for our sake." "Yeah." Ashido squealed, popping up next to Yaoyorozu in her own pussycat costume. Behind her, Hagakure and a somewhat reluctant Jiru were dressed likewise so that the 4 3A girls composed the complete set. "Yamamo, let's show them what we practiced." The four proceeded to strike a series of poses. "Rock on with these sparkling gazes. We've come to lend a paw and help." Coming out of nowhere, stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild pussycats. The display was ended with Hagakure refracting light in a Technicolor display. Izuku, Eri, Azui, and Ippan clapped and cheered. That was incredible. Izuku cheered with stars in his eyes. You got the choreography down perfectly. Mina wouldn't let us sleep until we got it right, Jiru grumbled. Well, Yaoyorozu gestured to the rest of the dorm. Please make yourselves at home. Sato was kind enough to make the desserts even though he has his own class now, she explained, pointing to the snack table. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, Izuku and Ippan said, and the girls dispersed to elsewhere, Eri and Azui following with them to talk more about their costumes. Now alone, Ippan and Izuku looked after the girls and smiled. That was really nice. Ippan remarked. Yeah. Izuku agreed. It was a great tribute to the former hero team, especially considering the work they were still doing. Despite dropping their official branding, the Wild Pussycats had been some of the heroes who had not only stuck with rescue work even after the dissolution of the HPSC, but had continued to excel in their work. Even Shiratoko Tomoko, formerly known as Ragdoll, who had retired from hero work after having her quirk stolen, had ironically re-entered the force after the fall of the HPSC, her depth of experience in the field coupled with that of the other former Pussycats having made them indispensable in emergency services. The two made their way through the party, eventually getting to the punch bowl. There, sulking by the corner though was Shinso, dressed as Eraserhead. The way that he glared at his classmates made it seem as if he wanted them to challenge him on it. Izuku couldn't hold it against him. Shinso had been one of the few students that Aizawa had actually taken the time to train. Hey Shinso, great Eraserhead costume. Izuku greeted his old classmate. Shinso's gaze passed over Izuku. I'm glad you think so, he replied, somewhat moody, before lightening up some, looking over at Eri. How's your new sister been doing? Great, actually. Izuku noticed that Mina had guided Eri over to the classes bobbing for apples game. His little sister frowned after pulling out one of the apples, which had a noticeable brown spot on one side. Just watch, he said, pointing towards her. Eri focused, and a faint white light enveloped the apple, albeit only for a few seconds. Once the light faded, the apple was a pristine red all over, and Eri took a happy bite. Good for you too. Shinso nodded, truly looking just like his inspiration. Well, you have fun, he said, before wandering off. Cosplaying as a hero has become surprisingly contentious, hasn't it? Ippan asked. Yeah. Izuku agreed, looking over Class 3's costumes. Each of them were dressed as heroes, but most were dressed as heroes who were currently still active in the police or rescue force. Tokoyami had gone as Edgeshot, Siro as Kamui Woods, Uraraka had shown up as 13, Koda had managed to get together a good gang orca costume. They were former heroes who were mostly able to keep the respect that they had prior to the fall of the HPSC and had continued to work to uphold society. Ryukyu was actually my second choice for a costume, Ippan admitted, playing with her claw headband. I was originally going to go as Mirko. Izuku was suddenly very glad that the turtleneck covered most of his face as the thought of Ippan dressed in Mirko's leotard made him blush so much he nearly passed out. But I thought that might be in bad taste considering what she's going through right now. You know, Izuku squeaked, startling Ippan, making her flinch and her ears flatten at the sudden high pitch of his voice. Izuku cleared his throat and went on. You know, my mom's friends from her old hospital told her that Mirko has been studying while she's going through her rehab. Seems like she's going to apply for college. Oh, Ippan remarked, her ears sticking up again in relief. That's good to hear. I was worried how she would be handling what she went through. I had heard that she had lost a lot of the money she made as a hero having to deal with her medical bills without insurance. Yeah, Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I was worried too. But it seems like a bunch of her fans started a GoFundMe page for her treatment. Izuku knew this of course because he was one of the donators. Part of him felt guilty, thinking that Mirko wouldn't want charity from others, but he wasn't going to stand by when someone needed help. But I also get what you mean about not knowing what costume is okay to wear. Izuku looked at his sleeves. Best Jeanist had been one of the most commercialized heroes, earning him a great deal of ire after so many scandals of the HPSC had been revealed. Despite this, he had stuck with his work, helping the police to the best of his ability, even disregarding his fashion business. When I was younger, I bought a Hawk's costume on a sale, even though it was 2 sizes too big for me. I was waiting to wear it someday, but now, with how he worked for the HPSC, it kind of worries me how people might interpret it. Ipan looked back over towards Shinso, who was sulking in another corner. Maybe it just comes down to your own opinion. She suggested. Some of the heroes did bad things, but if you're wearing their costume to honor them for the good things they did, then no one's got a right to judge you. Izuku looked up at Ipan and smiled. That's a really wise way of thinking about it, Ipan. Ipan smiled back. Well, I've got my own hero. I've got to appreciate them now, don't I? Ipan giggled as Izuku blushed again. Hee hee. Izuku laughed awkwardly and tried to distract Ipan from teasing him some more. So, what do you think was your best Halloween costume? Ipan's eyes lit up. Well, back in high school I didn't have a lot of friends, but one of the friends I did have liked to act, and one Halloween she convinced me to do a costume with her. Dressed as a ventriloquist, and she was my possessed dummy. Ipan laughed, trying to keep the punch she was drinking from squirting out of her nose, miming herself carrying a girl in the crook of one arm while other was resting on her friend's back out of sight. The whole night I was carrying her around in my arms while she was dressed in this creepy doll costume, just staring at everyone. Ipan made her eyes bug out of her head, freaking Izuku out and making him double over the punch table in his own laughter. That year, Japan experienced a massive cold snap which dumped snow across the country for months, locking entire districts down and requiring constant plowing of the streets. In a strange way, this ended up giving the country a respite from the chaos and contention that they had been dealing with for the past year and a half, criminals and rioters finding it simply too cold and too difficult to work through the snow to bother causing trouble for the next few months. Christmas came along, and a clandestine team that Izuku couldn't prove, but knew was led by Ishido Mina somehow managed to trick him into being under a sprig of mistletoe with Ipan. The two were later seen blushing like cherries, but it was another treasured memory for Izuku. New Year's came, the students all had their own parties, though this year Izuku was able to participate with Inko and Ipan drinking champagne to ring it in, Eri got apple soda. It felt quite momentous, as it would be the year where Izuku and all of his friends would graduate, and the year that Izuku resolved to finally tell Ipan how he felt about her, at least once he had graduated. Snow came hard and fast. Izuku recruited an unbeatable snowball team composed of Shoji, Hagakure, and Uraraka, fighting a season-long epic battle against Yaoyorozu, Sen, Tokoyami, and Tokage. Ipan's birthday came in January. Izuku was so close to confessing to her, but didn't want to put her in an awkward situation of a student at a school she was working at asking to be in a relationship with her. She seemed happy anyway, hugging Izuku, Eri, and Inko in gratitude for everything that they had done for her, the least of which being the giant cake the two had baked for her. The last finals came. Despite being the top of his class, despite fighting it out with Yaoyorozu over the valedictorian spot for their year, Izuku, for reasons even years later he could not comprehend, still ended up stressing over the exams, desperately trying to cram as much information in as he possibly could. The sentiment was spread across the year, though Izuku and Yaoyorozu were still kind enough to help tutor those who needed it. Ashido and Kaminari both had panic attacks that they needed to see Hound Dog about, convinced that they weren't smart enough to graduate, a sentiment that Izuku could never quite understand. If they had gotten into UA at all, that clearly indicated that they were smarter than most people. Pointing this out to them helped cheer the two up. The students took their exams, the emergency corps students simulating a massive terrorist attack on the Prime Minister for their practical. By the end, everything turned out fine. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, spending the next few days until graduation partying. No one though could escape the PTSD-fueled nightmares of having not studied for an important exam, accidentally sleeping in for the finals, or realizing that there was a teacher that you had never spoken to in the past that you were supposed to hand a copy of your final project to. Ipan and Inko both grimly assured Izuku that this was completely normal and inescapable. Introducing this year's salutatorian, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku walked up to the podium to the cheers of the crowd. It was quite touching for him to see and hear so many cheers so loudly, even from classes outside of his own. He looked behind the students and saw his mom, sobbing in joy, while Ippan was sitting next to her, beaming at him. Eri was cheering on Inko's other side, waving a rainbow-decked poster emblazoned with "Congratulations, Izuku." Next to Eri, Izuku could see Mitsuki and Maso. They both were more reserved than they had been years ago, but the fact that they were here, cheering for him, was both encouraging to their overall well-being and touching to him personally. He could just see the faint bulge in Mitsuki's abdomen from his position. It was quite the surprise to him that the Bakugas were going to have another child, though Izuku happily accepted their request to be the godfather. He cleared his throat and began his speech. "When I was younger, it was my dream to go to UA. Of course, like everyone else, it was my dream to become a hero." Izuku smiled sadly. "Eventually, I had to give that dream up. For a while, I was at a loss for what to do with myself. You don't spend 14 years chasing a dream only to lose it and come out fine. However, I did my best and tried to put myself back together. I wanted to help people however I could. Thanks to the support I got from my teachers and friends here, I found a way that I could do just that." Sympathy and pride passed over the faces of many of the students gathered. A few knew how Izuku wanted to be a hero when he was a kid, and could imagine how disappointing it was when he found out he was quirkless. Even amongst those that had quirks, many of the students had the same dream as Izuku did, only to have to give that dream up when they failed the entrance exam for the hero course. In a way, I'm very fortunate. Even if it was hard to give it up, the change in my life was simple and without much drama. Not long after this happened, though, it seemed that the rest of the country went through a similar end to their dreams, and the results were far more tragic. Izuku glanced over at the portraits of the deceased students in Class A: Mongoose Habuko, Azui Tsu, Ida Tenya, and Todoroki Shoto. UA has been hurt. Heroics, the field that had originally given UA its reputation, no longer exists as a career. It's painful, because becoming a hero was such an amazing dream. To keep people safe, to be someone that inspires others and makes them smile. For many, UA was a fulfillment of that dream. It was certainly how I saw this school before I came here. So, I know what it can feel like for some of us for that dream to end. Izuku's statement struck a somber chord for many of the gathered students. Some looked depressed, others looked even offended that Izuku would bring up such a fresh wound. The emergency course students grimaced, almost in pain. The ones who had stuck with their class still wanted to help people with their quirks, but it was obvious that this was not the dream that they had set out to accomplish 3 years ago. But we have a new dream to fulfill now. We dream to restore peace to our country, real peace. It may seem overwhelming and even impossible. However, we have done this in the past. We have built ourselves back up. All Might brought peace to the country and inspired us to be the best of ourselves, to go beyond. The school's motto had been a source of contention in the past years, so Izuku had been hesitant to include it in his speech. Despite his fears, though, the students as one chanted back, "Plus Ultra." Izuku grinned. He wished that All Might was at the graduation, but he had left his position as a teacher at UA after Togata's death. However, even if All Might had denied Izuku's dream, Izuku couldn't help but still look to the hero for inspiration. From the response of the other students, he could tell that he was not alone in that sentiment either. We might not have pro-heroes anymore, but we still have the ideals that originally inspired them and this school, the ideals that made us good and strong. I believe that if we stick with them, we can accomplish the impossible. Izuku bowed to the cheers of the audience and went back to his seat with Class C, relieved he had managed to get through his speech without flubbing it. More speeches were done. The students were given their diplomas, Yaoyorozu gave the valedictorian speech, and just like that, Izuku's time at UA had come to completion. He cheered with everyone else, amazed that he had accomplished this. The students milled around, Kaminari and Ishido dancing in joy and relief at having pulled their grades together well enough to graduate. Yaoyorozu and Izuku congratulated each other on their accomplishments and respective speeches. Tokage Ambush hugged the two, cheekily reminding them just how close she had come to taking their number 1 and 2 spots. Finally, Izuku made his way to his mother and sister. "Oh, my baby." Inko crushed Izuku in a hug and threatened to drown him in her joyful tears. "I am so proud of you." Eri was caught between Izuku and Inko in her efforts to hug her big brother, but didn't seem to care. "You did it, Izuku. Congratulations," she cried. Izuku hugged his mother and sister back, his own tears matching his mother's. "Thank you, Mary." Inko managed to pull herself together and pulled away from Izuku, wiping her eyes. I don't know if I'm ever going to forgive myself for not supporting you when you wanted to become a hero when you were a boy, but you've become so much more. I am so proud of you, baby. You should be too." Izuku beamed. Mom. But really, you need to stop worrying about that. It was years ago." Inko nodded and sniffed. I know, all things considered, I'm glad at how things turned out. You've already got a job set up, and you're going to be helping so many people." Inko put her hands on Izuku's shoulders. "Congratulations, Izuku." "Izuku," Eri said, getting his attention. She fixed him with a determined grin. "I'm going to get into UA in a few years too, I promise. I'll be as much of a hero as you are." Izuku grinned, hugging Eri again. "I bet you're going to be a great one," he answered. The three hugged one more time, allowing the Bakugas to come forward. "Congratulations, kid," Mitsuki said, smiling. "Thank you for coming, Aunt Mitsuki," Izuku answered. Mitsuki looked behind Izuku towards Class A, her smile faltering. "I'm glad that we still have a reason to be here." Gently, Izuku gave his unofficial aunt a hug. She seemed to calm down after that. "That was a good speech, by the way. Building ourselves back up?" Mitsuki put her hands on her stomach. "We're going to try to raise Iane better, but I'm still scared." Mitsuki's voice wavered, but Inko put a hand on her friend's shoulder. "It's going to be all right, Mitsuki. We're going to help you this time." Mitsuki blinked back a tear and nodded, letting herself be steered away by her husband. Finally, there was one last person Izuku wanted to talk to, though he had something specific he wanted to say. "Congratulations, Midoriya," Ipan said, smiling down at her best friend. "Thank you, Ipan." Somehow, giving a speech in front of a crowd had been easy for Izuku. Now that he was with Ipan though, he lost his ability to speak. The two stood awkwardly, Inko, Eri, and the Bakugas having left them alone. "So, are you excited about your new job?" Ipan asked, trying to break the ice again. "Yes." Izuku squeaked before clearing his throat. "Intelli's already told me a bit about the kinds of things that she does, and I'm glad that I'll get to start so soon." Good, Ipan nodded. Her ears laid back some, showing she was anxious about something. "Do you know what you're going to do about housing?" "I'm allowed to stay with Mom for a bit at UA," Izuku explained, reassuring his friend. "I should be safe." "That's good to hear," Ipan answered, her ears turning erect once more. Finally, Izuku managed to work up the nerve. "Ipan, I was actually wondering, I don't know how long they're expecting us to stay at the police station to settle in, but maybe afterwards, if you have time, would you like to go to the coffee shop down the street to get some bubble tea?" Ipan blinked, staring at Izuku. "Do you mean just the two of us?" "Yes," Izuku offered. "I mean, if you'd rather it be with other people, I understand. I don't want to make you uncomfortable or anything, it's just—" Izuku was cut off as Ipan smiled and knelt down, kissing him on the lips. "You can call me Josei, and I would love to, Izuku." 10 years later, the alarm blared, and Izuku rolled over, turning it off. Beside him, Josei groaned slightly as she woke up. "Good morning, Josei," Izuku said, the sight of his wife cheering him up from whatever tiredness remained. Josei smiled in response, the two leaning into each other for a kiss. "Good morning, Izuku," she said, hugging him closer before letting him go. "If you wake up the kids, I'll start on breakfast." Izuku nodded, crawling out of their large bed. Practically everything in their home was big, of course. Bigger showers, cabinets, doors, etc. It was a necessity for the sake of Josei and their son and daughter, though thankfully there were adjustments made to make things easier for Izuku, such as a second, lower door handle Izuku used as he headed to Isho and Inori's rooms. Izuku couldn't complain though, since the extra space was useful for Josei's books, as well as all his hero merchandise. Izuku knocked on the doors of his children's room, calling them to breakfast while he adjusted his tie to something that less resembled a monster from Lovecraft's work. His daughter Inori woke up first, mumbling as she came out of her room. She resembled her mother, albeit with green fur instead of her mother's blue, and blue hair instead of her mother's blonde. Inori was 7, but already was as tall as Izuku was. Morning, Thodet. Isho came next. While Inori had gotten Josei's quirk, Isho had developed a new mutation, granting him what Izuku and Josei could only assume was a mix of her quirk and Izuku's father's fire breath, resulting in a dragon mutation, complete with green scales, wings, horns, and fire breath. Izuku couldn't help but think that Isho, already at Izuku's chest height and having sharp teeth displayed by his yawn, was adorable, especially with how he carried his All Might plushie with him out of bed. Hey Isho. You sleep well? Isho nodded, still half asleep. Izuku chuckled, hugging Isho and guiding him towards the kitchen. Come on, your mom and I will make you something nice to eat. The family livened up more with some breakfast. As Izuku was double-checking to make sure that Inori and Isho were set for school, Isho spoke up. Daddy, why aren't you going to be home tonight? He asked, remembering what Izuku had told him the day before. All the other kids at school were talking about how they were going to do fun stuff now that the soldiers are going away. Izuku interrupted, causing his son and daughter to wince slightly at their father's firmer tone. We aren't celebrating the soldiers leaving. We're celebrating that we can take care of ourselves. The UN soldiers were a big help for us, and we need to make sure to respect them, okay? Yes, Daddy, Isho answered, head down. Izuku sighed and patted his son's head. I'm sorry if I was too harsh. I've just known some good people from those soldiers, and I want to make sure that people appreciate them. Anyway, I was invited to a reunion by some friends from UA. He answered. Oh, is Ms. Togata going to be there? Inori asked. No. Izuku answered as he finished packing Isho's bento. I've been invited by Ms. Yayarose's old class. But we thought you were in Ms. Togata's class? Isho pointed out. I was, but I was really good friends with a lot of people in Yayarose's class, and she told me that they would like me around. Izuku handed his son and daughter their lunches, but also saw their downcast expressions. He put his hands on their shoulders. I know you're upset, but I feel like I need to do this. Ms. Yayarose's class went through some really hard stuff, and I want to be there for them. I promise that we'll get to do something fun next week, okay? Grandma and Auntie Eri are interested in spending time with us then, too. Isho and Inori looked surprised as they always did at the admittance that Ms. Yayarose had ever struggled in anything, but quickly smiled and hugged their father. Hey Daddy. I love you, Isho said, as Izuku hugged him and Inori back, joined by Josei a moment later. All right, are we all set? Josei asked. Yes, the two children cried out and ran out the door, only to skid to a halt as they looked down the street. Hello, Midoriyas. Mr. Sakamata. Inori and Isho cried out, running towards the former pro hero and hugging him. Izuku and Josei smiled at the display. When they had gotten married, Sakamata had gotten the two in touch with a real estate developer in his neighborhood, which catered to individuals whose quirks made them larger than the average person. It was thanks to Sakamata that Izuku and Josei were able to live so comfortably, and the killer whale hero had become something of an unofficial grandpa to Inori and Isho. Come on, you two. Josei told Inori and Isho. Mr. Sakamata and your daddy have to go to work. She took hold of her children's hands and steered them down the street towards their school. Have a good day and tell everyone I said hi, Izuku, she said, waving to Izuku and Sakamata, who left for a train to the police station. So, do you and your family have anything planned later? Sakamata asked after they had taken their seats. It seems everyone's got a party they're going to. Josei and I were thinking that we'd have a barbecue sometime next week. We'd love for you to come. Izuku offered, though Sakamata gave him a quizzical look. Next week? Why not tonight? Izuku grinned sheepishly. Yayarose invited me to a reunion for her class from you. It's kind of a memorial too, he admitted with an uncomfortable expression. Sakamata's face fell. Oh. Sakamata sighed, losing interest in conversing further, but he eventually pulled himself back together. Izuku's friend was nothing if not resilient. Izuku sorted through the information on the monitors in the commission's control room, relaying whatever he could to the police as they navigated a seemingly abandoned apartment complex. Eventually, he found the information he was looking for on a criminal named Rippo Tai. The man's quirk allowed him to trap three-dimensional space onto a two-dimensional plane, such as on a sheet of paper. This had made him too dangerous to attack head-on, as anyone who got too close to him could end up trapped as a drawing on the wall. Options: Izuku spoke into the comm link. Mina might be difficult for Rippo to counter. Yanagi could simply levitate him away from two-dimensional space without directly touching him, but Kaminari is probably our best bet. His attacks would be too fast for Rippo to react against, and even if he could, electricity isn't a physical object that he can convert. Roger that. Yayorozu replied. Team Bravo, set up at point 8. Team Alpha will flush Rippo towards your location. Kaminari, set up your discs to ambush him. Izuku continued to monitor the police's progress through the compound they were infiltrating. As Shoji and Setsuna cleared out each of the rooms, one of Setsuna's cameras picked up Rippo and several other criminals fleeing through the halls. I've got Ponji heading to the back door, Setsuna said. I am in position to intercept, Shiozaki replied. Negative, Izuku countered, bringing up his information on the criminal's quirk, drain. He could dehydrate you through your vines, Shiozaki. We can't rely on your quirk for this. Shiro moved to Shiozaki's position, but let Tsutsumi take Ponji down before restraining him. Yayorozu ordered. Understood, Shiro replied. I have eyes on the target, the former Lady Nagant called out, noting Ponji running into an alley. You're clear to fire, Yayorozu said. A loud bang echoed through Tsutsumi's feed as she fired at Ponji's back. The man cried out and fell, getting taped to the ground a second later. A few seconds later, Rippo had reached the ambush point and fell to Kaminari's electricity. As the man lost consciousness, a stack of papers fell out of his coat, releasing their contents as his quirk failed. Dozens of people materialized out of the papers. All of them were in bad shape, malnourished, scared, and ragged. Thankfully, the police were quick to calm them down and take them away from the building that they were being held prisoner in. Izuku sighed in relief as the last hostile was apprehended and the innocents rescued, while several of his subordinates cheered the completed mission. Good job, everyone. Customs will take care of the people Rippo had trapped. The teams came back to the station in good spirits, all things considered. Human trafficking operations could get ugly, in Izuku's experience. It was one of the crimes the new police force had to contend with most often nowadays. Though many other countries were starting to lift their own restrictions, public quirk use had become much more ingrained in Japan over the last decade, opening up markets that didn't exist anywhere else in the world. Unfortunately, immigration to the country could be difficult, which had led to many desperate individuals getting conned by people like Rippo into falling for trafficking schemes run by gangs that had risen in the chaos of the fall of the HPSC. Izuku was finishing his paperwork on the operation when he was approached by the new chief of police. The past 10 years had been difficult ones. The graduates of the emergency courses were expected to pick up the slack left by the heroes during a time of massive societal upheaval. Izuku was proud though to have continued to work alongside Yayorozu, who distinguished herself during that time with her intelligence and leadership. Over the past decade, she had saved countless lives and had broken apart several gangs that had threatened to sink their claws into society and re-establish a new kind of corruption. As a result of her hard work, Yayorozu had been made the youngest police chief in history, but had admirably upheld her office, noted by the multiple gold medals pinned to her dark blue jacket. Midoriya, good work? Yayorozu told him. The operation wouldn't have gone as smoothly without the information you gave us before going in there. My pleasure, Yayorozu, Izuku answered. The commissioner took one of the documents Izuku handed to her and started to flip through it. Out of curiosity, were you able to confirm any of the rumors about him being related to Atsuhiro? Just hearsay as far as I can tell, Izuku answered, shaking his head. Rippo had claimed to be the son of Atsuhiro Seiko, aka the villain Mr. Compress, being able to achieve a similar effect with his 3D-2D quirk, but some people believed he was just copying Atsuhiro's own claims to be related to another famous villain. It wasn't as if they could ask him though, considering how Atsuhiro had died during the Battle of Jaku. Come to think of it, Izuku began to wonder if any of the former members of the League of Villains were still alive. Yayorozu shrugged. I suppose it doesn't matter, just a foolish man trying to leech off of the atrocities of another foolish man. Izuku nodded and followed Yaoyorozu out of the building. As they walked, Izuku thought about the fates of the League. Magna had been killed by Overhaul before a short, disastrous alliance between the League of Villains and the 8 Precepts. Twice had been killed by Hawks at Jakku, and Shigaraki had died in Togata's final attack. After the League's fall, the remaining members had all been arrested shortly afterwards. Mustard had been beaten to death by some rivals he had made in prison. Dabi, Dr. Garaki, Muscular, and Moonfish had been executed. Toga had committed suicide a year after her arrest. The villain All for One had apparently died in his cell in Tartarus a few years ago, though he had spent a few years before that in a catatonic state following the death of Shigaraki. Spinner was still alive. Izuku remembered an interview he had read that man had given from prison, explaining his motivations and those of his compatriots. It was sad, certainly, the villains being comprised of people abused and neglected by the hero system and society for mental illness, the negative stigmas associated with their quirks, or being made a pawn in an effort to obtain greatness. Even Shuichi, though, admitted that over time he came to realize how pointlessly destructive and evil the League was, and how foolish he had been to assume that they adhered to any kind of noble ideology. There was also, of course, Kurojiiri, but thankfully that identity was essentially erased and he now went by the name of Shirakumo Oboro, who after several years of intensive therapy, was working with the police. Izuku shook his head. The League may have revealed the corruption of hero society, but they themselves weren't people worth focusing on. The reunion was held at the kind of upscale restaurant that people not friends with Yaoyorozu would visit only once or twice in their lives, if at all. Everything in the building was made of pristine marble or furnished with gold. The food was both delicious and impossible for someone not versed in other languages to pronounce. Izuku felt distinctly underdressed for the occasion, wearing the same dark gray suit and green tie he wore for work, but at least judging by the initial awkward expressions everyone from the former class A had, he wasn't the only one who felt that way. They had all gotten used to Yaoyorozu's eccentricities by this point anyway, and broke into conversations catching up with what had happened over the past decade. Mina, Kaminari, Shoji, Siro, Tokoyami, Shinso, Kagaya and Hagakure had come in uniform with Yaoyorozu, Shoji having achieved the rank of captain. Koda had arrived, still somehow managing to look meek in his uniform for the rescue department. Izuku hadn't gotten to work with Koda as much due to him working out in the country, so he made sure to catch up with the Ani voice user, congratulating him on his promotion to lieutenant of his department. Sato had opened up a bakery, which had become popular with the police force. Uraraka's construction company was doing well. Ironically, nowadays she was one of the few people who might have gone to an establishment like this out of her own expense for something other than a wedding. Being able to take advantage of the lift of restrictions and having connections to the Yaoyorozu conglomerate had allowed Uraraka to send her parents to Hawaii and then some. Hiryu-rin had even flown all the way from China to visit his old classmates. The police welcomed Jiro, who had been with the force for a few years before the stabilization of the country, convinced her that she could focus on her music career. It had been a fun night out a year ago for Izuku and his family when Jiro had given him backstage passes for one of her concerts. Sadly though, these were all who could be present. Yaoyorozu had led her former classmates and Izuku in a moment of silence to acknowledge those who weren't there, and everyone turned to the end of the meeting room where portraits of Azui, Mongoose, Ida, Todoroki, Aizawa, Ojiro, and Aoyama were on display. Azui, Mongoose, Ida, and Todoroki were all in their school uniforms. Jiro's picture was from his police portrait, taken a few years before he had been killed in the field. Aoyama's portrait was the only one that depicted him in his hero costume, having managed to take up his previous mantle of "Can't Stop Twinkling" in France. His death was particularly difficult for his former classmates to have heard about, as he had not died in the field, but for some unexplained reason had committed suicide a few years ago. Even now, Izuku and the former Class A were trying to understand it. Izuku found himself standing next to Kagaya at this point, who shared Izuku's look of discomfort. Kagaya had earned his spot in the emergency course, being one of the few students who had kept any interest in transferring in instead of out, and Izuku had hung out with the class, But he hadn't been through what they had. Everyone else had seen their friends die, had faced psychopaths and killers far before they should have been expected to, and had been drafted into a war that none of them could have possibly prepared for. Even now, the students here still had UA's guidance counselor Mirio on speed dial. And then of course there were those who weren't dead, but whose names hung in the air like a foul miasma: Bakugo, Kirishima, and Mineta, all still in prison. No one talked about them, but Izuku could guess that her old friend Kirishima was on Mina's mind, considering how the usually bubbly woman was so somber and reserved. Mineta's arrest hadn't been as publicized as Bakugo and Kirishima's, but no one was really surprised by it either when he had been arrested for sexual assault not long after he had dropped out of the hero course. Izuku felt that he had been there long enough. He thanked Yaoyorozu for the invitation, she thanked him for coming and supporting them through this, and he left. Muzutafu had gone through some remodeling in the past couple of years. It shouldn't have come as a surprise to Izuku that he lost his way trying to get to the train station. However, he realized something when he looked around. Haven't I been here before? Aldera Junior High. He had wandered in front of his old middle school. Izuku stared at the building. It looked mostly the same as when he was a student, though the longer he looked, the more dilapidated it seemed. There were cracks in the walls, paint was peeling, even some of the bricks along the gate seemed loose. Considering what had been revealed about the school, Izuku was surprised that it was still standing at all. A few years ago, there was a true crime documentary about Aldera, giving it the label of the middle school of society's last villain. The producers interviewed several of Bakugo's former classmates, who gave testimonies about the way he acted in Aldera, the things that the school let him get away with, and how they propped him up as their star pupil. Perhaps the former students wanted a bit of fame, or felt resentful towards Bakugo and the school and were taking advantage of the opportunity to drag the school's name through the mud. Izuku remembered this because the producers wanted to interview him as well, being perhaps the highest profile student to come out of the school, the only other student who had gone to the same high school as Bakugo, as well as being Bakugo's most common victim of bullying, something that they had found out about after several of the other students referenced the times that they saw Bakugo threaten or attack Izuku. He had declined, saying that Bakugo wasn't a part of his life anymore, and simply someone that it would be best to put behind him. It was probably for the best that he did, as the documentary turned out to be quite trashy, often using the students' testimonies against each other, pointing out how they would join and encourage Bakugo in his bullying. Even Bakugo's suicide dare towards Izuku had wound up on the show, having been brought up by Bakugo's two lackeys who were present at the time, which in hindsight to Izuku was incredibly stupid, as that meant that they had essentially confessed to their part in threatening him. There was even a story about the aftermath of the documentary, in which many of the former students who had been interviewed ended up being disgraced by the experience due to all of the testimonies from the same show that had in turn implicated them. The brief comment that the producers had gotten out of Izuku had still wound up being referenced on the show, as something of a closing statement of Bakugo and Aldera as a whole. Josei had been quite disturbed to hear so many details about Izuku's past, though thankfully he had always been open to her about this sort of thing and it hadn't really changed anything between them beyond Josei hugging Izuku a bit more tightly after the fact, and reminding Izuku of how much she loved him. A few of Izuku's co-workers were likewise horrified, if not surprised, to hear about this, but Izuku hadn't been as bothered by the experience as one might have thought, mollifying many of his friends. For 3 years, seeing Aldera's front entrance from Izuku's angle as he started a new day had always filled him with dread, knowing that it would be a day of him being pushed around, mocked, and beaten. The students would pick on him, the teachers would ignore or pity him, all the while praising his biggest bully. Perhaps he should feel angry being here, or vindicated that it was falling apart, but now he just felt nothing. Yes, he had been hurt here, but it had been so long ago, and the happiness in Izuku's life definitely outweighed the sadness by this point. Izuku walked away. He wasn't afraid to see anyone he knew, but there wouldn't really be anything he could say to them if they met. On a whim though, he took a familiar path. The tunnel. It was here that he had been attacked by the sludge villain, and where All Might had saved him. Izuku paused by the sewer grate. Again, he didn't really feel anything. He wasn't having a traumatic flashback to being nearly suffocated, he wasn't bothered by the dank smell, he was just there. In a weird way, The absence of feeling could be seen as concerning, though this was also where he had gotten hero analysis for the future number 13 autographed by All Might, so maybe that balanced it out. He still had the notebook sealed away in an airtight box, only taken out to show Inori and Isho a few times. Perhaps wanting to make a full circuit of his experiences, Izuku started to head towards the building where he had seen All Might's emaciated form. Maybe it would be good for him, put to rest that bad day. He stopped by an alleyway. This was where he had helped that fox. Izuku wondered what happened to him. He was probably dead by this point, but Izuku liked to hope that the fox had a family that was still around. He smiled at the thought and kept moving. It had been a bad day, but if Izuku was honest with himself, it was also the first step to his better life. Strangely, when Izuku thought back to his conversation with All Might, a part of him couldn't agree with the hero. Granted, knowing what he did now, realizing how much of heroics back then was reliant on popularity and a system dedicated to maintaining the status quo, let alone the fact that the system was 2 years away from falling apart, it was ultimately good that Izuku had chosen a different path, but maybe it was just the principle of the thing. All Might had pointed to Izuku's encounter with the sludge villain as evidence for how he would have been unable to handle heroics, but the thing is, Bakugo had encountered that same villain moments later and had fared no better. Heck, he had fared worse considering all of the damage he had caused by recklessly blasting away at his surroundings. Izuku shook his head. There were better things to think about than resentment towards his old bully. And there it was. The building All Might had left him on, where he had learned of All Might's secret a year before the world. Izuku took a deep breath. That conversation had hurt. He could still remember the sense of devastation, of hopelessness, and maybe if he was honest with himself, wondering if he should take Bakugo's advice and take a swan dive off the roof. Thinking about it, Izuku could only shake his head in disgust and pity. What a horrible thing for his former friend to say, and what a horrible thing for him to have thought in retrospect. Things had been hard for a bit afterwards, but they had soon gotten better, and led to the best years of his life. This building here, that day, was almost the midpoint of Izuku's life, and perhaps his lowest point as well. But that also meant that there was nowhere else for him to go but up from there. He got into the top school in the country. He made friends. He had teachers who respected him and helped him. He found a way to use his natural talents to help others, talents which had previously been derided. He got a career that used his passions and helped people in desperate need. He had gained a little sister, who had herself just graduated from UA and was set to go to medical school. Eri had developed an interest in studying her own quirk and figuring out ways to replicate its effects. Izuku had looked at some of her analysis, and if they were right, Eri could find out a way to cure cancer. He smiled at the thought. The little girl saved by the famous Lemillion could one day be responsible for saving over 1 million lives herself. Izuku had fallen in love with and had gotten married to a beautiful woman who loved him back, and had a daughter and a son that he loved more than life itself. And from here, Izuku believed he could hope that things would get even better. He could hope that the country was going to fully recover, that he'd grow old with his current friends and make new ones along the way. His children could grow up, have their own jobs, maybe get married and have their own kids, making him a grandfather. Izuku breathed out, smiling. He really had a great life. He took one last look at the roof of the building before he left. Izuku paused and blinked. Was that? He blinked again, rubbed his eyes, and looked back at the roof. As far as he could tell, he wasn't hallucinating. He recognized that wild head of blonde hair. All Might was standing on the roof of the building. Why though? Izuku looked closer. The man was high up, so maybe he was mistaken, but All Might didn't look right. Slowly, the man stepped onto the ledge. Izuku's legs moved without him thinking. Izuku's legs hurt as he rushed up the stairs and burst through the door of the roof. For a brief second, Izuku felt horror as he saw All Might flinch, worried that he was going to lose his balance, but the man was still standing there on the precipice. All Might? Izuku asked. All Might looked even more like a walking skeleton than when Izuku had first met him. He was pale, his hair limp and graying. Worst though were his eyes. When Izuku had met the hero, he seemed sad, but there was still a grim determination to him, the feeling that he still had a job to do. Now though, they looked empty, staring off vacantly. All Might, Could you get down from there? It's dangerous, I don't want you to fall. Izuku pleaded, trying to remember what he knew about handling people who were suicidal. I don't know why you're here, but you shouldn't. It's you? Izuku flinched at All Might's voice. It was raspy and strained. Izuku could only imagine what state the man's remaining lung was like at this point. It's you grew up? Izuku nodded, taking a few tentative steps forward. Yes, it's me. Do you recognize me? It's Midoriya Izuku. I was a student at UA a few years ago when you were a teacher. I wasn't one of your students in the hero course, but I worked with them a lot. I still work with them, I bet they'd like to see you. I was just in the neighborhood at a reunion. All Might was staring at Izuku as if he was a ghost. It was unsettling, but at least Izuku had the man's attention. He had enough forethought to push a panic button in his pocket before coming to the rooftop. His position with the police required certain precautions be taken for his personal safety, one of the reasons why he walked to work with Sakamata, so for now, it was best if he tried to buy time for the police to show up. He took a few careful steps closer to the man. It should have been you. Izuku blinked, confused. Excuse me? What do you mean, it should have been me? All Might didn't answer immediately, and kept on staring at Izuku. Izuku tried to get closer. If I had given it to you, maybe you could have stopped it from falling apart? Izuku stopped, worried about startling the man. I don't understand, All Might. I would have loved to have helped you with whatever is bothering you, maybe I still can? Could you talk to me about it? All Might's expression couldn't change, but Izuku could see a few tears dripping from his eyes. I'm a hypocrite. A worthless hypocrite. I'm no hero. That's not true. Izuku said, probably more forcefully than what he knew would be good in this circumstance, but he couldn't help it. He admired All Might even as a grown man. He shouldn't be talking about himself like this. You were the greatest hero. You are the greatest hero. I don't know what's bothering you, but whatever you did or didn't do, that doesn't change all of the people you saved and made happy. Izuku could hear the man's labored breathing. He seemed to choke up a bit before speaking again. You asked me if a quirkless person could become a hero. I said no, even though someone else gave me that chance. Izuku tried to process what All Might just said to him over his own racing heartbeat as he tried to keep the hero from jumping. For the time being, he decided that it wasn't important to focus on. All Might, I remember, but I got over that. I've got a really good life now. You don't need to tear yourself up about that. All Might dropped his gaze and shook his head. Izuku felt his heart stop as he realized how close the hero was from the edge. If I had given you that chance, you could have been a great hero, you could have stopped the League, you could have kept heroism going, young Togata wouldn't be dead. All Might, please get down from there, Izuku pleaded, though All Might couldn't seem to hear Izuku anymore, and was rambling at this point. It's all my fault, I killed him, because I was so pathetic, I'm so sorry, I'm so sore. All Might leaned back, letting gravity take him, just as Izuku rushed forward, reaching for the hero's shirt collar. Shoji had arrived in response to Izuku's distress call and drove Izuku and All Might to Fujiya Hospital. The former hero wasn't injured, but considering his mental and emotional state, it was believed that it would be best to keep him in a calm and quiet environment for the time being. The room he was housed in was clean, but plain, meant to help patients relax, with only a fake bouquet of flowers set in one corner of the room to add color. Yagi hadn't spoken at all since Izuku had saved him, but the green-haired man was sitting by his bed nonetheless. Izuku was stuck in awkward silence. On one hand, he wasn't sure how appropriate it was that he was there. It wasn't as if he was a close friend or relative of All Might, just a passing acquaintance from more than a decade ago. On the other hand, he was the only one here, and there was no way that Izuku could just leave the hero alone. All Might, could you tell me, why were you up there? Why were you about to jump off of that roof? All Might closed his eyes in response. I understand if you don't want to talk to me, but I can't just leave you like this. Would you be willing to talk to one of the doctors? Izuku suggested. Is there anyone you'd like me to call? Anyone you'd be willing to talk to? The hero didn't answer. He looked so tired and empty, laying on the white sheets of the hospital bed. Perhaps Izuku was being presumptuous staying here. He had only ever spoken to All Might once in his life, and it wasn't as if it was a good talk. Izuku had latched onto him as the hero had jumped hundreds of feet into the air, and All Might had told Izuku to give up on his dreams. I'm not sure if you have any emergency contacts, but I could see if there's anyone from UA who'd. All Might finally spoke in a dull, emotionless croak. Oh, I'm sorry, Izuku stammered, standing up and backing away from All Might's bed, bowing in apology. I understand if you're not on the best terms with anyone at UA. Don't, the hero croaked again, call me All Might? Izuku blinked, hazarding to sit down again. Okay, what would you like for me to call you? Yagi, the man responded, not looking at Izuku. My name is Yagi Tashinori. Yagi closed his eyes again. I told you, I'm no hero. Any other time, Izuku would be thrilled to know the name of his favorite hero, but this was not the time. Yagi was tolerating him enough to tell Izuku his name, so perhaps he still had a chance to try to understand why the man had tried to kill himself and help him. Alright, Yagi, Izuku said. He wasn't sure of what to do from here. As much as he wanted to, Izuku wasn't trained to help people in this kind of situation. I'm sorry for presuming on you, asking you questions when we don't really know each other. I just want to be sure you're okay. If you want me to, I can leave, but is there anyone I could call? Oh. The last person I could talk to about this stuff died last week. Yagi barely whispered. So maybe that was part of the reason, Izuku thought to himself. I'm sorry. What was his name? Yagi blearily opened his eyes, staring at the hospital ceiling. Torino Sorahiko. Grand Torino. Izuku hazarded to scoot closer, not recognizing the name. Who was he? He was my homeroom teacher from UA? It struck Izuku as odd that out of all of the people Yagi could be close to, it was a homeroom teacher. Granted, Izuku was still friends with Yamada, but he would have thought that with Yagi's years of experience and connections, he would have had more people he could talk to. The memory of Aoyama flashed in Izuku's mind though. Clearly, he didn't understand the social lives of heroes as much as he thought. Do you want to talk about him? Yagi sighed. He was my mentor's friend. When she died, he took me under his wing and prepared me for being a hero. For just a moment, Yagi's expression softened somewhat. He was also a taskmaster that gave me PTSD. Izuku wasn't sure if that was meant as a joke or not, but it seemed to make Yagi marginally less depressed. It sounds like he made a big impression on you. Yagi, though, frowned. I hadn't even talked to him that much. I just started showing up at his apartment when I felt depressed. Years of being the symbol of peace, Yagi spoke the title with a biting sarcasm, and I had to go to an old man to cry. Izuku blinked, not sure what to make of that. Oh, sorry. He tried to think of something else. What about Sir Night-Eye? I'm sure he'd. I don't want to see him. Yagi's voice was harsh, cutting Izuku off. Despite appearing to be partners in the pro-hero movement, it seemed that the relationship between Yagi and his former sidekick wasn't as good as Izuku would have thought. I used to have a friend in the police force, but thanks to Sasaki, I'm pretty sure that bridge has been burnt. That unfortunately, Izuku understood a bit. Night-Eye had become extremely unpopular amongst Izuku's co-workers. Ever since the fall of the HPSC and the country had been trying to rebuild its police force, Night-Eye had been campaigning against the police, blaming them for replacing heroes as the country's primary law enforcement agency. He'd framed them as weak, incompetent, unfit to handle the responsibilities of fighting crime in the modern day, and their restructuring as insulting to what he saw as the glorious heritage of Japanese heroes, a sentiment that had grown ever since his public split with Moshi and Iwata. As the UN soldiers had been pulling out of the country, Night-Eye's campaign had increased in vitriol, likely seeing this as an opportunity to fill the void back with heroes. Any time that the police made an error, Night-Eye would publicly call them out on it to fit his narrative. While All Might had never said anything like this about the police, instead focusing his campaigning on the ideals of heroes and how they helped the country, Night-Eye had a tendency to take whatever the former hero said and twist it to fit the anti-police narrative. I could ask around if you want, Izuku suggested. If this officer was your friend, no matter what happened, I'm sure they'd be worried about you. Yagi didn't respond immediately, but Izuku didn't want to press him anymore. Eventually, Yagi opened his eyes again. He started at the hospital's ceiling before turning his gaze back to Izuku. Why did you help me? Izuku blinked. Well, why wouldn't I? No, I mean, Yagi grimaced, thinking about his question. What was going through your head when you saved me? Izuku was caught off guard by the question, but tried to answer it honestly. You just looked like you needed help. He answered, shrugging. I didn't really think, my legs just moved on their own. When Izuku looked at Yagi again, he felt a chill. The former hero was staring at Izuku as if in shock. Izuku couldn't understand how his answer could have caused this kind of reaction, but as Yagi mulled over Izuku's words, his eyes became hollow. His body was shaking, his face had the expression of a man stuck on a deserted island who had seen a boat, but one that had already long passed him. Yagi? Izuku asked after a moment, worried. No. Yagi? Izuku tensed up, his instincts warning him that something was going to happen. No, Yagi's hands clenched at his bedsheets. Shaking, he clenched his eyes shut and moaned. Damn it? Suddenly, he beat his fists on the bed. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yagi's moans became pained shouts. Izuku stood up and tried to get a hold of the man's shoulders for fear that he was going to somehow hurt himself, wondering if he needed to call another officer. Yagi, what's wrong? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Yagi didn't fight against Izuku's hold, but slowly his shouts quieted down and he stopped abusing his body. You would have been perfect, Yagi murmured, barely audible over his sobbing. Izuku sat back down, his body still tensed and ready to call for help or to keep Yagi from hurting himself. He waited for the man's tears to subside before pressing further. Yagi, what's wrong? Is this what you were talking about on the roof? Slowly, Yagi turned his gaze back to Izuku. Izuku didn't speak, letting the man choose what he was going to say or do. I was like you. I was born quirkless. The man paused, perhaps worried what Izuku's reaction was going to be. However, Izuku couldn't understand what Yagi said. He clearly had a quirk. But you say you were born quirkless, but you eventually got one. Were you a late bloomer? No. I really was quirkless just like you. Yagi answered. I was given my quirk. Izuku's eyes furrowed as a thought occurred to him. Do you mean that villain you fought? No, the man glared for just a moment, before his expression fell back into fatigue. The one who gave me my quirk was my mentor, Shimura Nana. She was the hero, Titania. Titania? The recognition in Izuku's voice caused Yagi to look at him. I know about her. She was one of the top heroes before you, before the system got established. Izuku stared at Yagi, amazed. You got your quirk from her? How? Yagi blinked, thrown off, if not a bit touched by someone fanboying over his old mentor. He lifted his hand up, staring at it as if in memory. My quirk was called One for All. Izuku leaned back in his chair, processing the name. Yagi looked at Izuku, guessing what the young man was thinking. While it was not how I got it, the quirk did indeed come from All for One, at least partly. That villain was much older than anyone realizes. He was alive at the dawn of quirks. Analyzing what Yagi said, Izuku realized that as wild as the idea was, it could be theoretically possible if All for One had gotten a hold of a quirk that extended his longevity somehow. After Kamino, Izuku had tried to find information on the villain that had finally knocked All Might into retirement, but all he could find was the name. There was no information on his identity beforehand. He was just listed as the mastermind behind the League of Villains. He had a brother though, one thought to be quirkless, but who still tried to oppose the villain. For some reason, maybe to exert some form of control over his brother, All for One forced a minor stockpiling quirk onto him. However, the brother did in fact have a quirk, the ability to pass on his quirk to someone else. It bonded with the stockpiling quirk, turning into One for All. Yagi seemed lost in his story, as if he was reciting some kind of sacred scripture. Izuku did his best not to interrupt again, enthralled by the story but also not wanting to stop Yagi from dealing with his pain however he needed to. Back then, One for All wasn't strong enough to contend with All for One, so the brother passed it on to another holder before being killed by the villain. The next holder did the same, over and over, 7 times, until Nana gave her quirk to me. At that point, it was strong enough that I was finally able to defeat All for One, but not before. Yagi grimaced, another tear trickling from his eye in pain. Not before he killed her. He took a moment to collect himself before looking at Izuku, lifting up his shirt, displaying the same grisly wound he had shown Izuku years ago. I beat him, turned his head into paste, but he wounded me. He lowered his shirt. By that time, I had established myself as the symbol of peace. I had become the hero my master wanted me to be. I had managed to destroy the empire that All for One had used to control Japan. But because of that fight, I knew that my time was limited. I needed to find my own successor, someone to carry on the mantle of the symbol of peace, so that my work, and the work of all of the people who came before me, wouldn't go to waste. I needed someone with a truly heroic heart and instinct. But over the years, I just couldn't find anyone who met that standard. Yagi stared at his clenched hands until they stopped shaking. Just for a bit though, I thought that I had someone who could maintain that peace I created. Izuku realized now what Yagi had been talking about. Togata, he whispered out loud. You gave Togata one for all. The name brought tears to Yagi's eyes, and he nodded. Yes, I chose. He grimaced again, turning away from Izuku, sighing. Sasaki chose him for me, when I took too long to choose for myself. He was a good choice. Izuku said, smiling as he remembered his interactions with the young man and his work before he died. The villains he had fought and all of the people he had saved, the hope he had managed to instill in Eri, truly living up to his hero name Lemillion. No, Yagi muttered. He wasn't. Izuku recoiled slightly. Excuse me? Yagi turned back to Izuku, a pained expression on his face. There was something about one for all that I didn't know about until after I gave it to Togata. Again, Yagi clenched at his bedsheets, but kept himself under control enough to speak. Apparently, when you give a quirk to someone who already possesses one, it causes strain to their body, draining their vitality. The stronger the quirk, the greater the strain. The fourth user's body was falling apart by the time he turned 40. Another tear fell from Yagi's face. As strong as he was, Togata's body couldn't handle one for all. Combined with his permeation, it was causing his body to age much faster than normal. By the time he died at Jaku, his hair was turning gray. He had to dye it blonde to keep his friends and family from noticing. Yagi clenched his eyes, choking on his words. He only had that quirk for a year, and he barely had a few months left in him. He went to Jaku, realizing what was going to happen. I can only assume he overclocked one for all so much that he created an explosion with the impact. The revelation finally hit Izuku. Yagi had avoided the debilitating side effects of one for all because he had been quirkless like Izuku. If Izuku had been given it, Midoriya, do you want to be a hero? Izuku felt his breath stop. Senpai, he whispered. When you showed up, you were just like me, Yagi moaned, burying his head in his hands, unaware of just how much he had shaken Izuku with his words. A kid with big dreams, just wanting a chance to prove himself and help others. You didn't want to become a hero for fame or fortune, you just wanted to be like me. It was just like how I had met Nana, but when it was my turn to give the encouragement that my master gave, I let my weakness and my insecurity about my past get to me. I looked down on you even though you were just like me. And now, Yagi looked back at Izuku, his eyes red and tears pouring down his face. Now, I find out that not only were you one of the only people I could have given one for all to, but you had the exact heroic drive that I was looking for. The instinct to help others without a second thought. You were right there, the perfect successor, and I spat in your face. Yagi, it's all right, Izuku said as he got a hold of himself, lifting his hands up and trying to calm the man down, but Yagi was ranting to himself again. I stole a young man's life. Togata never needed one for all, he would have been an incredible hero just with his own talent. But because of my hypocrisy and arrogance, he died. Yagi broke down completely, sobbing so much he likely didn't notice anything Izuku said or did to try to comfort him. Izuku wondered how Yagi had handled this throughout the past decade. When he was on TV, campaigning for the pro-hero movement, he had always kept a smile on his face, perhaps trying to recreate the feeling of safety he had elicited from when he was still a hero. He had spent so much time in public, in front of cameras, or meeting with Night Eye and the rest of the pro-hero movement. How often did he have a chance to vent his pain? How close had he been to Togata? And also, Izuku wondered with a sick feeling in his stomach, how often had Yagi thought about him? Izuku hadn't even heard of any other quirkless people being born nowadays. As far as Yagi would have known, Izuku could have been his last chance to safely pass on one for all. When he had thought about his confrontation with All Might in the past, Izuku had convinced himself that the hero had likely forgotten about him. The idea had made Izuku felt bitter, though he had gotten over it, but perhaps that meeting had come to Yagi's mind far more than either of them would have liked. A constant reminder of how Yagi could have prevented the death of someone he had likely grown very close to and put all of his hopes on, and how his legacy could have carried on, had he simply paid forward the faith Nana had placed in him. The fact that Yagi had chosen the building where they had met said a lot to Izuku about how much that meeting had torn the man up over the years. And then there was the revelation of what had actually happened to Togata. Izuku had only known him for a few weeks, but even in that short a span of time, Togata had become someone Izuku had seen as a friend, as someone he admired on a personal level. But he also knew that Togata had been hiding something from him, trying to downplay how much pain he had been in. Togata's body was slowly falling apart at the age of 18. He had been hiding it all behind a smile, realizing that he had so little time left. But even with that, when Izuku had told him that he wasn't interested in becoming a hero, likely devastating the young man's last chance to rid himself of a quirk that was slowly and surely killing him, he had gone no further on that chance. He had let Izuku keep his happy life without guilt while carrying the burden of one for all on his own. Truly, as Izuku thought back to that time, it began to dawn on him just how noble of a man Togata really was. As Izuku was trying to comfort Yagi, the door to the room slammed open, making Izuku's heart jump into his throat. In the doorway, glaring as if he wanted to burn a hole through Izuku and Yagi's skulls, was Sasaki Mirai. Somehow, the years had no discernible effect on the former sidekick. He still wore the same white suit, his yellow-streaked green hair was still perfectly parted to the left, and still had the same sharp, uncaring face he had 10 years prior. The man's golden eyes bore into Izuku and Yagi, making Izuku shrink into his seat. Yagi, though, simply glowered at the man through eyes full of tears. "All Might, what are you doing?" Sasaki nearly shouted. "It's bad enough to hear that you tried to jump off a building, but why are you talking to this civilian about confidential information?" The man glared at Izuku contemptuously. "As for you, I would advise you to consider anything All Might has said to you as classified. I will treat any attempt to divulge this information as defamation and have you prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." "Sasaki, shut up." Yagi had growled from his bed, barely glancing at his former sidekick. Sasaki's stoic image broke for just a moment, as he stared at Yagi aghast at being reprimanded. Izuku was glad to have the sidekick's attention taken off of him. "All Might, I'm just trying to protect your image. I don't care if he tells anyone. One for all is gone. All for one is gone. Even the embers of one for all are gone. There's no point anymore." Sasaki recoiled, his glare passing over Izuku again as the name of what he saw as a sacred torch was being thrown about so carelessly. "Leave," he said, glaring at Izuku. Izuku was intimidated, but didn't think it would be good to leave these two men alone together. Thankfully, Yagi cut in again. "Oh, I owe him an apology." Sasaki blinked, bewildered. "An apology? For what?" "That's none of your business." Yagi snapped back. Izuku felt grateful to the man. From what he could tell of Sasaki and how controlling he was, he would be even more hostile towards Izuku if he found out that Yagi considered him as a successor, even in retrospect. Sasaki tried to recollect himself and simply ignore Izuku for the time being. "Why did you try to jump off a roof?" Yagi didn't answer, didn't even look at Sasaki. "All Might, I am trying to help you." He shoved past Izuku. "We are trying to restore heroism to a lawless country, and your reputation is our greatest asset. If people find out that you had a moment of weakness, they'll lose even more faith than they already have." "Moment of weakness?" Yagi murmured before turning over and scowling at Sasaki. "The last 12 years have been nothing but a moment of weakness. There's nothing we can do anymore, Sasaki. I'm a dead man walking, and I'm tired of pretending otherwise." Sasaki recoiled. So, you're just giving up? Is that it? Does Togata's sacrifice mean so little to you? Yagi glowered at his former sidekick. For a moment, his hand twitched with the repressed urge to punch Sasaki. Get out! Yagi growled. Sasaki glared at Yagi for a moment before turning around, only to stop at the door. Once you are ready to speak rationally, I'll be at our office, the man said before shutting the door and storming away. Izuku was silent for a moment more, staring awkwardly at the floor, worried to stoke Yagi's temper so soon after Sasaki's departure. It's funny, you know? Izuku's attention snapped back up at Yagi. The old man was staring at the foot of his bed, unsmiling. When I got injured, Sasaki used his quirk on me without my consent, and saw a future where I was killed by a villain. He was convinced that I needed to pass on my quirk and retire. Maybe he was right. Maybe he was even right to find a successor for me with how long I put it off. Yagi's eyes furrowed into a glare. I hate what he did to Togata though. That young man was a wonderful hero in his own right, full of laughter and with a great spirit. He didn't always have the right drive. I sometimes wonder if it's because of how regimented Sasaki could be, not letting Togata grow on his own and make his own decisions. Over the years, looking back, I think I began to realize that Sasaki had been grooming Togata to not just be my successor, but my clone. He didn't care about what Togata could do or the legacy he could leave behind, but that Togata would carry on the legacy of All Might. When he died, and our hope for a new symbol of peace was lost, Sasaki put all of his efforts back on me, trying to make me act as if I was the same hero as before, to keep my legacy going and bring back the hero system. Before, he wanted me to step back, but now, after I'm an empty shell of my former self, he somehow expects me to be the same hero I used to be. Izuku looked at Yagi, confused. Apparently, Yagi wasn't as much the leader of the pro-hero movement as he had been led to believe, but more the face. That still begged the question though. Do you not want to bring the hero system back? Why have you been working with Sasaki, then? Yagi slumped in his bed and sighed. I guess I still wanted to fix my mistakes. I thought that I had made the world that I had envisioned for myself and my master, one where people could feel happy and safe, but the more time passes, the more I realize how much of a facade that all was. Even when I met you, I was starting to realize it. I had done so much of the work for heroes that they had become complacent. People didn't care about helping others or serving justice, they just assumed that someone else would handle it. The people who did become heroes saw it as a celebrity gig. The HPSC had people killed to maintain that world, and for all my work, I was just feeding into it. That selfishness, that corruption, Yagi grimaced, clenching his bedsheets for a moment before he could relax. Part of why I wanted a successor was to fix those problems in the system that I was starting to see, to truly make my dream a reality. But I squandered my last hope in passing you over, and in the process, doomed Togata. Yagi couldn't look at Izuku anymore, and instead turned towards the window, speaking more to himself than anyone else. I hoped that when I was this age, I'd be able to look back on my life and feel content, that I had created a world that would honor my master. But the more I look back, the more I realize how much of a failure I am. I supported a corrupt system, and when it fell apart, my actions before simply made things worse. The heroes weren't prepared, and by propping the HPSC up so much, I allowed them to make the police and all other people who put their lives on the lines for the same purposes look like jokes that no one could take seriously. We had to ask for UN support just to police our own country. Yagi shook his head in disgust. And then there was my work as a teacher, to Togata and to the other hero students. Do you know what my advice was to Togata to control One for All? Clench your butt cheeks and yell, smash? He kept on breaking his body so much from the strain of using One for All that I had to call my old teacher out of retirement just to let him handle it. I let students get injured all the time, even on the first day. Yagi covered his eyes with his hands in shame. I let young Bakugu into a combat exercise with what were essentially grenade launchers and ended up putting 3 other students in the hospital. And I kept supporting him like everyone else. I let Mineta sexually harass his female classmates. I let Todoroki work with half his power. Yagi sputtered, moaning in pain. Do you know who Shigaraki was? He was Shimura Nana's grandson. Her last living relative was brought under the wing of the man who murdered her, turning him into a monster that Togata had to kill himself for just to keep him from destroying everything. The last bit of Nana left and I couldn't save him. Izuku felt Yagi's pain as the old man shook his head. Even if he thought it would be a good idea to interrupt, he was too horrified at the revelation that the monster that had sought to destroy the society All Might had created was the grandchild of his mentor. It's just gone, all of it. Every hope that I had made for myself, what I had hoped my master could one day see, it's all been turned to ash. The society I helped create was a lie. When I tried to train up new heroes to take my place, I failed them. Any hope that I had in fixing it is gone. I lost my power and killed my successor with it. The entire system of heroes is dead. All because I didn't consider you as someone who could have been a hero. Yagi looked at Izuku in the eye, drained. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I think you could have been the greatest hero in history. You could have fixed everything, you could have stopped the League, you could have inspired heroes in a new era and turned everyone away from the HPSC's corruption. In a lifetime of failures, you were my one chance to fix everything, and I messed it up, all because I'm such a worthless hypocrite? Yagi fell silent, eyes shut as if he just wanted to go to sleep and never wake up. Izuku meanwhile was left reeling from what the former hero had just dumped on him. Once he thought about what Yagi had said to him, he spoke. Yagi, you're being way too hard on yourself. Yagi didn't look at Izuku, clearly not believing him, but Izuku went on. First of all, what exactly could Izuku say? It wasn't as if he didn't still sometimes think about what All Might had said to him, but the pain had dulled with time just like his experience at Aldera. He wasn't angry, but he also didn't feel as if he wasn't somewhat wronged with this revelation. I'm disappointed in what you said to me when you were yourself quirkless. I forgive you. I can understand why you said it. Maybe you could have phrased what you said to me differently, but that is the most of what you have to apologize for. As for not giving me one for all, I'm not hurt by that, and you don't need to apologize for that. When we met, I was a timid, scrawny teenager with big dreams but no way of achieving them. No one could blame you for not seeing me as hero material. Izuku smiled meekly and shrugged. Sure, it was upsetting when you told me I couldn't be a hero, but I got over it. Just because I didn't become a hero doesn't mean that I couldn't be happy. I found a different way that I could help people and I feel proud of it. I found friends who respected me even though I don't have a quirk. I married a wonderful wife and have a beautiful son and daughter. I've had a really great life that I wouldn't trade for anything. Yagi looked up at Izuku. At least he had the man's attention from this, but what he would say next required more thought. Izuku took a breath and frowned. Look, I wish I could have helped my friends who got hurt in the hero courses. I wish I could have been at the USJ and helped Azui and Mongoose, that I could have stopped Ida from going through with his stupid plan for revenge. I wish that I was a Jaku, that I could have saved Togata, Todoroki, Kiyama-sensei, and all of those other people who got hurt. Izuku noticed Yagi crying silently again. He grimaced, allowing himself a moment to mourn Togata, as a man he wished now more than ever he could have gotten to know. But also, I think that you're putting way too much stock in me. Tell me, Izuku leaned forward, when did you meet Togata? When did you give him one for all? Yagi blinked. He glanced at the wall, thinking for a moment before turning back to Izuku. I met him a few days after I met you. I gave him one for all a few months later, just before his third year at UA started. If I recall, Togata was already pretty strong by that point. Was that part of the reason why you gave him one for all? Izuku asked. Yagi nodded in response. Alright, if it was still a few months before he gave it to him, I guess that means you were using that time to try to better prepare him for it, right? Yagi nodded again. But even with all of that preparation, you said that Togata still struggled to handle one for all. Izuku pointed out. If he had a hard time, what do you think it would have been like for me? You remember what shape my body was like when we first met, right? How do you think I would have handled it? Yagi paled, a sick expression coming over his face. Well, I wouldn't have just given it to you then, I would have trained you. But would you have the time to do so? Maybe I could have gotten stronger by the time I could have applied to UA, but that's not a guarantee that I would have been able to handle a quirk with that much power. especially not when someone already as strong as Togata had issues. And what if I had ended up in 1A with Aizawa? Izuku pointed out. I know about his expulsion record. How do you think he would have reacted towards a student who couldn't control his own quirk? Yagi looked away in thought, a disconcerted expression on his face. And even if I could get into UA, do you really think I would have gotten a good enough handle on One for All in time to face off against Shigaraki and the PLF at Jaku? I've heard about what Shigaraki was like then, what Dr. Garaki did to him. The top heroes didn't stand a chance against him, and that's without taking the Nomu and Gigantomachia into account. Yagi paled, shaking. Perhaps it wasn't a good idea for Izuku to bring up such a memory, but he felt he needed to make a point here, and continued. Togata was just barely able to stop the league, and that was only by overclocking One for All. Izuku lowered his head, sobered by the weight of Togata's sacrifice. I wish, so much, that he hadn't died. I wish that he could have still been around for Eri, that I could have gotten to know him more, but I can't see who else could have stopped Shigaraki with who we had available at the time. I don't mean to be callous, but if Togata had been any weaker, Shigaraki and All for One would have won, and they would have either taken over the world, or killed millions of people, or both. How do you think someone who wasn't as strong as Togata was at that time would have fared? What would the world be like afterwards? Togata was the only person strong enough to beat Shigaraki. Yagi looked at Izuku, sobered, but shook his head. You're stronger than you think. I still believe you could have done it. Izuku shook his own head in response. I wish I had your faith. But let's say you're right, and that I was able to defeat Shigaraki and All for One. I still don't think that me becoming a new symbol of peace would have fixed what was wrong with Hero Society. How can you say that? Yagi asked, sitting up, an almost desperate look in his eyes. I saw the way your eyes looked when I was in despair. I saw your spirit. Tell me, if you had the power to help someone, can you honestly tell me that you wouldn't? That your feet wouldn't move on their own to help? Worried about antagonizing Yagi, Izuku put his hands up and tried to speak more gently. If I see someone who looks like they need help, yes, I still can't help but to run in. However, I can't guarantee that I would always know when to run in, or what to do. Yagi still seemed angry and confused, so Izuku quickly tried to explain himself. Listen, I told you, I was naive when I met you. I still saw heroes as paragons of justice. I was just as shocked and disbelieving as anyone else when the truth about Endeavor and Lady Nagant were revealed. Yagi still had the same stubborn expression. Izuku realized he'd have to go with a more personal example. He looked up at the ceiling and grimaced. You know how Bakugo and I went to the same middle school? The day that I met you, he suicide baited me because I wanted to become a hero without a quirk. Yagi gasped, shocked out of his anger towards Izuku. Perhaps he hadn't seen the Aldra documentary, probably for the best. He looked sick, but Izuku kept on speaking. He was my worst bully since we were 4. I still have scars from him using his quirk on me, whether it was because I was writing in one of my notebooks, I said something about heroes, I scored higher than him on a test, or I accidentally looked at him the wrong way. But do you know what the sickest part about our relationship was? I still saw him as a hero even back then. It was only after I had started to spend time away from him that I realized the kind of person he really was, and how distorted my view of him was. I saw him at his worst and still somehow twisted my perception into seeing him as an ideal. Izuku chuckled sadly, rubbing at a shoulder where he could still sometimes see a red, discolored burn on his skin. Maybe the fact that I had experienced prejudice and injustice could have made me more aware of it, but it didn't make me see it as wrong or drive me to change it at all. I could have told people about what Bakugo did, to try to keep him from getting more power to abuse, but I chose not to. I told myself, he's got such great potential. I couldn't take away his future for something like this. Somehow, Yagi looked even sicker. Izuku grimaced, gesturing to the former hero. You thought the same thing, right? Everyone did. Even though he hurt people, used force far in excess of what was ever appropriate for the situation, and showed absolutely no concern for anyone else's well-being, I thought the same thing as everyone else. I had just accepted it. Izuku looked into his hands and sighed. I would have loved to have been a new symbol of peace, but honestly, I think I would have tried to be like you too much and have made the same mistakes. The HPSC would have taken advantage of me the same way they took advantage of you and would have used me to stay in power. I would have told myself to always have faith in people, to look for the best in them, regardless of what they had already done, regardless of how they had shown what they're actually like, and the consequences that they should face. If it's anything like how I looked at Bakugo, I would have just ignored it or not been able to see it at all. That corruption, the way society looked at certain people like quirkless and heteromorphs, the way we treated people who didn't fit in, as much as I would have hated it and wanted to do something about it, I don't think I would have understood just how bad it was enough to fix it. It still would have existed, and people would still have been hurt and angry. Even if I had beaten all for one in the PLF, and I had kept heroes from being banned, heck, even if we had saved Shigaraki, the problems that led to the League coming together would have still existed. It would have led to more villains rising, and someone else would have taken advantage of those problems, whether it would have been the MLA, Hummerize, the Creature Rejection Clan, or someone else, and they would eventually have tried to tear down society again. Sooner or later, I would have died or had to retire just like you, and we would have found ourselves in the same situation, but with a society that had even more time to rot. Izuku leaned back in his chair, exhausted by the thought of what he would be like as a hero. I hate to say it, Yagi, but I think that the collapse of hero society was inevitable. Me having a strong quirk wouldn't have fixed these problems. Yagi lay in his bed, horrified as he considered Izuku's reasoning. He stared up at the ceiling, his voice hollow. So, there was nothing I could have done. It was all pointless. No, Izuku said, standing up and realizing the line of thought he had led Yagi down. What you did wasn't pointless? Oh, come on, Yagi moaned, putting his head in his hands. I created a society built on a house of cards. Of course it was pointless. I was the patsy of the HPSC, and they used me as a cover for their own efforts to keep power. I didn't bring out the best in people, I just gave them the impression that heroics was a popularity contest. And when I tried to change anything, I couldn't. I was a useless teacher. Of my students died, and 3 went to prison. You also saved hundreds by your own hand. Izuku countered, cutting through Yagi's moans. Do you think that was pointless? Yagi's moans cut off and he stopped clenching at his face. When you became the symbol of peace, you gave people something to hope for. You let people feel safe and happy. It was just a facade. Yagi shouted. No, it wasn't. Izuku responded. True, it was wrong for us to act like nothing was wrong when there was, but it wasn't wrong for us to want to live in peace. You took all for one down, you brought the country out of anarchy, and made it possible for us to have a society at all. Hero society wasn't perfect, but it was a lot better than it was before. Izuku pointed out. The entire country was overrun by villains and anarchy, all controlled by an immortal megalomaniac. You gave people something to hope for, there isn't anything wrong with that. You were an icon that inspired people to be better, to be heroic. Don't tell me that what you did was pointless. Yagi was speechless for a moment, processing Izuku's words, before he looked down at his sheets. Still, for all my work, my hope to bring heroism to the country, I failed. I turned heroism into a popularity contest, and I only realized it years after the fact. Izuku sighed. Okay, granted, a lot of people went into heroics to become celebrities. Izuku thought of a memory from the day that he had met All Might, when Bakugo was boasting in their homeroom about his goal to become the richest and strongest hero. But not everyone. Izuku countered. Yaoyorozu wanted to use her wealth and her quirk to help others. Shoji wanted to change people's perception of heteromorphs. Shiozaki wanted to help people as an expression of her faith. Heck, even Kamakiri, who was like Bakugo at first, ended up changing his motivation to legitimately help people. Perhaps there were a lot of noble heroes out there, Yagi admitted before becoming more morose. But the system itself was so corrupt that it encouraged that celebrity mindset. Even truly noble heroes ended up being forced to play along with the system just to get by. Izuku frowned. He thought about MT Lady, a woman who, while she had dropped out of heroism into modeling and later public relations, had shown herself to be truly heroic on several occasions, standing up against daunting odds at Kamino and Jaku. Sadly, when she had been starting out as a hero, She had been forced to play up her sexuality to handle the expenses her quirk ensued. There was also Sakamata, who had been continuously voted as #1 in its top 10 heroes who look like villains list, despite being one of the heroes that Izuku had come to admire the most for his professionalism and dedication, as well as the care he showed for Izuku and Josei's children. Yes, the system was corrupt and prejudiced, but that isn't your fault, Izuku asserted. He raised his hand when Yagi opened his mouth to interrupt. Did you ever brag about your wealth or fame? Did you ever even act as if you cared about your rank? Yagi shut his mouth, letting Izuku carry on. You didn't act like heroism was about fame and fortune. You were always talking about how important it was to serve the community and help people for the sake of helping. It's not your fault that people ignored what you actually said in favor of what they wanted to hear. Yagi leaned back in his bed, still not looking convinced. But the HPSC? You are not responsible for what they did. Izuku interrupted again. Hardly anyone knew what they were doing. Had you known, wouldn't you have stepped in for Lady Nagant and Hawks? Yagi frowned, likely upset at a reminder of 2 more heroes that he had failed from his perspective. 2 aspiring young people with dreams of helping others, their idealism quashed by the HPSC. Izuku sighed again, realizing that he might have made things worse. The most that I think you could have done would have been to step back as a hero earlier on, to try to encourage other heroes to pick up the slack. Maybe you could have encouraged people to support the other emergency services, but I don't know if that would have changed that much. Retiring early probably would have still led to the same chaos. Izuku chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Honestly, were I in your shoes, I would have run myself ragged too without considering how anyone else could help. Izuku took a breath, looking at Yagi in the eye. These problems you've brought up, almost all of them are the result of something you had no way of knowing. You didn't know that One for All was going to hurt Togata the way it did. You didn't realize that the HPSC was corrupt, but hardly anyone else did either. Izuku leaned back in his seat. As for what you were like at you, I've seen recordings of your earlier classes and, yeah, at first, you weren't a very good teacher. Izuku grimaced. But you got better. It was clear that you were putting effort into your classes and you were trying to help the students. You were a big help preparing them for the provisional license exams. You didn't try to push the classes into a stupid rivalry like Kan-sensei, and you put actual effort into teaching the students unlike Aizawa. Yes, you let Bakugu and Mineta get away with a lot in your classes, and that's not something to be proud of, but neither did anyone else, including Nezu, and he's one of the people I respect the most. Izuku smiled at Yagi, trying to be encouraging. Yagi stared at Izuku for a moment, and turned his head to his sheets. He wasn't crying anymore, but he still seemed somber. At the very least though, Izuku could work with this. He put his hand on the man's shoulder. You've made mistakes, Yagi, but you're only human. You also, however, have done a lot of good. You saved lives, defeated an immortal villain, brought the country out the Dark Ages, and inspired people to be heroic. Maybe it didn't quite work out how we would have liked it, but things are getting better. We're bringing our country back together and trying to learn from our mistakes. This wouldn't be possible if it weren't for you. Izuku smiled, wanting Yagi to realize how much the hero's life meant to him and so many others. No matter what, you have been one of, if not the greatest of heroes. Yagi was calm but quiet. I don't really feel like it. I feel like I'm a relic from an age people just want to forget about. Izuku pulled his phone out and flipped to a picture, showing the screen to Yagi. The old man's eyebrows lifted up. Is that? Izuku had brought up a picture of the Bakugas from years ago, when Aizawa was 4. In many ways she still resembled her mother, but Izuku and Inko knew her to be a sweet little girl, who had acted as a big sister to Isho and Inori. Here, she was wearing one of Izuku's old All Might onesies, gleefully chasing Mitsuki around with her fist in the air. My goddaughter Aizawa. Nowadays, she wants to become a fashion designer like her parents, but I also know that she still has an All Might action figure I got her for one of her birthdays. Izuku flipped to another picture, this time of Isho and Inori wearing onesies, back when they were still shorter than him. They, along with Izuku and Josei, were watching some old hero movies in Izuku's collection, and Josei had decided to commemorate the moment. Are those your children? Yagi asked, sitting up straight. He didn't know that there were even onesies that size. For a moment, he looked at Izuku anxious. I don't mean to be insensitive, Izuku just chuckled. Yeah, they inherited their size from Josei, don't worry about it. As for their onesies, if there's anything I know other than quirks, it's how to find rare hero merchandise. I'm probably keeping the last remaining merch companies afloat with my purchases. Izuku looked at the picture fondly, remembering the glee in Isho and Inori's voices as they shouted out I am here, with him as they watched the movie. My kids want to work for the police like me, but they and Iane were still inspired by you. Iane wants to design clothes that look like pro-hero costumes, and Isho and Inori first wanted to help people because I showed you doing that. Izuku put his phone away and leaned forward. And then there's me. Yagi frowned. But, I told you to give up on your dream. You did. Izuku nodded. But you still inspired me afterwards. You made me want to help people and make them smile. Sure, when I was younger, I wanted to do that by becoming a hero, but even after I gave up on that dream, I never stopped wanting to help people and I eventually found a way to do that. Izuku smiled. I know you inspired others just like you did for me. Maybe it wasn't always the way you intended. I got caught up in a dream that I wouldn't have been able to fulfill in a society like this. Others got caught up in the drive to be number one, and some got so fixated on mimicking what they saw as becoming the perfect hero that they forgot you're a human being like anyone else, but you did at least point people towards helping others. That's something you should be proud of. Yagi was quiet. He stared at Izuku, but he didn't seem lost in his misery anymore. Tentatively, Izuku started to breathe a bit easier. What should I do now though? Yagi asked. I can't be a hero anymore, and I don't feel right going along with Sasaki's plan to reinstate them. Just because you aren't a hero doesn't mean you can't help people. Even if people don't look at heroes the same way anymore, you're still a national icon. You could use your fame to campaign for causes that you think are important. Izuku suggested. You could also go back to UA. Tsuragami told me a few times what a shame it was that you left, considering the experience you could offer and the advice you could give on controlling powerful quirks. Even if you're not confident in yourself being a teacher, you could at least be an aide. Izuku shrugged, trying to think of something else. What kinds of things do you want to do? What makes you happy? Yagi thought to himself. I did like teaching, at least later on when I think I got a better handle on it. I liked thinking I was helping kids to use their abilities to help others. After a moment, a ghost of a smile appeared on his face. Honestly though, I think that my happiest memory, apart from when I was with Nana, was when I was with young Togata, cleaning up Dagoba Beach. Wait, Dagoba? Togata cleaned that? Izuku asked. Yes. Yagi nodded, his smile growing as he was lost in happy memories. That was how I first trained him. I wanted to build his body up as much as possible, but I also thought that it would be a good way to serve the community. Young Togata cleaned the entire beach in less than a year. He said proudly. Togata cleaned the whole beach in a year? Izuku repeated incredulously. My family loves that beach. My old Gen Ed class spent a bunch of our summers there. I had heard that it used to be a dump. Are you saying that Togata cleaned that on his own? Yagi nodded. I think I'd like to do something like that again, even if it's just a small thing. I think it would be a good way to honor Togata's memory. Izuku smiled. Knowing that he and his family got to enjoy something so much by the effort of his senpai made it feel that much more special to him. Izuku regretted more than ever that he hadn't gotten to know Togata more while he could. However, this gave Izuku an idea. You know, my family was planning on having a barbecue at Dagoba next week. My little sister Eri, the girl that Togata rescued from the 8 precepts, is going to be there. Would you like to join us? It would be nice to hear more stories about Togata. Maybe you could tell us more about Nana and Gran Torino too. Yagi's smile grew even more. It wasn't his old all-might smile, but in a way, it felt more genuine, like he wasn't trying to put up a front. I'd like that. Notes. I really don't know how to express my appreciation for all of you for your support with this story. Like I've mentioned before, I have written fanfiction before. I have my own channel on fanfiction.net. But that was years ago, and I would never have imagined that this story would get as popular as it did. A big part of why this story turned out so well is in fact because of you guys. I already had a completed draft ready by the time I posted the first chapter, but the support and suggestions you all have given me convinced me to making this into something so much more. It has been such a pleasure to write, and I hope that I will be posting many more stories in the future. Now for notes on the story itself. I think that a lot of us kind of predicted the general direction MHA was going by the time that I had first started posting on BCS, unfortunately. To his credit, Horikoshi did at least acknowledge some of the problems in his world, such as the systematic prejudice, issues with the ranking system, etc., but it felt extremely rushed, and I can't help but feel as if it's a case of us being told that these problems are being dealt with rather than being shown that they are, which makes us doubt that they truly are being dealt with. Sort of my same issue with Bakugo's character. I feel like the characters say that he's changing and improving as a person, but we aren't really shown much to believe that. As such, I can't help but think that the story would likely head in a direction similar to what happens in Not Burger King's Entropy, Fate of the Hero System series. Having finished the main body of BCS, the inspiration that Not Burger King provided in this regards is a lot more obvious in retrospect, as so much of the points that Izuku brings up with all might here are expanded on in Entropy. Izuku is a genuinely great person, but he's still molded by how his society thinks in a way that I believe would blind him to a lot of its issues, sort of like how he doesn't ever seem to be bothered by how Bakugo treats him. As traumatic as it was in this story for so many characters to die and get hurt, there really is an argument to be made that the best-case scenario really was to simply pull the plug on the system as early as possible. That being said, it's been pointed out that Horikoshi did put a lot of work into MHA, and I think that the man deserves to be commended for making such an interesting and developed world. Yes, there are a lot of problems with it, but considering the huge quantity and quality of stories that have developed from it through fanfics, clearly there's something special about this series.